What was the biggest bullet you dodged? In 1992 I was 16. A bunch of us were about to leave a party and I called shotgun. But my friend Pat kind of wrestled me out of the spot and I wound up jumping in another car. Since the first car was now full, the other driver and I watched as our friend's car skidded into oncoming traffic. Pat was airlifted to the local trauma hospital where his dad told a huge group of us teenagers that Pat had succumbed to his injuries. Maybe that's not exactly bullet dodged, but, edit, I guess this is what people mean by a comment blowing up. Pat's driver and my driver were racing each other. The road had just been paved, and the shoulder was loose gravel. So when Pat's driver applied their brakes when the passenger side of the car was over the line on the right side of the hash to lean, the passenger tires kept spinning, while the driver's side locked up, spinning the car into an oncoming pickup. The oncoming driver was hospitalized and recovered. Pat's driver broke a femur, was convicted of vehicular manslaughter, sentenced to home detention, but was late to get home from high school one day which tripped the ankle monitor and the driver did 30 days. The 3 kids in the back had to be extracted by the jaws of life, broke some bones, got an insurance settlement. However, I don't think I would have died if I got shotgun. We would have left 15 seconds earlier, and we wouldn't have hit that oncoming pickup. Or maybe we would have. Well, about 15 years ago I dated a guy for less than a year. It was an awful abusive relationship, and I was happy to get out of it. When I did point about 8 to 9 years ago, I saw him on the news. He strangled his girlfriend to death. He then dismembered her and lived with her body for a month or so before he was caught. Point edit. Wow. Thank you for all of the awards. I've actually written about this before on a Reddit under a "Have you dated a serial killer?" question. Here was my answer, which gives a bit more detail on it. Not a serial killer, but I dated a killer. He was not a killer at the time. We were young and met on a dating website. He went to my high school, but graduated a few years before me. The first month was okay. Then he changed. We had a huge fight one time because he said something silly. I don't even remember what it was, but I playfully threw a pillow at him. He immediately flipped out, punched a hole in my door, and told me he'd make it so I would never have anything to come back to. Another time, he finally got a job. Didn't have one when I met him, and I was paying for everything. After job searching for months, he got one. It's his first few days at his new job, and all of a sudden he doesn't want to go in. No reason, he just doesn't feel like it. I tell him he better get to that damn job or he's going to lose it. After a lot of arguing, he gets ready, and we both get in the car so I can drive him to work. As I'm driving, it gets more heated, and he starts strangling me while I'm at a red light. The red light was right next to a gas station, and I pull in there while his hands are around my throat. I manage to get him off me, and I get out of the car and scream, "What the fuck? I'm sorry. I blacked out. You just pissed me off so much. I told you I didn't want to go to work." The relationship lasted less than a year. He cheated on me with some girl, and for the first and only time in my life, I was glad someone was cheating on me. You can go live with her and be someone else's problem now. Then years later, when I saw him on the news, I felt really bad for that thought. He had handcuffed his then girlfriend, who had just had his baby, to the bed and strangled her to death. He thought she had cheated on him. He then dismembered her body and lived with it for a month in their apartment. Eventually, the smell tipped some people off along with his girlfriend not being seen by family in a bit. The baby was okay though, and was taken in by the girl's family. He went on the run, but was later caught, and is currently in prison. No news article though. I have posted a news article with it before and got banned. Hopefully with all the info I gave you, plus someone guessed the state below, you can find it for yourself, so I don't get banned again for posting personal information by posting a public news article. Lol. Not my story, but a girl I knew had had a few drinks and decided to hitchhike home, a town about 40 minutes away from the one she'd been drinking in. Note it is very common for people to hitchhike in this area. She gets picked up by a car of guys. All seems fine until she points out they can drop her off just up ahead, and they keep driving. She had that instant sober feeling. She plays it off like she's clueless and totally down to keep hanging out with them, acting like she's very drunk. Meanwhile they're back in more forested area of the highway. Then she fake dry heaves and says she about to puke, really putting on a show, so they stop to let her out. She books it into the bushes and just doesn't look back until she safe point at it. Oh my gosh you guys, not even my story stop giving me awards. To answer some common things in comments, from what I'm aware of no charges were ever pressed. By the time she made it to safety they would have been long gone, and she had no info like names, license plate or anything. Yes, smart idea once in that situation. Definitely not smart to be in that situation in the first place, though point at it too. I just remembered another, not mine, but equals my mom as a late teen/early 20s. I was with a group of friends out drinking one night, and one girl wanted to hitchhike, the others didn't. She gets picked up, never to be seen again, not even her body found. Don't drink and hike, hitch people. About 10 years ago, I was in a relationship with someone, and she became pregnant. We were only a few months in, and I was terrified. But I did the right thing, stuck with her, did my best to help her through her pregnancy, turned my whole life upside down, sold my house to move to the other end of the city, where her daughter went to school. She was divorced, had a kid with her ex-husband. Everything was going great, until she became pregnant. We were having a lot of fun, and enjoyed each other's company very much. The instant she became pregnant, it was like a switch had been flipped. She became a straight up psycho. It wasn't just hormones from pregnancy, this was a whole other level. She was psychologically and verbally abusive. She took being unreasonable and belligerent to a whole new level. I asked what she wanted for dinner one night, and she responded with, "You should know what I want for dinner. You're supposed to just make it." And it turned into an hours-long fight over how the hell I'm supposed to know what she wants for dinner. Apparently I wasn't in tune with her enough to know, and that was an unforgivable error. This is one of hundreds of little things she did to make me feel like a piece of shit. She never missed her chance to take a shot at me, miss my turn while driving somewhere, and have to turn around. I'm the most embarrassing boyfriend she's ever had, and she can't believe she even allows me to drive anymore. Shit like that, all day, every day. It was demoralizing, and I was broken for years because of her abuse. Point anyway, we move into the new house, and within a month, she leaves me. So all this shit I did to turn my life upside down. I sold a house and bought a new one, which costs a lot of money in real estate fees/moving fees, and it was a more expensive home. Worse than that, I now had to deal with this faking psycho for the next 18 years, because she was carrying my baby. Point on top of all this, she had been cheating on me, and was with her ex-boyfriend now. That's who she was moving in with. Point. But I was going to be a dad, which was cool I guess. Wished it was under different circumstances, but not having to see her every day was going to be nice. Point about a week before she gave birth, I ask if it's okay if I'm there when the child is born. She says I really need other guy to be there. I'm okay with that if he is. I gotta tell you something. There's a chance it's not your baby. And after fighting with her for 3 months to get the baby's blood type, it was inconclusive whose baby it was. So we went to the DNA test, which she fought against me about, finally caving after I laid out in text everything she had done to me, and now she was leaving this question of whether or not I have a child unanswered. It wasn't my baby. Bullet dodged. This was an enormous relief. Having to deal with her for 18 years while we co-raised a child would have been a nightmare. I had witnessed how she handled literally every communication with her ex-husband, not the same guy she cheated on me with and moved in with. She was a faking cunt to him. It didn't matter what it was about. She always found a way to start a fight. Hubs, my sister, and I were hanging out around my parents' house on a very boring 4th of July. We decided to wash my husband's new car sitting in the driveway because it was hot out, and an excuse to play in the hose. Point. We were literally walking out the front door, and I said, "Hey, we should eat lunch before we get all wet and stuff," and everyone agreed. So we turned around and went back inside. I was warming up something in the microwave, a hot pocket I think, and all of a sudden I hear the loudest bang I think I've ever heard from the direction of the front door. Hubs and I look at each other wide-eyed and run outside. Point. I was greeted by the back end of a Crown Vic, smoking something fierce, explode into the tree in the middle of our yard. For a split second I was just stunned, then screamed to my sister inside to call 911. I looked over to the driveway at the car we had been planning to wash just 5 minutes ago. Totaled. Completely totaled. Brand new 2011 G6. Destroyed. Guy hit it so hard it did a complete 90-degree turn across the driveway. He actually hit it so hard, it ended up ricocheting and hitting the other cars in the driveway, mauling 2 other cars. Yard was faked. Crown Vic was faked. Tree was faked. We immediately assumed it was drunk driving. Being the fourth and all, I went over to the driver's side and found a very old man, very bewildered, unable to comprehend what I was saying but conscious. I will never forget the look he gave me, confused, helpless, scared. I was on the line with the paramedics as they sent over the ambulances and tried my best to follow their instructions. My sister was only 14 at the time, so I handled the call. Turns out dude was diabetic and had passed out behind the wheel due to low blood sugar, hit the gas pedal with his weight as he passed out, and was plowing down our residential street at about 65 miles per hour. He jumped the curb, drove down the sidewalk past another house, then slammed into my husband's car, and subsequently, the tree point. If we had been anywhere near that yard/driveway, I have no doubt one or all of us would have been seriously injured or dead. It was sheer dumb luck and timing that saved us. Huge bullet dodged, or should I say, huge car dodged. My high school sweetheart and fiance was my bullet point. He ghosted me out of nowhere. No explanation. Just gone. So needless to say, no wedding. I sent the ring back to his mom cause I didn't want it and was pissed. I go on to live a great life, find a wonderful guy, and we have been happily married for 21 years. 25 years later I find out that my old flame had been arrested for underage solicitation, sexting underage girls, possession of child porn, and many charges of sex with minors. Apparently Mr. Big Man in his community was arrested in a sting operation after this 12-year-old girl's parents found a whole series of explicit texts and had found that he set up a romantic hotel room get-together for them. Police pretended to be her, and he was caught in the parking lot of the hotel. Even better, he was married to the same chick he was apparently seeing while we were together, and had a couple of kids, all around the same age of his victims. Yeah, before finding all this out, I regretted for a long time that we didn't work. After finding out this had been going on for at least 20 years, I was rather glad I got ghosted. Never been so glad to dodge a bullet. Edit. Thank you for the awards, but if you can, please donate to local child abuse centers or battered women and children's shelters. They need help, especially this year. Edit 2. Apparently I wasn't clear in the sequence of events. He was arrested 5 years ago, and the texting/sexting were part of the charges against him at that time. I have heard rumors from various people that he was active in the chat rooms back in the day, so he may have very well been involved with underage people that way as well, but I have no proof of that, only rumors. Edit. Thanks to this thread a new sub has been born. Please share your experiences. Literal bullet dodge story. Point in my 20s I was really into claybad/sheet shooting. I discovered an old ammo reloader from the 50s in my parents' basement. Father let me have it. He used to use it in his youth as well. So I started reloading the shells myself. Shooting a few times a week, it was worthwhile to reload them for the savings. The problem however is that the reloader was worn out and wasn't putting the proper proportions into the shell sometimes. I wouldn't know this from lack of experience and not able to see the bar that fills up the powder into the shell. This bit is important to understand what's going to fail and how. How reloader works is, put the powder in first, a plastic wad to keep the powder sealed in place, then the BBs, ammo, on top, and the shell folds into itself. Doing this by hand would take a very long time. A reloader automates this process. All you have to do is put the physical shell in there, pull a hand crank, and out comes the completed reloaded shell ready for action. Anyway, went to the range with 2 friends. We were having a blast, no pun intended, using this ammo. Up until this point we hadn't used a bad round yet. Friend tossed up a bird, I took a shot, and it sounded weak, barely any kick to the gun. What I should have done is stop right there and check things out. Instead I took another shot quickly so not to lose score. The results are as follows. When I took the first shot the plastic wad went 3/4 up the barrel. The shell didn't have enough powder in it. When I took the next shot the BBS hit the plastic wad and the barrel flowered outward like a cartoon. I felt a BB rub my sideburns. That's how close the blowback was. The box behind me was peppered with BBs. Somehow by pure luck none of us were hurt. I spent over $300 buying a new barrel for that gun as it was a 25th anniversary Bloodwood edition shotgun with changing choke tubes. It was my father's. I wasn't going to return it like that. None of mine had choke tubes attached. Are pictures of the aftermath. This happened in 2003. I have never shot a gun that uses gunpowder again. I made the switch to PCP air rifles. Ordering overseas as that wasn't and still isn't really a thing here. My ex-husband. He told me he wanted a divorce, but I didn't. He agreed to work on our relationship and give it a few months. We set a date and went to work and he acted like things were changing and he wasn't going to leave. He started encouraging me to take out debt and spend money out of our savings, etc. Turns out that he was lying to me and had every intention of leaving on the date we set and crushing me emotionally so I'd hate him forever, and was encouraging me to take out debt since it was all in my name and he'd get half the savings. I only found out his little scheme because he gave me his Apple Watch that we'd just purchased while he was working on something, and I read his messages because I had a feeling something wasn't quite right. For those of you that don't know, if you delete a message on your phone, it doesn't automatically delete from your Apple Watch. I found a few hundred messages to his best friend and mom talking about how much better he could do than me. He had feelings for a coworker and knew she wanted him to. Spoiler alert, she didn't. She's just a nice lady. He hated me and I was the worst decision he'd ever made. He never really had feelings for me anyway, etc. It was a bunch of savage cruel shit. Finding it rocked me to my core. I'd never imagined anyone could hate me like that, let alone someone I was married to. This happened like 2 weeks after he'd initially sat me down to talk. We were in public and I cried after finding the messages. I went up to him, held up his watch, and quietly told him I knew his plans and to find a different ride home. His smile dropped and the color drained from his face so quick. I went straight home, and by the time he arrived, I'd packed him a bag of essentials, left it on the doorstep, and called both his mom and best friend to let them know he'd be needing a place to stay. He was crying, and we hashed it out on the steps, which wasn't my proudest moment. I won't lie though, to see him cry after what he had said about me was so satisfying. The next day, I had the locks changed. By the end of the day after that, I had all of his sheet packed and waiting neatly in the living room for him to pick up. By the end of that month, I had filed for divorce and we were officially and legally done forever. He's a faking loser and I absolutely dodged a bullet. It's been a long road to rebuild my trust in people, though. I'm definitely better off having gone through the whole situation, and while looking back it was the best thing that could have happened. It absolutely sucked to go through. Years ago I lived in Vancouver and liked to go for long walks. Beautiful city to do so. I was heading to a friend's first to drop something off and then cut through a neighborhood with a lot of Southeast Asian immigrants. The ones I got to talk to were mostly from Vietnam. I was aware of a van behind me, but it was midday and there were people out, so it was only a passing thought. A lady was working in her garden, and as I approached her house she started to look behind me. Then she came out onto the sidewalk and started talking to me in her native language. I understood none of it, but her body language was agitated. She kept gesturing to me to come with her up their walkway. As I looked behind me, I see 3 men getting out of the van, which is now parked just behind me. By this point the woman has a good grip on my arm and has me dragged almost to her porch. She kept talking to me and pointing to stuff in her garden and I just listened, nodded, and kept a good eye on the men in van. I don't remember how long we were there, but the men finally left. Both myself and the woman let out huge sighs of relief. She then patted me on the arm, said something, and then went back to her gardening. I booted it to my friend's house. On the news the next day was the story of a woman who was kidnapped and gang raped. The victim was grabbed on the next street over from the woman's house, not long after my encounter with her, by 5 men in a van. The men were distinctive and the description of the men in van fit the ones I had seen. That woman saved me from something horrible, and I'm forever thankful. I'm often at odds with my mom. She is very self-absorbed and doesn't make sense. When she rambles about nothing for a lot of the time she speaks. She gets it from her mom. They share some kind of cursed gift of gab with no upside point, so when she had a 3 AM chat with me at age 25 about my girlfriend of 3 years, and the relationship was pretty much going to be my one and only on to the end, I was very surprised when she suddenly started making some very solid points about how my girlfriend was basically an adult child and, rather than having a partner, I was basically raising a daughter. Sure enough, after that I saw my relationship a lot more clearly. Things went off the rails after that, and I made the decision to dump her. Then shit got crazy. This girl stalked me at my job, left me letters both at my house and at work, texted and emailed me. It flip-flopped violently between threats to tell everyone embarrassing things about me to pleads to take her back on a whim. She then joined the army and bragged to me about how she would become part of something greater than I ever could be. The communications petered out, but I remember the last text I got from her a few months later was that she was getting married that day to a guy she met in the army, and he was so much better than I could ever be. Thanks mom. You adopted me, you supported me, and you bailed me out of the worst mistake I could have ever made. While in Iraq, my platoon got called up as a QRF, Quick Reaction Force, when one of the other platoons in my company got into some heavy shit. We didn't know it at the time, but they were getting cut to pieces during a planned night raid. You have to understand, QRF getting called up doesn't necessarily mean anything. It can just mean they expect resistance and need backup, or maybe they found something they didn't expect. So I've had maybe 2 hours of sleep because we'd just gotten off patrol and we get called up. No biggie, get the guns and armor, pile into the vehicle, we are on site in maybe 20 minutes. There's a motherfucking racket going on when we get there, gunfire, explosions, all the good stuff. At this point, we find out why we got called up. The platoon we got called into backup got faked up by the numbers. 30 guys went in, nearly all of them got wounded. Turns out they got a really good tip about somebody making VBIEDs, and the entire house had been turned into a fortified fighting position. Anybody that knows anything about Mountain taking a fortified fighting position is really expensive when it comes to casualties. And this got really expensive for us. One Kaya, like 25 wounded or something crazy like that. There's only one way to take a position like that when it's surrounded on all sides by civilian houses. Can't blow it up because you're in the middle of a city block. You've got to go in the front door and kick their teeth in. My place gives us a call that we are gonna breach the house again. The other platoon didn't know what they were walking into, so they were cautious and held their fire until they were engaged. By then it was too late. We know what's in there already, so we are just gonna go in guns blazing, kill everything in that house, and call it a night. We get out of the vehicles, get ready to stack up outside the door, frag grenades ready to go in. We get the call to stand down. We are like, what the fuck? Why? Let's just do this shit. Turns out special forces wanted to take a crack at it themselves, along with a platoon of Iraqi army. They breach, and we hear them bringing the fucking ruckus. Then, boom, the dudes inside the house wired the entire thing to blow. So once they saw they were gonna lose, they opted out of life and took one of the SF guys and the entire platoon of IA with them. The aftermath was faked up. Blood in the streets, bodies everywhere, ukes are rolling around, just a complete fucking shit show. If all the explosives they'd wired up had actually detonated, it would have taken out that whole block, and I'd probably be dead, even if I hadn't gone into that death trap. I'm only here right now because SF wanted to harden up the platoon of IA they'd been training. I was 30 seconds away from getting a shiny medal and a gold star for my mom, along with most of my platoon. Still makes me sick to this day. TLDR, almost got exploded. Didn't eater. Here's an account of what happened to the platoon that got shot up before we got there. Thanks for the silver, yo, and now a gold. Thanks. Have your pets spayed and neutered. They probably don't need both. Check with your vet. Definitely not on the same level as some here, but I dated my first girlfriend for 5 years, from 17 to 22. From very early on she always told me she was unhappy at home and wanted to move out. Anytime she would get into an argument with her family she would come to me and say, okay, we need to move in together now. The longer I was with her the more and more it went from that to why haven't you found USA place. The more I suffer the more it's on you for delaying this. Meanwhile I was a teenager and then in my early 20s, working part-time and going through university and trying to explain that it wasn't feasible for us or affordable. Point it came to a head when her friend offered us a room in her student house and she just said we are taking it without asking me. This room was in a house with her friend and all her university sports teammates. It was in a town over an hour away by car, which I didn't own at the time, in one of the most expensive cities in the country to live. So I'd be a brand new university grad, have to quit my job, move into a single room of student housing with strangers with an extremely volatile partner. Away from my friends, family and whole life really. Basically I finally put my foot down and said no. She launched into a 4-day long abusive tirade which led to me finally ending the relationship. It was after I broke up with her that I realized how abusive she really was and everything I had endured. Not even a full year later I got my first full-time job, which, over 5 years later has led to 2 promotions and a comfortable living. Staying in this town led me to meet my current partner who I now live with. And can't imagine my life without. When I look at that one moment, one decision that is the most literal definition of choosing which path on the fork in the road to take. Making the decision to say, no, I'm not doing that. At that moment, is the closest I'll ever come to dodging literal bullets like Neo from the Matrix. When I was in college, I had a friend, Sally, who adopted a dog, hoping to get it approved as an ESA. When it wasn't, she scrambled to anyone she could to give the dog to until she came up with a new plan. She refused to give it back to the shelter or to someone she didn't know. I told her I couldn't take the dog in, even though she offered to pay half the pet fee for my apartment. I recommended my friend, Cassie, and she took the dog in instead, and Sally said she'd routinely walk the dog, provide supplies, and pay half the $200 pet fee within the week, while looking for a permanent solution. She provided the supplies, but didn't hold up on the rest of the promise. For one, she kept promising to pay soon, but kept making excuses, because she was always strapped for cash. On top of that, she gave up searching for alternate housing for the dog a week after the deal was made, because I only want to give the dog to someone I know. She acted as if Cassie would be the permanent owner. Sally also got busy and couldn't always walk the dog, so the dog would have to pee and poo all over Cassie's apartment, which she had to clean up. She had college classes, social commitments, her Air Force duties, and her own personal issues to deal with, and it was hard on her. But she still refused to give up, and even tried getting the dog approved as her ESA, but it never came through. The dog was a sweetheart and very loving, but it's still difficult to handle a dog on top of everything else. 2 weeks later, the apartment complex found the dog during an inspection, and immediately told Cassie that the dog had to go within the next day or she'd be fined. She's lucky she wasn't given anything worse. Sally got angry at Cassie, blaming her for the dog getting taken, and saying that she now had to find a solution immediately because she didn't have one ready. Cassie was horrified and felt so guilty about it. I often think how, if I had been in that position, I would have barely survived the first week. I've told this story before in another thread, possibly another account too. I have had a few over the years. An acquaintance of mine from my nightclubbing days invited me on a double date with her new boyfriend and his friend, who apparently had a thing for me. I was in my late teens and I wasn't interested at all, but she kept going on at me to join her, and I naively went along thinking it wouldn't be so bad, expecting us all to the pub or something similar. However, when we arrived at the flat, she and new boyfriend immediately went up to his bedroom, and she left me downstairs with his friend, who asked if I wanted to watch a film. I said yes. He asked what kind of films I liked, and I said horror films, so he pulled a film off the shelf and loaded it up, and it was about Ted Bundy, a notorious serial killer and necrophile. I wasn't comfortable with this, but was in a strange house in an unknown part of town. I thought my friend, who at this point was having noisy sex in the room above us, would come down anytime soon and we'd go home. The film carries on and the guy is trying to make small talk with me, and during one scene where Ted is violently rapping a woman and screaming "fuck you beach," this guy does the sleazy fake yawn and put arms round unsuspecting person thing and says this is giving me a boner. That was the fastest I'd ever left any house ever. Shortly after I'd found a cab service and got back home, my friend rang me asking why I'd ditched her and left Ted, not his real name, without saying anything. And when I told her what happened, she told me he was harmless and a really nice guy, and I'd taken it the wrong way and was probably frigid. I didn't speak to her again after that and ghosted her when she called the following week to see if I was going out that night. This was 20 odd years ago. I'd say, given the climate of the time and not having any trackable phone or anything like that I'd dread to think what might have happened if I'd stuck around. I was offered a job by a friend of mine. His company was hiring and looking for people. He said his company was great. At the time I was working for an explosives company and had been for 4 years, so it was comfortable. It was ran like trash by trash people, but I loved my immediate coworkers. The day my friend asked me if I wanted the job, the managers had pissed me off something fierce, so it helped me make up my mind. I had my friend set up and interview. The pay was slightly less than what I was making, but in my gut I thought it was for the best point, so I did it. I switched jobs 5 years later. I'm still with my friend's company. I've thrived here. Even with the pay loss, when I first started it was a net gain. Because this company picks up 100% of your insurance premiums, and it's a top of the line platinum plan that is so good nobody I've talked to has had anything even close. That should tell you how this place treats their employees. Oh yeah, and now I make more than double what I did at the last place. I look back on that time when I could have turned down my friend's offer. Knowing myself, had I been in a different frame of mind that day I would have turned him down, which would have been the worst mistake of my life. Edit. To expand on this a little more, I still maintain contact with people from the previous company that I liked. Things got bad after I left. The one manager I really liked and was fair and rational was fired. The big boss guy who fired him was also fired for unknown reasons. The cool shipping manager was fired. The dick-headed other shipping manager was demoted and a bunch of people I liked left. I got one other guy from there a job at my current company when an opportunity presented itself, and we've become better friends. I offered one other person a job, but he turned me down. He had gotten a promotion recently and just had a kid and didn't want the instability of a new job. I understand and wish him the best. I got in contact with that manager I really liked and we caught up. He's at a much better job now and still a cool dude. This happened to me and my boyfriend just last weekend. We just moved into a pretty dangerous apartment in a sketchy part of town. Last Saturday we had been sipping on alcohol and decided to go for a walk to pick up more. I figured it was alright as it was only a few blocks away and I didn't want to drive. We got ready and loaded up with a pocket knife each and left. Everything was okay and we were enjoying our walk when he stopped me in my tracks and told me to take a different route as he seen two boys start walking towards us. It was like 11:11:30 p.m. He pulled out his knife and pushed me ahead and told me to start running. I did exactly as he told me to, cutting through parking lots and such. I was scared and crying when he told me we were being hunted. We ran until we hit the main street that was filled with cars, police and other people. I felt a bit better, but when we went into the store they ended up surrounding the doorway trying to intimidate us and a junkie who was outside panhandling. We got our alcohol and my boyfriend said that we should take a different route home, to which I pulled him back and demanded we buy a taxi instead. The junkie chimed in and told him it was much safer for that anyway as the other boys had been flashing some weapon at us. I had stuffed an extra $20 in my shoe just in case of any emergency. When our taxi pulled up we jumped in as fast as we could. As we drove away we seen the same two people who were following us take off running the same way we were going. Obviously we were quicker because of the vehicle. As we turned the corner we both noticed a huge group of like 13 people. I couldn't count every single one. That's when it hit me that we were about to be jumped. The taxi driver overheard our conversation and also seen the group, so he ended up driving us home for free. We definitely dodged a bullet that night. If I had listened to my boyfriend and walked back home, we would have probably been badly beaten or even stabbed up. Who knows? I'm just happy we made it home safely. When I was a Moran college student, our carbon monoxide detector went off one night, off-campus apartment. It stopped pretty quickly, so we ignored it, went out to a bar all night. When we get back home at 2 AM, my one roommate decides at the last second, what the hell, let me call my cop brother and ask him if we need to address this. Roommate's cop brother essentially calls us all complete morons and tells us to call 911 immediately because, yeah, I know, that's the whole point of a code detector. Firefighters show up, start mocking us when we tell them how long ago the alarm went off, 6 hours or so. They stop laughing and get very serious when they pull out their own code detector. A quick Google search tells me that CO rates above 150 to 200 ppm can become fatal. The CO level in our apartment was over 400 ppm. Firefighters cleared the entire apartment building, which included preparing to break down the first floor apartment door because the women took so long to respond to their knocking. It was the middle of the night. We couldn't go back to our apartment for a day or two and our landlord got in deep shit. But here's the kicker. My one roommate brought our code detector with him from home when we moved in. Despite a law requiring it, none of the units in the apartment building had code detectors in them by default. We survived that night because my roommate brought a detector and last second decided to call his brother for advice about it going off before we all went to bed. He saved an entire apartment building from dying from co-poisoning. Wild. When Afghanistan was hot and heavy, engineers were the main source of expertise, since more of the warfare was IED related. The Marines particularly were churning out engineers at hyperspeed because of how many were getting killed or wounded. To try and bring the engineer numbers up, they decided to enlist tankers into the MO since this war wasn't really for them. I was assigned to this platoon getting ready to go to Afghanistan. It was just a clusterfuck of engineers, my guys, and tankers that have never even used a mine detector. The platoon commander, 1st LT tanker, was this ribbon-chasing, chesty-puller Abe. He wanted his face in a Medal of Honor placard in every Marine installation regardless of anything else. Unfortunately for him, my previous duty station was his previous schoolhouse. I was one of his combat instructors. He didn't like the fact that I knew more than him, and I was his teacher. It made it easy for me to tell him he was incorrect about something. Seeing how he acted made me uneasy. I knew this guy was going to get fellow Marines at the least hurt, and at the most, killed. I've been deployed multiple times before this, but this time, I was scared more than I was during my first deployment. Well, since he didn't like me so much, and there was for whatever reason too many people in my platoon, I was selected to be kicked out and reassigned to an actual engineer platoon. Well, we all deployed to separate locations around Afghanistan, and wouldn't you know it, right around 1 month into our deployment, I get some news about the platoon I uses to be in. Long story short, the platoon commander was looking for medals and got some of his men to leave the safety of their vehicles and search areas that didn't need to be searched. Well, one guy steps on an IED and they get ambushed. The platoon commander orders another guy to go get him. He steps on another IED. Platoon command loses his sheet and some poor lance corporal has to take over. The other guy that stepped on the IED was supposed to be my role. It took me a long time to accept that what happened to that Marine wasn't my fault. At the same time, I felt grateful to have been moved to another platoon. Thankfully, they both survived, and they both live happy, fulfilling and very successful lives now. But fuck that lieutenant. More of your traditional relationship bullet. After 4 years of dating, our wedding day was March 28, 2020. We hadn't thought too much of COVID. We knew we wouldn't be able to do our overseas honeymoon, but it wasn't until 9 days before the wedding that we first heard weddings might not be allowed. A week before our wedding, we decided to postpone. After so much planning, I was pretty upset, but I was glad we did, because a few days later weddings were banned. In the next month, that followed, about 5 major signs came out of our relationship that had always been quite rocky, that I should leave. For instance, found out he had been texting his ex way more than he'd let on over the last months. Threatening to kick me out of our house in the middle of the night during a fight. Acted like it didn't happen the next morning, but used it as a threat again the next night. I kept a packed bag in the back of my car after that. He had a young female friend from work stay up with him all night, and I realized I was waiting for him to cheat. Even though he hadn't allowed me to even eat lunch with men my age in 2 years, it was only about a month after I left, and I was completely euphoric. The depression and anxiety I'd struggled with over the past years had all just been related to the relationship point. I should have left way sooner, but I'd be married to him now if it hadn't been for COVID and us postponing the wedding 7 days out. I worked at a chemical plant that made the raw ingredients for a highly corrosive, concentrated cleaning product. Think spray-on oven cleaner. The product itself was corrosive, and the fumes were toxic. The factory was mostly automated, but every now and then it was necessary to have a person go amongst the equipment and fix a leak or unclog a line. For such times we had a level 1 hazmat suit available, complete with its own oxygen/air tanks. Not just a respirator, but air tanks. My boss had my job 5 years earlier and had about 14 years in the industry, but at times he was reckless, cocky, and too arrogant for his own good. One day a supply line clogged. The fix was to go in, tap it with a rubber mallet, or if that failed, disconnect the line, flood it with water and clear the clog. I'll get it putting on my hazmat suit. Come on, you don't need the suit, just run in. Tap it a few times, and that should do it. You can be in and out in 10 seconds. If you've ever been in a harsh environment, you know, like when smoke from a fire gets in your eyes, and they just shut and you can't open them, you know that it's not just breathing that you have to worry with, it's size, mucous membranes inside the nose, and skin contact. This room was like that, only much stronger. A chemical. Your body will react to a strong irritant involuntarily, and you can't override it. I put on the suit, grabbed my scan key card and went inside. Okay, if you want to take all day, he said, almost making fun of me for putting on the suit. Normally when a tube clogs, the pressure reaches a certain point and the feeder pump cuts off. It's not much pressure, perhaps 6 to 8 C. I got to the clogged tube and saw the gauge was still climbing 40, 60, 80 C as pressure built up. When I reached for it, the tube burst and this highly noxious and corrosive chemical sprayed all over me and perhaps 15 feet around. The tube kept spewing, and the control room cut the supply line pump power. The automatic water sprinklers used to dilute the chemical in the event of a spill kicked on. I was in my hazmat suit. The key card was on the flooded floor covered in the strong corrosive chemical. The door was locked, and I was safe in my hazmat suit with my own air supply. Had I just run in and tapped it, as he had suggested, I'd have been chemically burned, or given the time it took to get the doors opened, I most likely would have been dead from my inhalation injuries. Bullet dodged. Because of this, the company did away with the magnetic card system, switching to a code punch keyboard on the outside, and a simple open button inside the room. That way, all you had to do was hit the green button to open the door. They figured if you were inside, you had to have the right code to get there, so they weren't going to make you jump through hoops to get out. You know, the perimeter of a pool has these plastic grates, so water can overflow and be cycled back into the pool. I was visiting my parents' new apartment, and grandmother was there too. I went downstairs to look at the pool. Gran came with. I stepped to the edge, wanting to test the water with my feet. The plastic grate under my feet gave way because it was already broken, but had just been loosely placed back where it should be. My right leg goes right through it and into the 45 centimeter crevasse around the pool, reaching about halfway up my shin. I lose my balance and start to tip forward. At this point it should be said I'm a relatively heavy man, and my gran is a tiny woman with lung cancer. I feel an ungodly amount of pressure on my shin as I'm tipping forward, and there is nothing I can do to stop it, nothing to grab onto. Turns out, knees only bend one way, and I was tipping the other. The pain and panic I felt in that moment, I will never forget. Point out of nowhere, my grandmother grabs my shirt and pulls me back just enough to regain balance. Point, I have a scar on my shin from the incident, but I'm convinced my grandmother stopped my faking knee from popping out the wrong side by employing the summoned strength of Thor that only a parental unit can have for the younger in their flock. About 15 years ago, I was working at a post-production house. The building was a warehouse that had been converted to offices, so there was a high ceiling here. The offices formed an L shape in the corner of this building. The offices had plywood above them and was used as a storage area, but only on one side of the L. The other offices didn't have anything other than the 2x4s insulation, etc. where the floor would be. I was working late one night and it was raining. I noticed a leak coming through this high ceiling over one of the offices that had a bunch of camera and lighting equipment. I didn't want that stuff to get wet, so I climbed up to the storage area to put a bucket up there to catch the dripping water. When I got up there, I see that the leak is just a couple feet out from where the plywood ends and open ceiling begins. No problem, I'll just step on one of these 2x4s and place the bucket down. Lost my footing on that first step, fell through the insulation, through the ceiling tiles, down to the concrete floor, narrowly missing some setup C-stands by about 6 inches, a big metal tripod of sorts with an expandable pole that's used to mount lights, flags, and other production equipment. I land on the concrete on my hip, shoulder falls on one of the C-stand legs. If I had fallen on top of one of the C-stands, it may well could have impaled me. I was shaken up, but I ended up with a nasty bruise on my hip only. Proposed to my college girlfriend who I had been dating without too much incident for over a year. She and my brother/roommate didn't get along all that well, but I just let them figure their own shit out. She had never been to my hometown with me, so we drove up, and as we got closer to my house, the stranger she started to become. I grew up in a typical middle-class neighborhood built in the 1960s, so nothing palatial or anything, but it was nice. She started wigging out about the houses, the yards, the cars, even the streetlights. I dunno, like she had never seen a suburban neighborhood. She grew up in a very small farming town, but she'd been living in a fairly large city for a couple of years while going to school, so the neighborhood are basically the same there. Anyway, over the weekend she proceeded to continue to creep me and my family out about what she would do with all of this when we were married. It was very obvious that she saw the life and privileges I grew up with and wanted all the things. When I explained that that's not how it works and that we would be starting fresh on our own, what she saw is what my parents built, she took off the ring and threw it at me. I picked it up and drove back to my apartment without so much of a regret, because I knew I had just dodged a bullet that would have mentally and financially crippled me. She now has 3 kids by 2 dads and lives in a trailer. Sorry, not sorry V. Dated a girl in HS who was definitely in the top right corner of the crazy hot matrix. She was wild, and I thought it was fun at first. But just 3 weeks in was the fall play at my school, and I was house manager, so I was busy all weekend and didn't see her at all. After the Sunday matinee, I saw her and her mom and her mom's crazy boyfriend at the back door of the auditorium, so I went to say hi during our break. My girlfriend didn't say hi and didn't look at me, and I knew some stuff was about to go down. Her mom said, "We need to talk outside now." So I stepped outside and she stuck some notes in my face that my girlfriend and I had exchanged. Nothing awful, but definitely very flirty. And she was mad that we were even talking about stuff like that. I admitted that they were from me and apologized. Then the boyfriend says, "Since you admit that you were talking about stuff like that with her, were you also the one I heard doing stuff like that to her last night? Because if you were, I'm gonna." Even mom seemed shocked, like she hadn't heard about it. Whoa, it wasn't me. I was here all weekend, and I had 200 witnesses. I pleaded, and mom was like, "You were?" And we all turned to look at my girlfriend, who had turned bright red and burst into tears. I dumped her on the spot. Later found out that the boy who actually was with her that night was her best friend, who is just like a brother to her, and I have nothing to worry about. She gave 3 other boys STDs that year, and her reputation was so toxic that people wouldn't sit next to her in class or even walk by her because they didn't want to catch whatever she has. She transferred schools and had a kid before graduation. Late to the party, but I've never shared this story on Reddit, so I figured this is the place to do it. When I was 19 I worked a labor job hauling building material, but I was mostly designated to delivering shingles on rooftops. It was the middle of winter after a big snowstorm and normally you'd think they wouldn't allow shingle deliveries. Well, today they decided it would be the perfect day for a delivery. I didn't want to get on that roof. I made that clear to my bosses at the time, but they insisted I go because it was a pretty beach move to not go. So I went, stupidly, and got on the roof with a shovel and spikes on my boots to at least add some grip. Now I will mention I was tied down and wearing the proper fall protection except for the fact that I was on a bungalow and my deploy rope was 10 feet, meaning that if it were to deploy I would still surely hit the ground. Things were going smooth until one of my spikes gave out, and with that, I started sliding down the roof. I struggled and tried to grab onto anything I could, even my rope, but I went over the edge and was left dangling like a pin until the crane operator was able to bring the boom over and pick me up. I was in shock, scared, and overall pissed off that I was even on that roof. I got down, called my boss, and lost my sheet on him. Now here's why I didn't hit the ground. The safety rope clipped onto my back was inches from deploying. The plastic it was coiled up inside was barely an inch from tearing open. I took a lot of time to think about my future after that and left that job a couple months later due to too many issues with the people running the place. I'm lucky and grateful to be alive and walking. It may not seem like much, but even a drop off a 6-foot ladder could be all it takes to paralyze you. If I learned anything from that incident, it's that no one cares about your safety as much as you, so please, to all my construction brothers, if you don't want to do something, please speak up about it. You have the right to refuse work. This will never be read by anyone, but here goes. It was the 11th of July, 2006. I was doing my undergrad at that time in Mumbai. We were on vacations between my sophomore and junior year. Now if you know about the trains in Mumbai, they kinda look like this at peak hours anyway. That day we decided to play soccer on a ground near our university. There is a specific train we used to catch at 6:04 PM towards our destination, which was just another train station away. We used to catch this train because the rush was marginally lower as compared to other trains during those hours. 5 PM to 8 PM is peak. We were winding up our game at 5:45 PM when someone from the opposite team scored a goal. So we decided to play another 30 minutes to finish the game. We were just packing up around 6:30 PM when we heard a loud noise, kind of like an explosion. Saw birds flying. Thought it was just a car tire that exploded or something. We get out of the ground to catch a rickshaw, also called a tuk-tuk, and we see panic everywhere. We ask what happened, and apparently 7 bombs placed in different trains exploded in a 10-minute time span. The explosion we heard was from the train closest to us. What makes it eerie was that the 6:04 PM train we didn't take from that station was also involved. It exploded a few miles after my destination. I still feel the jitters thinking about it. I couldn't travel on the local train for months due to PTSD thinking about it. Point more info. Close shave indeed. Bullet dodged. A literal bullet. 4 of them, to be exact. Back in college, I was visiting a friend over the holidays. We went into the city to go record shopping. This was back when Tower Records was still a thing. We finished after dark and started heading back to the highway to college kids in a not too college friendly part of town, driving a 10-year-old but nice looking sports car. This was the early 90s, and yes, that car was a Camaro. I pulled into the outer lane of a 2-lane left turn and waited for the light to change. A car pulled up alongside us and the passenger rolled down his window and started yelling at us. My friend, in our passenger seat, wisely told me to just ignore them, which I did. When the light changed, I started into the turn and heard what sounded like rocks being thrown at the car. Halfway through the turn, the car slowed down unexpectedly. As we exited the turn, the other car pulled in front of us, its passenger hanging out the window, firing one last parting shot at us. It went through my windshield and glanced off my friend's shoulder. tearing his jacket, but not breaking his skin. Thankfully it was a cold night and we were dressed warm. The other car took off, and I hobbled my car into a parking lot. All said, 4 bullets hit my car, the windshield, one glancing the door next to me, another by the fuel cap, and the first one blowing out the back tire. We ended up calling the police from a Denny's payphone. No cell phones back then. They showed up 45 minutes later, after responding to a call where someone claimed they heard gunshots. SMH. The next few months were pretty fed up for both of us. I had the benefit of free counseling at school, which I started doing after a friend told me he was tired of hearing about it every time we got in a car. Counseling ended and my PTSD subsided pretty abruptly in one session. I was recounting to the counselor, who was a trainee, that I wasn't sure if I was alive or slowing dying on the street living out my life in my head. Her response, I need to run this by my superior. For some reason, that brought me back to reality and a sense of safety. Christmas 2004. I'm at a resort in the west coast of Phuket, I think, collecting seashells on the beach when suddenly as I went to reach for a shell to add it to the collection in my bucket, it leapt up and began frantically jumping whilst clapping like a living castanet point. The next day I remember walking towards the little house on stilts we were living in and feeling weirdly dizzy, remarking this to my parents, who said they felt nothing. My dad goes golfing, and I'm laying in bed watching with my mum still freaked out from yesterday's events. I notice that my dad's deodorant can is shaking, and tell my mum, who notes it's odd later. I'm still adamant on not going to the beach. So we go to this little child's playcare room and I start drawing a couple of masterpieces and an alarm starts going off. We collect all the papers and go outside to see a crowd of people running. My mum yanks my hand and we run towards the lobby. In the haste I drop one of my drawings and stop to pick it up despite my mum yanking my arm. I still have this clear memory of reaching down for the painting and seeing sea foam creep towards my ankles. As I pick it up I turn and see a wave crash through the lobby, and that's when it hit. It's a tiger wave. 4-year-old mishearing of tidal wave. We met up with some of my extended family and got in a van to drive the hell out of there. We ended up rendezvousing with a lot of other survivors at an orphanage where a news crew rocked up and everything. My last memory is my mum telling me to go to sleep in crowded hospital lobby where my dad was desperately trying to get us a room for the night. That's how I survived the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami. My buddy got his first car back in 1989. A 1973 Chevy Nova 454 dual 4-barrel carbs. It was a heap, but it had potential. We headed to a party one night at the edge of our city. It was on a piece of land owned by the family of some kids from a high school in the same end of town as my high school. Just like today, a party in 1989 wasn't a party unless the party goer was faked up. So in preparation, I rolled up a 1/4 ounce of weed into a pile of joints, which I squeezed into a screw top container that looked like a small soda can that hung at the end of a rope and could be worn around your neck. It was meant for people to take to the beach, to hold things they'd normally keep in their pockets. I had it around my neck as I rode in the front seat of my buddy's car. The entrance to the property was at the top of a long gentle grade. My buddy was driving next to some of our friends who were heading to the same party. That guy was driving a souped up 1971 Dodge Dart. It was one of the first times my buddy had taken his ride out for a spin, and he decided to race our other friend the last bit of the way to the party. And as it turned out, outside of our awareness, the hosts of the party had alerted the police to the night's activities so that things could be prevented from getting out of hand. The police had set up a roadblock at the top of the hill, which, as we went rocketing up the road, we couldn't see until we'd almost crested the hill. At that point, we were practically on top of the cops. I ripped the container of weed from around my neck and shoved it violently under my seat. We get to the roadblock. My pal rolls his window down to speak to the cop, who shines his light in for a few seconds as he asks us questions, then lets us pass. My palms are sweaty, I'm shaking and my heart is jackhammering in my chest, but we got past. When we parked the car, I got out to stick my hand under the seat to look for the weed container, but I couldn't feel it down there. I searched for half a minute but nothing. So I decide to go into the back seat to try from that side, and when I looked down to the floor back there, I noticed I'd slid the weed all the way into the back, and it was sitting on the floor, in plain sight, and the cop hadn't seen it, or hadn't thought to ask what it was. A girl I dated in high school, I swore, was the love of my life. We were crazy into each other, and did everything we could together. She was a special kind of crazy, but I was too young to know any better. Her mother and stepfather were both police officers, and her stepfather especially was very strict and set curfews, even for how long it should take for me to pick her up from work and drive her home. We lost our virginity to each other, so it wasn't strict enough it seems, but he was pretty intimidating nonetheless. I eventually broke up with her, because she was actually really pissed off with me for no reason, and I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. Several years later, a mutual friend of ours, and my first girlfriend ever, admitted to me that the ex-girlfriend had been cheating on me with a friend of a friend. I'm not sure why she acted so pissed with me, since she was the one apparently cheating, but I at least then knew where she stood on that. Many years later, I hear from the same mutual that ex had died from a drug overdose and left behind a daughter. I didn't even attend the funeral, although I'm sure lots of our friends did. I still think about her from time to time, but am relieved she pushed me away rather than faking up my life as she did her own. I was told later on that her parents said I was the best boyfriend she ever had because she stopped doing drugs and actually straightened up her act a lot when we were dating. I guess it all went downhill when I cut it off. I have tonic-clonic PNES fits pretty regularly, and no one knows what the recovery position is. Last year my then boyfriend, now fiancé, was graduating from his hort class, and they were selling all the plants they'd cultivated over the 3 years I went to support him. I took a break from hanging around and being an unqualified nuisance and went to the front of the school to have a smoke drop there. I don't retain consciousness when fitting, so I was unaware of what was happening, but from what I was told from witnesses, a bus driver who thought I was having a seizure ran over and grabbed me by the throat and tipped my head back so he won't swallow his tongue. Fella had good intentions, but he was essentially choking me. I was lucky enough that my partner had a bad feeling and came to check on me and saw I was essentially seizing and being choked out at the same time. I didn't wake up for a very good long while later, in hospital with very minor oxygen deprivation related brain damage and bruising to my upper throat/jaw. I still have minor trouble with speech and memory, but I consider it a bullet dodged, because if my fiancé hadn't have had a weird feeling and come to see if I was okay, he very well could have choked me to death trying to save me from something that does not happen and has not ever happened to anyone during a seizure or a PNES episode. FYI, look up the recovery position, and if you don't know what to do, if someone is having a medical crisis, don't do anything and call an ambulance, because they know what they're doing. You could kill a person with your good intentions. I was thrown from a rear passenger side window when my friend's car hydroplaned and slid into a ditch and started rolling. I was halfway out of the window when the car rolled on me. My head went in one direction and my arm in another direction, and I was waiting for my neck to snap, and then I was launched from the window as the car continued rolling. I remember seeing the car rolling underneath me, like it was in slow motion, while I was soaring through the air. The ground was covered in recently cut brush standing off in every direction, which may as well have been the spikes at the bottom of the pit stage from Mortal Kombat. My body was rotating, and I remember no longer seeing the car or ground and just staring at the sky, at which point I was just waiting for myself to die and hoping it wouldn't hurt too much. Figured I was landing on the rolling car and getting crushed, or landing on those nasty jagged wooden spikes sticking out of the ground, so it was bound to happen. I remember hitting hard and just laying there kinda in shock with the rain falling in my eyes. I had landed in a bare patch between all the shrubs and the car stopped rolling a few feet short of me. I checked myself for injury and found my arm had been torn up pretty bad from when the car rolled on it, and it was bleeding heavily, but freakishly, I survived. I don't know how I walked away from that honestly. Never even had a broken bone. There was this lump on my arm that everyone believed to be broken X, but it turned out that it was just where my arm had been rolled on. A bunch of muscle tissue had kinda wadded up in one spot. Even the doctors were shocked. Sucked getting that arm stitched up, and I still, having glass in it, and nerve damage to this very day they couldn't remove and fix everything. Mind-boggling that I'm still here, honestly. So I have a habit of picking up hitchhikers. Never had any issues out of it. One night I see a guy walking in the rain at night on my way home. I pull over. He gets in, thanks me enthusiastically, tells me his buddy took him to the hospital because his teeth were killing him and left him there. Says the friend took his wallet and phone too. To his credit he didn't ask me for any money, he just said his place was up by a Food Lion not too far from my place. Easy right? It turns out that it was a Food Lion one town over, but I was on the hook, and I felt bad. He was homeless staying on his friend's couch. So a 10-minute trip hour out of the way turned into a 40-minute excursion of him making the most horrible squelching sounds with his mouth and putting his fingers in it. His teeth were in a seriously bad shape. He was jabbering from the get-go, but pretty soon it's apparent that he's royally pissed off at his friend for ditching him. I offer to let him use my phone, but says he'd rather just deal with things in person. Over the next 40 minutes he tells me his life story for the past 8 months. Lost his house. Lost his girlfriend. Went to a party where he ran into her. Saw her with some other guy. Went to her house the next day and shot at it from the woods. The police are looking for him. He had priors because he talked about how he couldn't even have a gun anymore, but really enjoys guns. When I finally got to the right place, he told me to leave him at the stop sign up the street because someone might remember my car and he didn't want me to be a part of what was going to happen. Damn vagrant with a heart of gold, clearly looking out for my best interest, because I'm pretty sure I gave that guy a ride to a murder. Quite a literal one point, I was a drag performer back at the day and was partaking in this one show. I think it was in celebration of something, but I honestly don't remember what. But either way, it was a relatively big event, so the usual bar that hosted these events didn't suffice, and the organizers picked a different bigger place instead. The place was located 5 minutes walk away from a local LGBTQ youth center, so many people were planning to go say hi afterwards. The show was a blast, and to make it better, this one girl I had a massive crush on was being extra friendly, so we were chatting in between the numbers. After the show ended, we kept talking. She wanted to go spend some time at the youth center too, but I wanted to get her phone number and was trying to find the courage to ask. So I kept trying to keep her from leaving, holding the conversation just a little longer. She ended up staying another 30 minutes or so before I finally gained the courage to ask. She giggled and gave it to me happily, and I thought my heart was going to burst from joy. Then everyone's phones began ringing, and the news began coming in. As we were talking, someone walked into the youth center and shot everyone in sight. 2 people were killed on sight. Others suffered injuries and eventually lifelong disability. The murderer was never caught. She would have been there at that time of the shooting had I not been too nervous to ask for her number right off the bat. Failing to impregnate my ex-wife. We had first crossed paths in my teenage years as I was working for her uncle on his farm, odds and ends jobs, manual labor, etc. Em and I would eventually develop a working relationship on this farm and parted ways that summer the following school year of high school. She returned from out of state to help the same uncle and his wife who had just became hospitalized with encephalitis. At some point amid this, she recalled our working relationship and developed feelings for me. After enough coaxing from friends, I eventually made the first move, and we started dating over the next summer. I had never had a girlfriend prior to this, and was accused of being gay, which at the time seemed devastating to my psyche. This was an effort for me to prove to others, and myself, that I was straight. The relationship was exciting and passionate for me, up until I joined the military. You know where this is going. I damaged her first, after fooling around with a female at the MEPS hotel, the day after I left home. We eloped in a hurry, after finishing my trade school, and got married out of rationality. Well, we are going to get married anyway, and there's no sense in us being apart, if we don't have to be, and we'll make more money this way. 5 years after marrying the first girl who gave me attention would turn out to be one of darkest periods of my life, with the constant guilt, physical abuse and psychological manipulation endured by both parties. I'm ashamed to remember those times. In the last 2 years, I thought theirs was a glimmer of hope when she said she wanted to have kids. I always wanted to be a father, even as a child, but she was undecided on having children, which is a decision I knew and respected. We had tried in the first year of marriage, only to have met what I believe was a miscarriage. This time though, she and her mother excitedly told me over video chat that we are pregnant. Excited and scared, I tried to be as supportive as possible from another state when at one of her ultrasounds she was informed that, even though she was pregnant, there wasn't enough DNA to form a baby. I didn't understand what this meant at the time, but seeing that M was upset, I chose not to bring the issue up and instead be there to support emotionally. After finally receiving transfer orders, I joined her 2 months later at her mother's house, where we were all living under the same roof. After 2 months initial happiness, we went through the same roller coaster all over again, with me exercising self-restraint out of shame from our previous fights and fear of affecting my career. This lasted for 3 months, until she eventually said she had enough and stayed over at her boss's house, an up-and-coming female manager at Starbucks, poised for a regional manager position. 2 months into living separately, she told me she wanted a divorce and was only able to convince me after admitting that she had been cheating on me throughout our entire marriage, Craigslist and private messages, while I was on night shifts or while I was away on training. Thinking it was another manipulation tactic, she was only able to convince me through vivid detail, and even described in intimate detail, how she and her boss accidentally had passionate sex and were now in love. 4 years after the divorce, I would get periodic texts from M asking for forgiveness, claiming she only wants things to go back to the way they were, or even just an acknowledgement of her existence. I thank whatever power/luck/higher being that I didn't bring a child into this world to be raised by 2 toxic parents who never truly loved each other or themselves. It doesn't have the pucker factor that some of these other stories have, but I'm eternally grateful for dodging that bullet. When I was 16, I played a lot of sports. Soccer, basketball, baseball, football, tennis, basically any outdoor sport. One day during basketball practice, I went up for a rebound and felt a slight pop in my chest. 30 seconds later I was in so much pain I couldn't lift my left arm for a layup. I told my coach I needed to sit down, which caused him to call my parents, because that remains the only time I've ever asked for a break during practice. I went home and downplayed the pain I was in because I didn't think it was anything serious, despite the fact that I could feel something hitting my skin. The next day my mom took me to my godparents' house because my godmother is a former nurse. She didn't know what was going on. Luckily her next door neighbor, who was and still is a nurse, was sent home early that day because the hospital had experienced some power outages. She got worried and had her husband, who was and still is a brain and spinal surgeon, come over to look at me. He had me lay down on the table so he could examine me. He told me that either my rib had been dislodged and was now bumping up against my skin, or what he really thought was that my lung had collapsed, and what I was feeling was air escaping from my lung and popping against my skin. I went straight to the emergency room and I found out my lung had collapsed by 20%. I had something called a pneumothorax, and had I waited a day longer my lung would have collapsed completely, causing my other lung to collapse, which would have killed me. When I was 17, I went snowboarding with 2 friends. They picked me up from my house first thing in the morning and, on the way to the hill, parked the car on a discreet side street and pulled out a bong. I had stopped smoking weed by that point in high school and never liked getting high in the morning, but peer pressure got the better of me and I ended up taking a huge bong rip. When we got to the hill, the weather conditions weren't very good. There was lots of wind, blowing snow, and the visibility was terrible, where you could hardly distinguish the hill from the sky. I strapped on my snowboard and went for my first run. Things were fine for a minute, and I was starting to pick up some speed, but then all of a sudden I was flying through the air and landed backwards on my upper back/neck/head with a huge thud. The wind was knocked out of me like never before, and I panicked for what felt like an eternity, until I was finally able to take a breath. I could hear some people laughing at me from a nearby chairlift, but this subsided when I couldn't get up and someone finally got the ski patrol to bring a stretcher and pull me off the hill. I got checked out by paramedics, but was eventually able to stand up and make my way to the ski lodge, where I sat down in a stoned haze for the rest of the day until my friends were done snowboarding. I had problems with my back 4 years afterward that required physiotherapy, but no serious injuries. Here's what happened. I was bombing it down the hill and, completely unbeknownst to me, went straight into a massive tabletop jump that sent me flailing wildly through the air. The ski hill staff normally put red dye around the outline of the jumps so that they are clearly visible in all weather conditions, but it was the first thing in the morning and hadn't done so yet. The lack of visibility, combined with being way too high to function normally, resulted in me nearly getting paralyzed, or worse, on the first run of the day. I still think about it regularly and cringe at my boneheaded decision to get high. I'm lucky I didn't end up with life-altering injuries. I had interviewed for a company up in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, a manufacturing company that made some food products. I don't want to call this company by name, but think of it as a really small, really poorly run stone wall kitchen. There were a lot of warning signs during the interview. For instance, instead of it being a full-time job, they wanted a proposal for contract work. Even though it was presented as a full-time job, both the owner and his daughter proceeded to make fun of anybody who had a doctorate in food science. I don't have one, but I took offense to them openly mocking a valuable level of education. The place was a closely packed disaster that looked like an OSHA violation just waiting to happen. Basically, the place was being run by a bunch of people who happened to get lucky. They interpreted that luck as intelligence. They then cheat all over anyone or anything that proposed improvements or changes. I mentally noped out when they started asking what food science is anyway. I thanked them for their time and went on my way. Fast forward a couple of years and I become friends with a guy who is also in the food industry, but more on the marketing side. He had also going to talk to them, but more recently. It turns out, at the time, they were just trying to build up the company so they could make it look good and sell it off. They managed to sell the company, but they also continued to work for the company. They then proceeded to try and reroute all clients to their new business venture that they were then going to leave and pursue. From what I hear, they just barely dodged prison and I dodged a bullet. That could have been a short-term career crippler. A literal bullet. Back when I was in 8th grade, my school organized an outdoor adventure trip which involved basic rope climbing, plank walk, archery, shooting, the one with the rifle that has stone-like bullet, and nature survival guide. Upon arrival we were divided into groups. All groups will individually attend particular assigned event. Mine was rope climbing to nature survival guide to archery/shooting. Rope climbing was uneventful, me being the fat boy just stood by watching everyone else. So on to survival lesson, which was 1 hour long. During lesson, I was sitting on the ground listening when I hear a tap sound from tree near me. When I saw there was white stuff oozing out of tree bark, I didn't get what was happening, so didn't pay much attention. Now on to archery/shooting. We were given option to choose between archery and shooting. I took archery, which was on same bracket next to shooting. Pretty much shooting was finished before archery. At the end the instructor told me and 2 of my friends to pick all the arrows, during which I saw a big tear hole in sheet that was hanging behind wooden board where arrows and bullets hit. I went there to see if any arrows I missed. Upon looking through the hole I saw a group sitting with one instructor instructing them something. To my shock, that's when I realized that is where the nature survival lesson is going on. And that white stuff wasn't just anything but the bullet that came all the way from shooting range to where lessons was going on. To this day I haven't told anyone until now. Pretty crazy stuff. Not marrying the first woman I thought I would. I was 32. She was 27. I was the first guy she dated. After getting out of a horrible marriage, she was hot and the sex was incredible. I was hypnotized and was willing to overlook any red flags. One night she told me she was sexually assaulted in the past. She said she had some issues from it, and I told her I would stand by her side and do whatever she needed. Eventually she started drinking more and more. and becoming extremely depressed and would push me away. When she drank I wouldn't go away though, and the next day she was always glad I didn't leave. I loved her, and the sex was still incredible, so we talked about getting married. We had a vacation planned together and was planning on proposing while we were there. About a month before we left, she finally pushed me away for good. Told me she was still in love with her ex and just didn't want to be with me. She said she is sometimes suicidal, and being around me makes it worse. I was devastated, but realized later it was for the best. I'm not in touch with her, but looked at her Facebook page and see she's now married with a daughter. I couldn't be happier for her. I'm so happy she, hopefully, found peace and happiness in her life. But I also realized she wasn't ready for that when we were together. I would have done anything I could to make us work, but she wasn't there yet. And I realized that not only would I never had been able to make her happy, but my life would probably be horrible while I tried. When I was 12 I was in the Boy Scouts and my troop was on the way back from a jamboree, big gathering of troops. We were on the highway in one of those 15 passenger vans and my best friend found a tick in his arm. We swapped seats, so an adult could help him get it out with a lighter, and only a few moments after we did, our tire blew, and the van went through a guardrail off an overpass into a small valley. The van rolled a few times and ultimately landed upside down in a small stream. I crawled out and flagged down a lady that fortunately had a car phone. This was before cell phones were popular, and she called 911. The rest of that day all kind of blurs together. I have memories of sitting on the side of the road and watching a helicopter land. They loaded someone in. I lost my shoe in the mud when I was crawling up the hill. My uncle's watch was broken. I rode in a fold-down seat in the back of an ambulance to the hospital. Adults kept asking me what happened. I was just a kid. Why were they asking me? I kept wondering. A lot of minor details that I was hyper focused on, but not really aware of what was going on. There were 13 passengers in the van and I didn't have a scratch on me. Everyone else had broken bones and cuts, but my best friend who I had just traded seats with lost both of his arms and one of his legs in the accident and died in the hospital a few hours later. That was a pretty big bullet that missed me by a hair. Not me but my husband. He had started acting strangely right after my mom died. I was mad at the world and took it as a personal affront, thinking this is it. We've been married 2 years and now this is what he's really like. Some time passed and things got stranger. One weekend, he slept almost every single moment. I could only rouse him twice, but he kept swearing he was fine and kept answering all my questions, showing orientation to time, place, person, etc. Early the next week, he decides to go to the ER again after being in and out of the ER/urgent care for 2 weeks, only to be diagnosed with dehydration because he drank sodas instead of water. He decides to go back, and I'm like, okay fine. Our daughter had just had surgery that day, so I was tending to her. 4 hours later, he calls me and says he's still in the waiting room and thinks he should come home. Here's what I opened my mouth to say. Oh, yeah, your vitals are perfect, and it's just a waste of resources. Here's what actually came out of my mouth. No, I think you should stay. And make sure to ask for a CT scan of your head. Completely serious, by the way. Not as an insult, hand to God, I have no idea why I said that. 4 hours later, he calls again. It's now 2:30 AM. I hear sirens in the background. Hey, so, funny story. I'm in an ambulance being taken to, name of big, fancier hospital 20 miles away. They said I'll be in ICU there, and that a neurosurgeon is waiting, because I've got some kinda tumor. Could you let my parents know? Med surgeon as soon as I got there. He told me he had a 5 centimeter tumor with severe hydrocephalus. He needed urgent brain surgery to save his life, and he couldn't guarantee me he would survive the surgery, so it was time to talk about end of life wishes. Asked me a few questions about my observations, and I told him everything I had seen in the past month, all the way down to the sleeping all weekend. Yeah, normally, when they start doing that, they never wake up again. A couple years later after surgery and radiation, benign tumor is still there but much smaller. Hydrocephalus was relieved with a burhole, and I have a living husband who came back to me immediately after he had the surgery. All the strangeness of the personality changes just vanished. I still don't know what possessed me to say what I said on the phone, but if it hadn't, I'd have been a widow at 32. Was trying to ride my friend's somewhat loony quarter horse in the middle of the pasture. The horse had destroyed the saddle a few weeks earlier by going bonkers, and so I was on it trying to ride bareback, but it wouldn't get going for anything, no matter how hard I tried. So I'm sitting there like, what do I do now? And the horse takes off, like it's running away from Satan or something. I was amazed at how smooth the ride was with the horse going flat out across the Texas scrub brush. I tried reining him in, and his head would lift, but he didn't let up a bit. Turns to the left or right just turned his head, but he kept on running straight ahead at a breakneck pace. Suddenly a small ravine appeared, maybe a foot or two depression across our path. I thought he was going to jump it, but instead he took a right angle turn, and I kept on going the same direction. Son's horse. I had enough time to think about life and my many mistakes and what I might do when making contact with the ground, so I decided a tuck and roll was the way to go, having seen a lot of A-Team and other action shows at the time. The tuck and roll went amazingly well. I hit with my shoulders first, and began rolling at high speed across the ground. Again I had enough time to reflect on things and I figured I better do something about the way I was rolling across the landscape, so I decided to kick my legs out straight on the next revolution. I did, and my heels hit the ground with tremendous force, wearing boots thank God, and the impact and my momentum kicked me up into the air for a full forward flip, and I landed on my feet, standing there. My friend, who had been running after me and the horse, certain I was going to meet my doom, could only stand there, jaw open, saying, "How did you do that?" Driving down the road in high school. It's a 2-lane road, one each way, and the person in front of me was going 40 in a 50. Finally the double yellow switched to dashed lines, letting me legally pass him. I signal left, change into the very empty oncoming lane. As I begin passing him, going about 50, he sped up. I figured it's the usual where people just drive the same speed as those around them, so I got up to 60. He's still next to me, so I decided to just back off to 45 and get behind him again. Nope, just before I can switch over he slams his brakes to lock me in the left lane. Now I'm pissed. I gunned it to about 75 and he's just barely blocking me from moving over, so again I hit the brakes. He does it again. I realize he's literally not going to let me get out of this oncoming lane, and who knows when another car will come along. Fuck it, I decide to go for it. Foot on the floor, I'm doing about 95 and slowly pulling in front of him when I see someone coming towards me, an 18-wheeler. I decided I was close enough to passing him, I'm better off continuing, so I keep going. I hit about 120, just as I get in front enough to pass him. I swerved in front of him about 2 to 3 car lengths from slamming into the semi. I probably had a foot on this car. Heart racing, my passenger scared shuttles sheetless. I have no idea what happened with the other car. I can't remember if he turned, stayed behind me, nothing. I remember every second until I swerved, but not a damn thing after. I'm beyond late to the party, but here is my experience. I was late for school when I was 16 years old. My parents refused to give me a ride, so I walked. By the time I left, the neighborhood was empty. I lived in a new development in a fairly affluent part of town, which is why I noticed a guy driving a beat up Ford Bronco. He stopped and asked me for directions. I told him where to go, and he offered me a ride. I said no and kept walking, full of myself, because I figured he just wanted an excuse to talk to a pretty girl. Well, that changed really quickly. As I crossed the street into an undeveloped lot near a neighborhood, he stopped me again. This time I knew something wasn't right. He pulled over to where I was walking, pointed a gun at me and said, "Get the fuck in the car, or I'll blow you away." I had an out-of-body experience at that point. I had been extensively trained in martial arts for 8 years, but all the self-defense techniques I learned were out the window. I just did what he said. I guess I have to credit my parents' several forms of abuse into complying with threatening behavior. I also believe I was in shock and went into a state of mind where I just went numb and obeyed. In what seemed like an eternity, I could see myself walking towards the passenger door as I weighed my options of survival. I remembered my mom told me to never go to a second location with someone because that's where they kill you. But I couldn't stop myself from walking right into what would happen. I looked and saw the nearest house was too far to run to and get help. He would have shot me or caught up to me before I did. Because my dad sold cars and often restored them, I was quick to notice all the details about the vehicle. I hoped details would help me survive. I told the police later it was about a 1986 Ford Bronco with a paint job that had the Phoenix Suns colors and Kelly brand tires. Once in the vehicle I thought about jumping out, but he must have read my demeanor and quickly locked the doors and made me get in the back and covered me with pillows. He then drove to the second location. What he didn't know was that I was extremely familiar with the city, and despite not seeing out the windows, I knew exactly where we were going. I cannot remember where he said where he was taking me, but as he drove I knew he was lying. I called him out on it, and he realized I knew where we were. He tried to confuse me with erratic driving, but I was pretty damn certain I knew where we were. But this time I kept silent. Those details helped find him afterwards. When we got to the vacant home I was terrified. He told me he was going to kill me if my parents didn't give him money. He said he would leave my body in the desert where they would never find me. I knew he was pretty much telling the truth because he showed me the fertilizer, large knife and shovels he had intended for later use. I went into the house with every intention of getting money for him, but he was lying about his intentions. Instead he held me hostage for 8 hours and rapped and beat me while he smoked meth and forced me to try it as well. I guess I didn't do it right because I didn't show anything in my toxicology report later and I didn't feel anything. I have no idea what possessed me to stay calm and talk to him like a friend, but I did. I knew that I had to make him not see me like an object. He had to feel empathy for me. Near the end of my ordeal, he said I was too cool for him to just kill. He made me promise not to tell on him, and he would drive me home. He took forever to finally leave. Looking back I think he was still weighing his options. But leave we did, and I was headed home. But a thought occurred to me then. He didn't know where I lived, because by the time he stopped me, I was at least a quarter of a mile from my home. I thought of my sisters and parents possibly getting hurt and I knew I had to think of a lie and think quick. I told him my mom would be home and notice his car, so it would be better if he dropped me at school. He seemed to think this was a great idea and agreed to drop me there. There was a vocational training school adjacent to my high school about 700 feet from the campus. He dropped me off in the middle of the road and told me to walk. I stayed calm somehow and made my way towards the main campus. I was clutching my torn clothes shut for modesty and just trying not to run. I swear to God, that was the longest walk of my life. I went into the office and finally lost my sheet and barely managed the words I need to call the police. 48 hours later, the driver, a Ford Bronco with Kelly tires and the house I almost pinpointed exactly were found. He spent 10 years in prison in solitary and is still on lifetime probation, which is highly unusual. But the judge at his sentencing said he was likely a repeat offender if this was his first major crime. 27 years later I'm still afraid to walk alone, but it's gotten better. I walked away with my life. I finally talked myself into getting out of a mentally and physically abusive relationship after being with her for over a year. She would tell me I'm worthless, call me a piece of shit, would say that I should burn in hell with my family, and would act different around her friends when I was with her. It was like she was someone else and put me on the back burner. One time we went to Pride in Pensacola, Florida and she disappeared when I went to the bathroom. I called and called, and when she finally answered she cursed me out for blowing up her phone and wouldn't tell me where she was. I was 19, completely wasted, and crying trying to find her. I didn't know what was going on and some police officers helped me find her, and when they did she ended up getting arrested for flipping them off and resisted arrest, so they pepper sprayed her. She blamed that on me, saying I better pay her back for her bond. The physically abusive part is she would grab me and push me to the wall and scream in my face like I was a child. To top it all off, she was cheating on me, and I ended up fighting the girl she was cheating on me with at her apartment because she ended up going inside with a key and went upstairs and locked the door. That's a long story to add to this, but needless to say I dragged her down the stairs by her ankles and punched her in the stomach because she punched me in the face when I told her I wasn't going to leave. I'm so glad I got out of that horrible relationship. She to this day tries to contact me and tells me she's sorry for treating me like that and I'm the one that got away. She cried when I told her I didn't love her anymore and that made me happy inside. This didn't happen to me as well, but to a friend of mine. Girl was at a bar somewhere in Europe, don't remember where. She was flirting and dancing with a guy, a little kiss here and there, then he asked her to go home with him. She was kinda inclined to go, but since she was with some friends she decided not to. Fast forward to a week later in her hometown, she developed some kind of weird black rash near her lips. She didn't make a big deal of it, but decided to go to the doctor anyway. They took a swab of the rash for some tests, and when they came back, the doctor had a really serious look on her face and asked, have you been in touch with dead animals or anything else like that? Baffled by this question, she said no, and the doctor explained that that rash was caused by someone that was in contact with dead rotten flesh. She then started retracing her steps and the only possible conclusion was that guy in the club, the only person she had kissed. She had his name and his phone number and thankfully that was enough for the local authorities to contact the other country's authorities and locate the guy. Turns out she had 2 bodies of women in his apartment and the rash from dead cells in her lips was from his contact with the bodies. When I was around 11 or 12 I had an account on this old forum. I'm not sure if it even exists anymore. And this man popped up in my inbox talking about how he thinks I'm a cute girl and that his son my age would really like me. He told me about his big backyard and how much his son and I could have fun being friends. He was barely speaking English, but I just thought they were typos. When I told my mother about it, so happy that I might meet a new friend my age, she freaked out. Like, her face turned blue and she told me to delete the account and never talk to this person again. He was approximate 35 to 45 years of age, and I'm sure he's a pedophile fishing for children online. We never heard from him again, obviously. I don't remember if I had given out any personal info, but it was a close call as I recall it. Moral of the story, kids, talk to your parents/guardians about things happening in your life. Even the slightest of them could pose a threat to you and or your family's safety. Sometimes, we are too young to detect malicious intent coming from adults, and that's why it's crucial to talk to those adults which we trust. Stay safe. Edit. Parents. Talk to your kids. Ask them if they met someone. Ask them if they might think someone in their surroundings is acting odd. You need to ask the right questions. Also, more importantly, build trust with your child. Don't punish them for coming forward. Don't punish them for trusting you. Praise them. My mom never grounded me when I came forward. The sentence was always lessened when I told the truth, contrary to when she caught me lying. Build trust. Talk. Never punish them for confiding in you, and you'll never miss a thing. Going to a party with my friend, his girlfriend and her friend, female. The party, as I later learned, was his girlfriend's brother's military graduation party. He had graduated from her elite force team. So he now was just done with the training and could finally call himself a. Almost everyone there now was a elite force. Who guys that could move a piano 5 flights of stairs and make it look like it was a bag of potatoes. It was clear the moment stepped into the apartment we was not welcome there, but was allowed due to the girls I made great success with girlfriend's friend. The girlfriend got a bit drunk and kisses another guy there a bit. An argument broke out. Meanwhile her friend had dragged me to a quiet place. The girlfriend's brother's bedroom. I was a bit hesitant about it, but she assures me it was alright. I didn't see that much harm in it since no way in hell was I going to do anything with her in another men's bedroom and not with 25 other dudes in the same apartment. So we sit at his bed and just talked for a while when he burst into his bedroom and accused me for trying to have sex on his bed. I managed to calming him down just enough to not rip me apart instantly. Walking out of his bedroom with sheet load of shame for doing nothing. Then next thing hit me like a brick wall. My friend have an argument with his girlfriend. That was not the scariest part. There are 25 elite force dudes watching waiting for an excuse to throw my friend out of the apartment through the concrete wall, and they might be kind enough to throw me out through the closed door. So I walked up to my friend, told him we need to leave now. He is a bit drunk and just got his heart crushed. So he don't listen at all. Told him I'm not backing you up against 25 ppl and you got 2 minutes then I'm leaving. I was the designated driver, so he will have to figure another way to get home. Except both of us know there were none other than walking 70 miles. So I put my jacket and shoes on, grabbed his jacket, and placed his shoes, so he could just jump in them as we were soon to running for our lives. Did open the door slightly, so it was only to flung it open. Now very nervous and observer where everyone was. Luckily they were further in the apartment. Told him we are leaving now. He would not listen. Tried to drag him out, he got more upset, and so was the Elite Force dudes. Told him I'm not going to die here, him heading down one floor to get a head start. He got exactly 1 minute to get out of this apartment, or at best be stranded miles from closest house beside this apartment complex. When 30 seconds had passed I hear a roar from 25 ppl and just fly down the stairs. Hear my friend shouting for me. So I stayed and did hold up the door to the stairs. We hear what sound like a herd of elephants running down to the ground floor and fast. We run to the car in what felt was the speed of light. We was lucky that, while they are strong all the muscles weighed them down and couldn't run fast. So as we started the car that were approaching fast, we was just able to pull out of the parking lot and leaving them behind. Was on a flight from Germany to Israel in 2004 when someone called in a bomb threat on the plane. Lufthansa pilots were told to turn the plane around just as it began its descent into Tel Aviv. They assured air control that there was no threat and that they didn't have enough fuel to go anywhere else. Israel responded by sending warplanes to escort the flight away. They didn't tell us passengers what was happening, so when my fellow travelers saw the fighter pilots flanking the plane, they all leaned into the windows and waved excitedly. The Israeli pilots were so close, we could see their faces. The Austrian sitting next me asked whether all flights to Israel were escorted into landing. I said nope and started listing off in my head all the things I had experienced in my 26 years, that I could die grateful for them. The plane banked hard and we were leaving Israel's coastline, still in the dark about what was happening. We were escorted to Cyprus, and as we landed and taxied, watched news vans drive up to capture video of us. Once we deplaned, I placed a collect call to my parents back in the States. My dad's giddy, relieved voice instantly told me he knew more than I did. It was international news. Several hours later, after a bomb squad checked the entire plane, they loaded us back up and took us into Tel Aviv. There was no bomb. The next day, I'm out getting breakfast with a friend and we pick up a newspaper with an article about the ordeal. Apparently the Lufthansa pilot's refusal to comply right away nearly got us killed. The fighter pilots were quoted as saying they could see our faces and with their fingers on the trigger, prayed they wouldn't get the order to blow us out of the sky. Side note, props to my dad who managed to keep his cool all day and not tell my mom what was happening until I was safely in Tel Aviv, so she wouldn't freak out. About 10 years ago, I was working at a hosting company. I'm really a programmer, but had just moved to a new area and took the first job I could get. I was first through third tier of tech support, small company, for dedicated/shared/co-own, but I quickly made myself useful with scripting and some minor in-house utility development. After I'd been there some time, we had a new client sign up for a new dedicated hosting plan. They were a relatively high maintenance client, lots of customizations on their server, and odd restrictions on physical access and such. Nothing wildly out of the ordinary, but certainly not the norm for our little shop. They had about 20 people on their staff with access to the server, but they complained constantly about having more granular access controls and live monitoring points. Eventually, they asked if they could commission us for a custom development job. During design discussions, the scope kept increasing to the point where we were going to make a mini social platform for them. Think Facebook slower, more retarded nephew. I was brought in near the end of the negotiations to give my take on feasibility. I noted that it was going to be a large project, more than a year of active development. They signed off, and I was handed the project as my primary responsibility for the foreseeable future. The development I did on it was a little weird, to say the least. They were incredibly anxious about access controls and making sure admin users could silently monitor activity. They wanted the whole platform to be sort of a gateway to everything else they did. Sort of like an AOL style garden, but for life in general. I was uneasy with some of the requested features, but they were a long way off. I was just building development infrastructure at that point. All the conversations reached me as third party, filtered through my management. I never spoke directly with the client. About a month and a half into it, I get the word from the big boss to cease development and scrub the project. Like, complete sanitization never existed. Their server was not just decommissioned, it was dismantled and trashed. Hard drives were drilled and shredded, etc. Everything we had that pointed to this client was just gone. I asked a few questions as to why/what, but was told the client simply didn't mesh with our culture. The implication was I should drop it and never mention it again. Time passes, I move on to other jobs, the hosting company is eventually sold, rebranded, etc., and I've completely forgotten about it until I begin seeing some news articles here and there mentioning this old client. At first, it was just, oh yeah, I knew those guys. Then I started reading some of the news. It was disturbing, to say the least. I wasn't sure how much was hype and how much was just plain fiction, but if even a little bit of it was true, I was really thankful their culture didn't mesh. As it happens, there was a recent resolution to all of it. Quite a few narrow paths that got me to where I'm now. Off chance learned about US Navy nuclear engineering program, which might be the only military job that anyone outside the military is impressed by, and that allowed me to cut contact and get away from my psycho parents immediately after high school, while also putting me on a path to get into a top 10 engineering degree program afterward. Several near misses in the military, skipping parties where everyone who attended went to jail, stupid shit like that, staring down a commander who was trying to make examples of my team and kick us all out of the Navy, explaining that I couldn't stop him from firing me, but I had dirt that would get his entire executive team fired as well. Navy experience making me stand out in a crowd of highly capable college students to get a job with NASA. Dumb luck, ran into a senator, asked him to write a letter of support to get me into a graduate program when my application was rejected because application paperwork was lost in the mail because it was the 2010s, but universities still rely on mailed paperwork. NASA experience making me stand out in a crowd of highly capable graduate students to help found an incredible Silicon Valley startup. I have cousins, childhood friends, high school friends, military friends, college friends, startup friends who worked just as hard as I did who ended up broke, dropped out, in jail, dead, stuck supporting incompetent family, stuck in bad marriages, financially dependent on bad jobs because they didn't have the same luck that I had. This is long and drawn out and likely to get buried, but it's good. Chilling with a friend one night, I ask him for an Adderall to help with work the next day. He gives it to me before dropping me off. I half forget about it and leave it in my pants before taking them off for bed. I wake up 5:30 am and have a weird feeling, but shake it off. Wake up an hour later to a huge crash. Next, all I see is light beams cutting through the dark of my room. The sheets get yanked off the bed, and as I lay there in my underwear it becomes clear what's happening. Posted around my bed are 8 federal officers in full tactical gear, their rifle-mounted flashlights pointed at my face. I'm yanked out of bed and handed the sweatpants I'd been wearing the night before. After the formalities of arrest, the lead officer takes me shotgun in his truck to county. It's about halfway through this 40-minute drive that I feel the pill in my pocket. Instant sweats. Bringing it into a police vehicle is a charge, but bringing it into county is a felony charge. I know most officers clean their car after arrests wrap, so I don't want to dump it there. Frozen in fear, I take no action. I'm fake no matter what. During booking, the arresting officer stays the whole time. It's during this I realize he's a bit of a big shot round here. All the codes want is attention point, so I'm headed to holding, but first I'm searched. Standard face the wall, hands up. The officer behind me is absolutely fawning over arresting officer, but he's doing a thorough job. Hits the pill less pocket deep, shakes it out and all. I'm dying inside. Right pocket he starts right as arresting officer says something that catches his attention. Point my head down, I watch, almost in slow motion, the pill wiggle from the corner of my pocket as he shakes at my inverse pocket. And then, it drops. As one end of the capsule hit the ground it slightly bounced. The sound echoed in my brain 3 to 4 more bounces till it settled all as loud to me as the last. My head rose to face arresting. Nothing. Look at the window, to see a reflection of the other officer. Nothing. They were too busy faking each other to notice I'd brought a controlled substance into a detention facility. I didn't even attempt to step on it or hide it. We soon left the area, and I was taken to holding. Got out same day and always wonder what they thought when they found it. Drive-by shooting, right on either side of my apartment, this last Sunday. My building is perpendicular to the street, with my apartment on the first floor closest to the road. I was napping in my recliner Sunday evening, when super loud popping noises woke me up, sounding on one side of my apartment then the other. I'm not in a great area. I've played the is it gunshots or fireworks game, but never so close. I stayed in until the cops arrived, then went out to my porch. A woman in the next building was hit. People were screaming that she was dead. An ambulance had come with the police, and I saw them rushing out a gurney and taking off super quick. That implies she was alive, but in a bad state. If she was dead, they wouldn't have gone so quickly. At this point, I looked down when a cop came over to ask questions. There were at least 10 bullets strewn about a foot from my porch, which is about 3 feet wide and right off the sliding glass door to the living room I was sleeping in. I told the cop I heard the shots from the other side of the building first, so she sent an officer to check. He came running back, yelling that the building needed to be evacuated immediately. The shots there had hit a gas line. I ran inside my apartment to grab my purse and the gas smell was extreme. The fire dep came and shut the gas off. We were let back in after about an hour. I had to be escorted around the evidence/bullets, so I didn't disturb anything. I saw the crime scene vans come up. It was dark by this point, so they had their bright spotlights, so they could document everything. I looked outside the back door of my building to see where they were on fixing the gas line a little bit later. That's when I saw that they'd found a bunch more bullets right back there. About 2 feet from my kitchen wall. My apartment and where my car was parked were right in the path of the bullets, but I was super lucky. Nothing was damaged. Still super uneasy here though. This all happened with the sun out on a Sunday early evening. Kids run around the grounds all the time. People go in and out all the time. I work all different hours. I go in and out all the time. Honestly, the fact only one person was hit is surprising. I was planning to move in the spring once training was done at the job I'm starting soon. Now I'm thinking of moving sooner. I just really didn't want to do so when there was a likelihood of snow. But it beats getting shot. When I was 18 months old my mother was preparing a bath for me, so I was running around naked. I decided to climb up on the couch and bang on the screen of an open window, 2nd story. My mother said when she came around the corner all she saw were my 2 feet flying out the window and said she doesn't even remembering touching a single step going down the stairs. For about a month my father had been complaining to the property management to move a huge planter of cacti that was directly under the window I fell from. Luckily, he moved it himself just days before I jumped from the window. Thanks Dad. When my mother got to my body I was crying, screaming bloody murder, and blood was pouring out of my mouth, so literally screaming bloody murder. She feared for internal bleeding. My mother said she has never felt like an ambulance could take any longer. My head had landed just inches from an old water sprinkler. When the paramedics arrived and inspected my injuries they informed my mother that I had bitten a hole completely through my tongue with the only teeth I had, which were the 2 top and 2 bottom front center teeth. No other apparent damage. So altogether I jumped from a 2nd story window, had a cacti planter moved just days before, missed a sprinkler head by inches, pierced my tongue with my own teeth, all while only 18 months old, and naked of course. I don't know who's going to read this far down at this point, but March 26th, 2017, my buddy Corbin announces he's going to go chase a storm setup in Texas the next day. I consider going. I'm 5 months pregnant and not showing yet. Storm chasing is my life. And Corbin's. Corbin and I discuss it briefly and then he kind of goes quiet. I'm mildly hurt by his leaving without me without another word, but I drop it cause I don't think I have the funds right now anyway. So it worked out. March 27th. Corbin leaves for Texas. He eats dinner at Panda Express. The fortune in his fortune cookie says a storm is coming and you will prevail. It seemed like a good omen at the time. March 28th. Another couple of storm chasers chasing for their stupid faking reality TV show blow through their 4th stop sign of the last 30 minutes. They hit Corbin on the driver's side doing approximate 90 miles per hour in a 45. Everyone involved is killed instantly. Our mutual friend Mike, also chasing those storms that day, arrives at the accident scene and positively identifies Corbin as the driver of the Jeep. He confirms to me that Corbin is gone, and I call his mother to tell her what has happened. I won't ever forget her screaming, "I'm at home alive, but my life as I know it still dies with him." He meant so much to so many. March 29th. I find out from mutual friends that, because I was pregnant, no matter how early it still was, Corbin didn't want me chasing. Now, to someone who doesn't chase and doesn't know the ins and outs, it seems to be a no-brainer, but there's a reason I felt confident enough to chase despite the pregnancy. The thing with storm chasing is that if you know what you're doing, you don't need to worry much about being injured or killed by the storms. There are several areas under and around these otherwise dangerous storms that are relatively safe as long as you stay alert and again, know your storm anatomy. I also learned, though, that Corbin hadn't been worried at all about me being hurt because of a storm. He knew the things I just listed in terms of the relative safety of actual chasing for himself. He'd been chasing longer than me and knew his sheet point. He had expressed concern, though, about other drivers and the potential for an accident far away from home and away from my family/doctors. He died in exactly that way because of another driver. He knew how goddamn stupid some of these other people who call themselves chasers are on the roads out there. I'm still here. Obviously. I struggled with guilt for a long time. Had I gone with him, could I have seen them coming and warned Corbin to slow down so we could let them barrel through the intersection despite the fact that they had the stop sign and Corbin didn't? Would I have survived the incredibly violent collision, the force of which sheared the goddamn engine of his Jeep off the block, but left the rolled up passenger's side window intact? I don't know. What I do know is I'm still here, and my best friend isn't. Thanks for ghosting me, Corbin. I miss you so much. Thanksgiving week 12 years ago, I banged my thumb knuckle on the side of the cooler and got a deep scratch at work while cooking wings for the bar I worked at. Washed out the scratch and covered it with Neosporin, but not until after I realized I had put my hand in a raw wing bucket to count out a basket of wings cut to the next day. The scratch is sore and red. Day after, it's a little swollen and very red in the morning. Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. Towards the end of the day I notice a red streak going up my arm and go to CVS to ask if they had any ointment I could cover my scratch in to help. I was 18 and fresh out of high school, so yes, I was very dumb. I asked the pharmacist at the desk what can I do for this and showed him my forearm with lines that followed up the veins beneath my pale white skin. The pharmacist's mouth drops a little and he says instantly, "You need to get to a hospital." Being dumb, I replied, "Yeah, I was going to go to urgent care after Thanksgiving dinner if it didn't get better tomorrow." And he replied, "No, you need to get to an emergency room right now." As the blood infection trail up my arm further, I call my mom and we rush to the hospital 45 minutes away, and the receptionist rushed to get me signed in. Without waiting even 5 minutes, I'm now sitting in the back in her examination room and a guy's numbing my thumb nerves up and splicing my thumb knuckles swollen skin and draining dark red infected blood. They then partially wrap it and get me right in for x-rays while telling me that they may be waking me up around 2 AM for surgery if the heavy dose of antibiotics doesn't touch it. After the x-ray, the doctor walked in and called me lucky. Being a naive 18-year-old, I had a what's the big deal attitude until the doctor explained how the blood infection could have reached the lymph nodes in my armpits. He explained had I went to bed that night, ready for Thanksgiving the next day, I would have died from cardiac arrest due to the infection reaching my lymph nodes. I was shocked, and it sobered me up to how easily your life could end. During my third year of medical school I was on surgical rotation with an attending physician that loved to pimp his students. He would publicly ask students tough questions that they likely wouldn't know the answer to for the sake of embarrassing them in front of the staff and feeding his ego. Soon enough I was assisting that surgeon with a routine hernia repair, and it was my turn to get pimped. I had been up with my newborn the previous night and didn't get any sleep. To speak of what was worse, I hadn't reviewed the patient's history or the relevant anatomy associated with the repair, but I was a student. My job was essentially to hand tools to the surgeon. At any rate, during the hernia repair he asked me a series of questions related to the tissue layers of the abdomen, and I literally answered "I'm sorry, I don't know" each time. With every "I don't know" his rancor grew, until he was nearly foaming at the mouth beneath his surgical mask. He let me know just how unimpressed he was, and he didn't speak to me for the rest of the procedure. After we broke scrub and cleaned up he told me to wait in the lounge and excused himself to the washroom. After 20 minutes I started to realize what was going on. I checked the washroom. He was gone. I went down to the nurse's station and asked if anyone had seen him. I was told he was already doing another hernia repair on his next patient. He totally ditched me. I was 100% screwed. This guy controlled my grade, and he was for sure going to tank me, and to be fair, I sort of had it coming. I was nauseous with anxiety as I imagined having to explain a shitty surgery clinical evaluation during residency interviews. The thing is, I was generally a good student, but he happened to catch me on a day when I was legit unprepared. He gave me the brush off for the rest of the day, until it was finally time to go home. I knew I was faked. Then, boom. Next day, COVID lockdowns hit. All rotations are suspended. Fast forward 6 weeks. I'm at the same hospital on my first day back after the forced COVID hiatus. I'm absolutely dreading working with that surgeon again, but sure enough, I'm on the schedule with him for an early morning hernia repair the following day. I track him down and rendezvous with him in the locker room. With my tail between my legs I say "Good morning, drive asterisk asterisk asterisk. It looks like I'm with you on a case tomorrow." He finishes tying his scrub cap around his head and says, "Hi, nice to meet you, what's your name?" I got a do-over. He had zero recollection of me. What's better, I totally remembered to review all the abdominal tissue layers that night, and when I was quizzed on them the following morning during the surgery I nailed every question. We wound up having a great professional relationship, and he even wrote me a strong letter of recommendation for residency. Edit. Typo. Removed a superfluous "the." I was in the Marine Corps and living in the barracks. I started dating this guy who seemed super sweet and acted like a gentleman / treated me well. He was from a small town, hadn't had a lot of worldly experience, and was a virgin. Important for this story. We had been seeing each other for about a month and had been intimate at this point. We were hanging out in his room with other people there as well, eating pizza and just chatting. Everything seemed great. His friends decided they wanted to go play pool / drink at a local bar. I don't like playing pool, so I decided to stay at the barracks. I was going to go back to my room and shower / rest for the evening, but he asked me to stay a bit longer. I caved and we sat together and continued chatting. Future plans came up, and he stated matter-of-factly that we were getting married and going to live in a 2-story house with a picket fence, 2 kids, and a dog. That because we had had sex, I had to marry him. That because he had chosen me as his first, I had no choice. To him, it was the proper thing to do. I was shocked / startled at this comment and told him that I wasn't going to marry him and didn't know him well enough to know whether or not that was in my future. He became enraged and grabbed me from behind. He put a knife to my throat and told me that I will marry him or else. I went cold and started sweating. I started telling him if he hurt me, we couldn't get married, and if he hurt me, wouldn't he feel bad? I said whatever I could think of to talk him down. I don't know how long I sat there with the knife to my throat. It felt like hours, but was probably only about 5 or so minutes. I eventually calmed him down enough to let me go. He then put it to his own throat and demanded me to stay with him/marry him, or he was going to kill himself. It took everything I had to keep myself from running out of the door. I guess I felt sort of responsible? I don't know. It was a very scary/strange experience. I eventually got him to calm down and put away the knife. I immediately called my command and the military police on base. I don't know what ended up happening to him due to my being transferred soon after. I was really young and got engaged to this guy who was actually my boss at a summer job. He seemed nice while we were dating, but as soon as we became engaged he started to change. He went from verbal abuse to mental abuse to physical abuse in a pretty short amount of time. I kept thinking he would get better, but it never did. I had taken a semester off college while seeing him and kept talking to him about going back, but he would always belittle me and make me feel like I shouldn't do it. Finally, after one really bad night where my head made contact with the hood of a car one too many times, as I lay on the gravel being kicked, I realized this is not the life I want. I finally fought back, shoved then kicked the guy as hard as I could in his shin and just booked it down the road until I came to a gas station and called a friend to pick me up. I didn't talk to him for a week, but he kept begging me, telling me he wanted to apologize in person and make it up to me. I finally met up with him and we talked it out. He wanted me to stay, but I told him I had to get up very early. As I was leaving I told him I was going to go back to college and he just taunted me and said I would never do it. As I walked out I said, actually, I leave tomorrow. He just stood there dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. While I was ignoring him for that week, I contacted someone at my college who helped me to get everything situated and signed up for classes. I even found an apartment off campus and had ordered my books. I was basically all set to leave and so thankful to this lady to help expedite everything and that it all happened right before school started. I broke off our engagement and focused on school. After a year in school I had acknowledged all the crap I had been through with this guy and just showed up at his office one day to confront him about his abuse. He wasn't used to seeing me so confident and strong and just sat there like a blubbering idiot. I walked out feeling so good about myself, and I was so thankful that I dodged that abusive a-hole bullet. Best decision of my life. Doctor I was seeing decided to up the new medicine I was on. Unbeknownst to me, this medicine can lower your seizure threshold in higher doses, and the amount she upped it to was particularly dangerous. She hadn't warned me, because I have no history of seizures or epilepsy, but I wouldn't find this out until later. Cut to a Sunday afternoon, husband and I are chilling in the basement and I have just taken my first new dose of this medicine. About 20 minutes later I start to feel crummy and tired, just not feeling right. I tell him I am probably going to go take a shower and then lie down. A few minutes go by, he's on his computer, I'm watching TV, and I decide that maybe I'll just hang out a little bit longer on the couch or try and nap. Before I shower suddenly I'm being shaken awake by a bunch of unfamiliar voices and I come to, completely disoriented in our basement, and forth in my arm and my husband holding on to me telling me I've just had a seizure. A full grand mal or tonic-clonic seizure. There's 2 paramedics in our basement and a stretcher. Every inch of my body feels like it's on fire and I bit my tongue so hard the end is numb. Being that I had no idea what the fuck was going on, I kept saying, "No, you're mistaken. I didn't have a seizure." And the paramedics and my incredibly rattled husband kept reiterating that I had, and that no, I couldn't go take a shower now, no, I couldn't change out of my pajamas, and yes, I had to go in the ambulance to the hospital right now. Did I mention I was disoriented? When the staff asked me what medicine I had taken and at what dosage, not one of them was surprised when they learned that was what had caused my seizure. Every doctor I spoke with after this, including the MRI techs, said that they have seen this numerous times before and that it really isn't that uncommon. What the fuck point? This whole situation understandably scared my husband, and I'm truly thankful that he jumped into action and called 911 when he saw me seizing. If I hadn't waited to shower, I would definitely seized in there and my husband, being in the basement, wouldn't have heard me, and I more than likely would have hit my head when I collapsed and possibly died. A fact that scares me to this day. Point I stopped seeing that doctor, and I don't ask my husband about what happened. He is completely traumatized by it and told me he was terrified he was going to lose me. Under medical advisement I stopped taking that medication and have had no seizures since. This was almost 3 years ago. I try not to think about it. Was at a cabin in BC with a bunch of friends. Decided to stay couple days later and go home with 2 other friends. My guy friend said he could fit 3, but the backseat was a little sketch. Didn't think too much or it until it was our time to leave, and this car was a really old street race car. Sorry, don't know my cars, but standard drive and basically just the frame of the car. The back seat was just the meal frame of seats with no seat belt and a bar across the top. Immediately I thought this is a bad faking idea, but went with it because it was my only ride home at this point. My girlfriend offers to take the back so she can lay down and sleep. I didn't argue. Selfishly, we are ripping through the mountain pass, Shaswap to Calgary, and it's pouring rain. He's shifting up so quickly behind vehicles, quickly shifting down and riding their tail, swerving in and out of traffic, minimal passing lanes, and around sharp mountain turns. The whole time I'm thinking I should say something. Then we are going around this tight corner veering left, and he's passing a vehicle and the wheels suddenly catch all the water pooling on the highway and the car starts hydroplaning. So badly that our vehicle's back end started drifting out parallel to the highway. Back end now straight across in front of the vehicle we just passed. We keep spinning counterclockwise across all 4 lanes. Just miss a vehicle coming the opposite direction. Just miss smashing into guardrail on the other side. I'm thinking the whole time about my friend in the back seat. I can see her gripping the bar above. No one has made a sound. Driver is frantically recorrecting over and over. We come to a complete stop facing traffic on the opposite side. Car is stalled, and he's turning the ignition over and over. I can see his hand shaking. As soon as a trailer comes around the corner the vehicle starts, and he's able to peel over to the side, where there just happens to be a pullout in the road. We all just sat there in silence. My 2 friends got out. She sat in the trees for a bit. He just stood there. It wasn't until we got back together months later and all talked about how terrifying that moment was. I legitimately thought I was going to die by either swiping the first truck head on, hitting the guardrail, or getting smashed head on by a trailer. People die on that drive all the time, and I thought for sure I was one of them. Moral of the story: seat belts, always. And if a driver is making you feel unsafe, say something. My parents took me, my aunt, and my cousin out on their boat. The lake is a decent sized reservoir in Colorado, and the weather was changing. My dad, always the careful one, said it was time to take the boat back to the slip. We packed up quickly, got the boat tied off, and took off running for the parking lot. It was just starting to hail when we were packing up. The wind was pretty terrible, and in Colorado, the weather changes fast. Cousin and aunt leave, and I stay with my parents in their motorhome. The motorhome was in a campsite, kind of overlooking the lake. About an hour after we went to the motorhome, we saw a fire truck and a county sheriff deputy pull in. They went down to the boat dock, but that's as much as we could see. We honestly thought it was a drowning or something, but there was no ambulance or anything. No coroner either. My mom and I decided to drive down there, just to be nosy. As we are walking to the docks, we stopped. The docks are up in the air, bent all crazy. Boats look like a giant played with them. Some boats are underwater, and some have other boats on them. Anyone that would have been on those walkways would have ended up seriously injured or dead. It turns out the wind was so bad, the dock swayed too much, and the anchors holding it all together underwater broke. The fire department was there in case something happened with the electrical lines. Sheriff was there to evacuate folks off their boats. Our boat half sank. Another boat half landed on top of it during the storm, and the walk waded a little. We have pictures of Department of Wildlife guys standing in our boat, and you can see the bottom of the boat half on top of ours. We lost everything in the storage compartments, but at least we survived. Didn't happen to me, but to my childhood best friend. This friend had actually moved away in about the 2nd grade, and this story happened in the 6th grade. Funny thing, his family moved back here freshman year. Well, his family was doing their normal Sunday afternoon routines. His mom was cleaning the house, his dad mowing the lawn, him and all his brothers doing chores. Well, it just so happened this weekend was also grocery weekend. His dad usually was the one to go do the shopping, and this time he wanted to take my friend and his two brothers with him. As they were all getting in the car, the tornado sirens went off. Now where they lived, and honestly many places in the Midwest aka Tornado Alley, most of the time the sirens were ignored, as a lot of times, even when they go off, it's assumed the tornado isn't necessarily gonna hit right where you are at, if there is even one that touches down. So they kept getting in the car, when randomly his mom came out and asked them to stay home. She said this time it just feels different. Well, turns out that the store they were going to go to was absolutely destroyed by the tornado, and they would have been in the building and all four of them probably would have been killed. His mom absolutely saved all of their lives off of a feeling. Oh, and I should mention that he lived in Joplin, Missouri, and this was the tornado on May 22nd, 2011. That was an F5 and is the deadliest tornado in recent US history. So he dodged a huge bullet. When I was 17 years old, I had this boyfriend who was kinda crazy. He screamed at me, was incredibly jealous, lit story in between. He was very jealous. Once he didn't want me to take the bus to my school, but instead wanted me to drive with his car. The reason? He was afraid someone on the bus might touch me inappropriately, aka sexually assault me, and I might like it, and might have sex in the bus right then and there. I took the bus. During one fight he scared me so much that I locked myself in the bathroom. He started banging at the door like a faking maniac. I just had this scene from The Shining in my head and called my dad. He came for me immediately, but had to drive 20 minutes. In those 20 minutes my ex managed to get in and hit me for the first and last time. Thanks to my dad I was able to get away safely. Forward a year, I met a wonderful man who is now my fiance, and during that time we were planning on moving in together. My ex messaged me because he wanted to talk about everything. Stupid me accepted. He asked if I hate him. I told him no, which was and still is true, but that I do not care for him at all. I told him that I have absolutely no feelings towards him, nor good or bad. In my opinion, this is even worse than hating someone. In his mind, that meant he should start to beg me to take him back. I said no. He mentioned having a girlfriend to make me jealous maybe, but he actually did have a girlfriend, and I said no, but more disgusted with his behavior. I blocked him after that point. Later that day an unknown number calls me. A woman on the other side asked me what kind of relationship I have with my ex. She was his girlfriend and found my number while going through his phone, reading our conversation. I told her everything that happened, and she broke down crying. Me being me, I tried to comfort her, so she decided to talk about the problems in the relationship. Point here came finally the realization that I dogged a huge abusive bullet. She also told me that he still had a shrine with pictures of me and a run-eye of mine that he sometimes took out to smell it and cry. Point I moved away after that. So back in the day, before everyone carried cell phones, and I was part of this general cohort of cowhawkers, friends, the occasional sibling, and etc., which formed an informal drinking club after work, most often in one of many city parks, apartment pools, or some other place. Could be anywhere from 4 to a dozen people hanging out, shooting the sheet, having a laugh over a cold beer. When the weather was nice enough, many of us preferred wooded parks. Of course the parks were technically closed at 9 p.m. or sometime after sunset. Glass containers were prohibited, and of course not everyone that would be there was technically old enough to drink. But fuck it, we were young and wanted to hang out for a few hours after a long day of working a shitty job. We even had some unwritten rules to avoid cops that served us well. One night, someone suggested we hang out at this large nature preserve that few had been to before. It was a much larger than the average neighborhood greenbelt parks we would frequent. Not long after arriving, and I felt like something was wrong and had the urge to leave. Of course not everyone believed me when I voiced my concern, and only one person, whom was super superstitious and crap, decided to leave with me. We walked out and drove off in my truck. I found out the next day that not even 15 minutes after we left, two cops walk up on foot and proceeded to ticketed everyone for something, took the remaining beers, and walk everyone to the parking to GTFO. I dodged at least one $150 ticket, maybe two since I was drinking out of a glass beer bottle. I think my subconscious recognized was that we were breaking a major rule for not getting caught sneaking into a park while it is closed. Don't park in the parking lot. So if you really feel the need to have some late night beers in a park after it is closed, park on a neighboring street and walk into the park. If the distance is too great or you are too lazy to walk, find another place. English isn't my main language, but last year we had a huge flood in my city and a couple more around here. Me and my mom were coming home from my uncle's. In another city the rain started as soon as we left, and it was so strong that we had to make U-turns in almost every street we went because it was starting to flood. The only place that haven't started to flood yet was a huge avenue that have a river on its side. Everyone in the streets had to take the same path equals by this avenue. It's getting dark. We are stuck in traffic. Everybody is so fucking desperate as the water starts coming up. My mom, thank God my mom, acted so fast. I don't even know how. Next to us, there was the exit of a mall, but there was a bus coming in its direction. My mom somehow turned the car so fast, drove up in the street, and got into the mall, driving upwards to the parking lot. At the same time, the bus closed the same entrance, and nobody else driving on the highway could save themselves like we did. Half an hour later, we couldn't see the cars anymore. People abandoned their cars and jumped the fence to the mall or other people's houses, even though they were also flooded. I remember one couple that refused to leave their car. We could only see them because the lights were on, but the water was so high. I think they left sometime before this. We spent almost 15 hours in the mall, sleeping in our car. If my mom didn't acted so fast, if she hadn't moved the second she did, we would have lost our car and everything in it. My expensive electric piano, it still gives me anxiety just to think about that day. I was so scared. Eventually, we couldn't even see the bus. The water was coming up to the second floor of the mall. I'm sorry for those people on our way home. The next day, we only saw destruction and sorrow for those people who lost their homes. It was pretty recently, like a week ago. I was with my friend, who is quite skinny and a bit shorter than the average guys around, and I'm even shorter. Yeah, it sounds unnecessary to bring up, but it may be an important part. We had found a missing people paper about this guy who disappeared a few days ago around the hospital area, so we walked there just in case we would find this missing guy. From the start I doubted that we would find him, but my friend insisted and said that we should just see if he's there or not and just see it as an adventure or something. So we got close to the area and there were a bunch of people there just minding their own business. Among them was this guy that stared at us, but I brushed it off. My friend told me that we should go the straight route because he needs to find a place to park his bike. So we went in and there was just one person there, eating or something. Then we noticed that the guy who stared at us followed us. My friend stopped me from going any further and just looked back at this guy. I was pretty confused until I saw the guy following us, and we turned silent for probably 10 seconds just staring at each other. Then this weird guy turned around and pretended like nothing happened. We quickly bolted out of there and decided to walk another route. My friend later said that this guy probably wanted his bike or something and thought it wouldn't be too difficult since both of us look pretty weak. Honestly, I don't know what this guy wanted, but since that place is one of the bad areas in our city, I'm relieved that we got out of there. He could have wanted more than just his bike or nothing at all and just wanted to follow us for no reason. I don't know. Still glad we left that place though. Years ago I lived in the middle of the Welsh mountains. I worked at an outdoor center. After work one day, I walked up into the hills to a place called the Devil's Kitchen. It's a huge cleft in a massive cliff system that lines a Coombe glacial quarry. It's called that because the clouds sometimes boil out of the top of the cleft and superstitious locals gave it that name back in the day. It was a rainy day, October time, late afternoon, and there was no one around. I fancied doing a rock climb that involved going into the kitchen, then climbing one wall of it to get out. Not a hard climb, but it was wet, and I'd never done it before. In the Welsh hills there are a lot of sheep and dogs that are not under clothes control are frowned upon. Dogs can legally be shot for worrying sheep, as sheep are stupid animals and many of them may run off a cliff together if frightened. So you don't see dogs unattended. When I got to the devil's kitchen, there were two identical dogs. Medium to large, long muzzles, short dark hair. Both sitting on their haunches, looking straight ahead, one either side of the entrance to the kitchen. I couldn't see or hear another person. As I went in, both dogs turned their heads to watch me go in. I looked at the climb I wanted to do. It was running with water. No one knew where I was. This was pre-mobile phone days. I tried the starting moves of the climb and decided that this wasn't the time point. When I left the kitchen, the dogs were gone. No sign, sound nor sight of them, or any owners. I always think I dodged a bullet that day. My family had this dog since I was a child, who my parents got to be my best friend because I find it hard to make friends, and we lost him a couple of years ago. The night he passed away, I made a post about it on Facebook, and an old friend from secondary got in touch. It was an innocent conversation at first. He said he was sorry to hear about my dog's passing and asked if I'd like to meet up. I thought, this is great. Someone wants to get to know me, and initially I agreed. Then the conversation got weird. He started asking me all these questions related to, shall we say, adult movements. At first I played along, thinking it was just like the stuff you see on Celebrity Juice, and then I started to feel uneasy. This was the point the conversation got really weird. He asked me if when we meet up I'd like to make certain moves with him. I told him I wasn't interested because I'm heterosexual. He then asked me if I'd ever been in a proper relationship with a woman. I said no, because I'd only ever had an on/off thing that never really amounted to much at secondary. He then started trying to make me doubt my own sexuality, asking how I knew I was heterosexual if I'd never been in a relationship with a woman, and telling me I should try playing around with him in his flat. I kept refusing, telling him I wasn't interested and all I wanted to do was meet up. He suggested I met him outside the cinema, where we'd then go to the cafe, and then back to his flat, in his words, to see if I'd fancy giving it a go there. That was when alarm bells rang. Something didn't seem right. I remembered a storyline on Corey regarding David Platt and a guy who made him doubt his sexuality, and suddenly I wasn't so sure about this meetup. I hurriedly composed a reply telling him I no longer wanted to meet up, and ended the conversation. To this day, I'm convinced that he was planning to drug me at the cafe, take me back to this flat and rap me, and I firmly believe that Corey had saved my life, because if it hadn't been for that male rap storyline with David Platt, I think I would have been rapped. While I was at university, I was enduring a relentless suicidal depression. It was mid-December, and I got the result that I had failed an essay I had put a lot of work into. It turned out that he put a lot of effort into answering a question that wasn't the question. Ever done that? Browbeaten by years of brutal depression, and with my mindset already in such a dark place, and with the doctor having just prescribed me a lot of painkillers for an arm I had injured at work. A switch just flipped, and I decided it was time for me to die. It's very hard to explain. A mental clarity came over me, and the decision was made. I systematically took between 50 and 60 high-strength codeine-based painkillers. My mother was in the next room completely unaware of what was happening, and it had always been my plan for her not to find me when I eventually, inevitably killed myself. I have always had a fantasy of dying in hospital where the people around me don't know me and are less likely to be affected by seeing me dead. From here it's hard to explain what happened as the world slowed down with the increasing amount of codeine in my veins and indescribable state my mind was in. Not wanting to make a fuss, I phoned a taxi and went to the nearby hospital where I staggered in and calmly explained what was happening. I was immediately seen by some very concerned looking doctors and given a drug that made me sick every 15 minutes for the next 24 hours and put me through a level of hell I hadn't yet experienced. I was told that if I'd been any more than 20 minutes later, the damage to my organs would have been irreversible and I would have died a brutally drawn out death. In the hospital, the way I had always envisioned I would. Clearly there was a powerful part of my subconscious that wanted to live, and that made me ask the driver to go to the hospital. Since then I have escaped depression, fallen in love, seen the world, moved countries and really seen some of the brighter sides of life. Point. If that taxi driver hadn't shown up I'd be dead. I'd have never experienced the joy of romantic love. Bullet. Dodged. Point. That said, I do believe that if long-term depressed people wish to escape their living hell and wish to die, they should be allowed to. Complicated sheet. Had months of sex with my best friend. Few weeks later she says she missed her period. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? I ask her how careful were we. She's like, I agree we were careful. Thing is, after doing the deed I put it back in just for a second. Really wasn't thinking. For some reason she wasn't going to tell me that she missed her period. I don't know, but that made me wonder, just why would you withhold this information from me? I told her, if we have a baby on the way then that's cool, let's start planning for the future, but was terrified about the thought of the matter. So a few days later I'm asking God for forgiveness and whatnot. Directly told him, if she's not pregnant let her period come, and I won't do this again until I'm married. She comes in the room in the middle of me talking, immediately leaves, comes in after I'm done, and says, oh yeah, my period started. I was relieved and pissed off. I swear I hugged and held that woman so faking tight for a good 5 minimum. So that's my story. Keep it in your pants and don't fuck up. Lol. Edit. Giving some more information as I left out some stuff. A good friend of ours brought lust into the home due to a counterfeit relationship. It rubbed off on us. We got all hot and heavy, hooked up. Obs, we went at it like rabbits. Showers were very interesting, but the sex in the shower is overrated. Funny thing is, she told me she could sense someone watching her in the shower, but noon was there. Our thought was that definitely was God looking down on us, letting us know he was not happy and that we needed to stop in a way or shit was gonna get real ugly. We break it off, keep our hands to ourselves. It honestly was so difficult that we couldn't be in the same room with each other. Couldn't stand to look at her without wanting to rip her apart. Point. She already had a 7-year-old daughter before she told me about the missed period. Her daughter says, Mom, so when is the baby coming? I'm speechless at this point. Like, what the fuck is going on? So in the end, yes, we are still best friends. We were traveling for a few months and messed up our visa to get into India. They had just expired by one day due to an issue on the website, and we only noticed the night before we were due to fly because we're making sure we had everything still. Point. We applied for a new one online right away, but it can take up to 4 days to issue. Point. This wasn't good for us as had about $10k in flights and tours we would have missed out on, plus all the new flights we would have had to book. To get on the plane you had to prove you had a valid visa. So I printed the visa off, but without the dates on it. Point. Get to board the plane going to India and the woman checking the visas got distracted by some other pushy passengers and just glanced at us and waved us through. Point. So now we are really shitting ourselves as there was a good chance we would have been deported from India at that stage. But we are hoping for mercy due to it being an issue with the dates on the website. We had all the correct dates in, but expiry was based on when it gets issued. So we land in Delhi and my wife checks her email and the new visas had somehow been issued in record time while we were in the air. Never been so stressed and then so relieved before in my life. Point. Told the customs guy what happened and he said, yay, we would have deported you. Lol. Not a bullet, but a live grenade. I was in combat training after Marine boot camp and we were being taught basic hand grenade throwing. After the initial verbal training they pair you up with another Marine and an instructor. You get one dummy grenade and one live grenade. They teach you the motions like a million times with the dummy before you even touch the real one, so it's as idiot proof as possible. I was up first, ran through the dummy and the live grenade just fine. Side note, that visual shockwave that grenades have in video games is actually true. You can see it, and it's pretty cool. Anyway, Dumbass goes up to throw his dummy grenade and it's business as usual. He steps up for the live one and decides to release the throw almost in front of his eyes. It hits the top of the cement barrier we are behind and it bounces back into the pit we are in. Now I've been in the Marines all of 5 minutes at this point. I don't know shit and surely didn't expect to be dodging grenades so soon. So I stand there like a dumbass. Shock is no joke. Point. Luckily for me and dumbass -1, our instructor was about 6 feet 4 inches and like 300 pounds of swole. He chucks me and dumbass -1 over the cement barrier and the range officer calls red dog, which means someone is injured, to stop all the grenade chucking. All I remember is my feet lifting the ground and this big motherfucker landing on me from over the barrier. No one got hurt, but I remember our instructor picking this guy up and screaming, "I've been on to combat tours and haven't been that close to dying, you fuck." They let me sit with the instructors for the rest of the day, which is not common at all at that stage in your career. They were super chill, told me stories, and gave me a monster. I met this guy on Tinder about 3.5 years ago. Seemed quite nice. We are from the same country and conversation was flowing nice. We went on a date, and he bought me flowers. I'm allergic to flowers and he threw a bit of a tantrum about wasting £15 on a bouquet that I didn't ask for. I ignored it, and then we had a fun time. We went our separate ways after he kissed me. Later that night, he got drunk, and when his friend saw me on his Tinder, the guy got really pissed off. It was bad. I ignored that too, and met up with him for a second time sometime later. He was late. He threw a tantrum about my Star Wars t-shirt because I was not as "well dressed" as he thought. Dude, it was last minute. I threw on a t-shirt that I'm comfortable in. He asked me out for Valentine's Day, which was 3 days in advance, so I agreed. He called me 2 days before to let me know that he needs to cancel, so I said "that's fine," and was being polite about it. He threw a tantrum because apparently I'm a liar because I wasn't crying my eyes out at him canceling a date. I ended it right there and then, said that I didn't want to see him ever again, and I was quite upset as I gave this guy a lot of chances. Makes me shudder to think what would have happened if I let that slide and let him into my life. Funny thing is, even though I got together with someone pretty quickly afterwards, he wouldn't leave me alone for a while. He said "I have changed myself. Can we go out for a movie and maybe drinks?" And I responded "Yeah. Can I bring my boyfriend with me?" Needless to say, I was left on read, and I felt pretty savage. Not me, but my father, who is so perfectly humble that he'd hate me retelling this story. My father told me of the greatest interview ever. You see, he is an assembly programmer and interviewed for a position in Florida, far from his home state, with a large airline in the early 80s. He was fresh out of university, newly married, and was working for a mainframe computer company since about halfway through school. Anyway, the company flew him down for the interview with the understanding that if he did not take the job, he'd have to pay for the flight back. The interview went as one might expect. Some background information, technical questions, "Are you familiar with this language? Tell me about that experience," etc. Finally, as things are wrapping up, the interviewer says, "Oh, one more thing. There's a database editing software that we use here that we've found incredibly useful. If you've heard of it, amazing, but if not, it's really not a big deal as it's not well known." He then told my father the name of the software. My father stared blankly, mouth agape. The man reiterated his consolation that it really isn't a big deal. "I wrote it." My father interjected, "What? Look at the acknowledgements listed. A colleague of mine and I wrote this editor together." Well then, as the interview obviously went better than anyone's wildest dream, they flew my mother down to look at housing. She immediately hated it there so much, but said she would live there to support her husband. He, again being the amazing man that he is, refused to put his wife through that despite it being incredibly lucrative. As he had already accepted their offer, he reneged and was promptly threatened by the airline. His reply was simply, "I understand, but what would you have me do?" He paid for their return flights and that was it. My father and mother still live in my same home state in the same house they built right after this story, have 4 adult loving children and each of our spouses, some of which live across the street, grandkids, amazing neighbors, a community they built through millions of volunteer hours, and are quite happy and successful. My father has worked for that same mainframe computer company for the last 45 years. The airline, you ask? Oh, you wouldn't know it. It went out of business in the 80s. My first relationship was with a guy who I thought was amazing. I was about 16, he was a year older. He was a hardcore Christian, which I thought was good, but he took it to a whole new level after a while. I couldn't wear jewelry, no makeup, everything was a sin. I wasn't on birth control, but when he found out I didn't think birth control was a sin, he acted like I literally murdered a baby on the sidewalk. We started arguing more and more, and I gave in more and more. What made this even more devastating was he was extremely sexual and described some of the worst things he wanted to do. Major red flags. He lauded himself a godly man, prayed for people, taught Awana, Bible school, wrote sermons, the whole 9 yards. His mom was probably the worst person I've ever met. Think of a super Karen. She hated me. I lost more and more of myself and became more and more depressed. Started self-harming. I eventually broke it off after about 2 years. I was devastated, and honestly, if he would have cared and tried to get me back, I would have caved. A month later I met a guy who was just what I needed, and that saved me. That same guy is currently my husband. Shortly after we broke up, I logged into one of his Google accounts because I missed him or whatever. While I was looking around, I found an entire child-born collection. I wish I would have done more with that information, but I didn't know what to do. I told his mom, who immediately said I was the one who made him do that, and he was just trying to have evidence of how evil the world was. I was completely over and out after that, though I was petty enough to tell his complete history anytime I sleuthed on the internet and found out he was dating a new girl. A couple years ago he got married, has 2 kids now, and is still heavily involved in his own ministries. This guy changed me completely in a lot of ways, and I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that if I would have married him, which was what we talked about, I would have committed suicide. Super late to this, but wanted to share a first-hand POV of someone dodging a bullet. My ex-girlfriend was dealing with some depression issues and had been prescribed Prozac or something similar, which seemed to escalate her erratic behavior. One day we got in a minor fight about something stupid. She ended up throwing a lamp through a window in her parents' house, and I was like, nope, I'm out. She ran into her dad's room, brought out her dad's old revolver, put it in her mouth, and pulled the trigger. Click. Nothing happened. I wrestled the gun away from her, and she fell to the ground crying. I assumed it was unloaded or there was a safety, but the father later told me it's always left loaded without the safety on, and he doesn't know how it didn't fire. Yes, most likely terrible gun ownership, if it was so easily accessible. I think they later figured out Prozac had an effect on young women that increased social thoughts for whatever reason, but that made a lot of sense. Second part of this, if you're still reading, is that she called me at work a few months later to tell me she swallowed a bottle full of extra strength Tylenol along with as much Xanax as she had. She had thought it was the right thing at the time, but now the pain was unbearable. I called the police and left work to see if she was okay, although figured it was a ploy to get me to talk to her. Turns out she was on her front lawn trying to throw up. When I pulled up, an ambulance came shortly after and pumped her stomach / made her swallow charcoal. They said the amount she swallowed would have definitely killed her in the end. It was 100% me who dodged the bullet, but luckily she's still alive and doing much better these days. Almost drowned. The story is rather simple and been told by several others in life too. It's not unusual. I discovered I could walk in the pool without floating devices. I was so happy. I shared the floating ring and walked around, dancing, in the pool, in happiness and elation. I walked a little too far and the bottom disappeared under me. Next thing I know, I'm splashing around, going under and up, and under and up, and under and up again. Over and over. Due to my hand movements, every time I went under, they would splash in the right motion to go up. Once surfaced, splashing does nothing, and I sink again only for the splashing to bring me back up. It's not a pleasant feeling. Thankfully, my dad happened to be around that exact area. He was sitting, watching, kinda watching the area where my younger brother was. While splashing like a lunatic, I tried calling out to him, but the water would enter my mouth and I couldn't. He spotted me himself, looked confused for a second, and then realized I was drowning. So, he got up, stretched his hand out, and I grabbed on. He got me out of the water. Till now, I have a deep fear of the deep end of the pool. I probably suffer from 2 phobias, being water and bees. I'm always nervous and jumpy, but I also have respect for the monstrous depths. Depths I prefer to stay out of. I dodged a bullet because really, I was lucky enough I ended up on the side of the pool where my dad was. What if I didn't? What if I chose another end? Lifeguard? Maybe. But how lucky is that my dad was on one end and the lifeguard was on another? It could have easily been both of them on one end and me drowning on another. One thing happened, but it could have just as easily been very different if not for choices made by myself and others. My dad had an aneurysm October of 2019. I had called him because I was about to head over to the rec to play basketball. Usually we would talk on the phone at a certain time, so when he didn't answer my call or text I got a little concerned and decided to head to his place of work to see if he was okay. When he answered the door he was pale and hell and sweating a ton. He looked really disoriented and I thought he had a heart attack or something. He said that he had gotten a really bad headache and woke up on the floor. I was about to drive him to the hospital when he threw up next to my car. After that I decided to call 911 and the ambulance was at our business really quickly. They ran initial tests on him at the business and told me he needed to be airlifted to the hospital because they think he had suffered a brain injury. He didn't think that's what happened and didn't want to take the helicopter. He's afraid of heights and didn't want to pay the cost. I forced him in there and kept telling him that he had to go. Not long after he stopped responding to anything and entered into a coma. After emergency surgery and 3 other surgeries to repair the bust blood vessel, and though his energy level is less than what it should have been, he's pretty much exactly how he was before the accident. It's a miracle because the burst aneurysm was the size of 2 golf balls and they had originally given us a low chance of survival if, and he did live, they said that he would be very impaired. If he wouldn't have gotten on that helicopter he would be dead for sure, and I'm so grateful he's still in my life. TLDR, I once stopped a guy from trying to kiss a woman who liked me, so he went and got a block of knives and then had to be stopped from stabbing me. Nearly getting kidnapped while buying condoms in Colombia leaps to mind, but my closest call happened last year in Tokyo. I was hanging out with a Japanese guy, an Indian guy, and a fellow American guy who was trying to charm the Japanese guy into giving him a job. We had been drinking all day by the time we met these 2 random girls on the sidewalk and brought them to the Japanese guy's house. One of the girls was clearly interested in the Indian guy, so they paired off quickly. The other girl was pointing to me and conversing in Japanese with our host. According to the other American's translation, she said she liked me, and the Japanese guy, who I had also just met that day, responded by saying, "Oh, I should warn you, he's got a very small penis." I laughed and figured I was in store for some friendly competition. So, when the Japanese guy tried to sit next to the girl who said she liked me, I playfully wedged myself in between them. Then, when he attempted to kiss her, I put my hand in the way. Bad idea. He grabbed my arm and pulled me off the couch. I assumed he was just joking around and wanted to roughhouse, so I playfully lifted him up. He countered by taking me to the ground. We tussled for a bit, and I still believed it was just drunken horseplay. At one point, he yelled, "I will never surrender." I laughed again, because this felt like such an absurdly grandiose proclamation for the situation, but I guess it should have tipped me off to how serious he was. As soon as I let go of him, he jumped up, ran into the kitchen, and came back with a whole block of knives. One by one, he started rapidly pulling them out, glancing at their blades, as if to check for sharpness, and then tossing them aside with no regard for who or what they might hit. By this point, the others were all trying to get him to calm down, while I stood there dumbstruck, trying to process the insanity of what I had just seen. Things quickly got even more crazy when he threw the whole block down, ran into the kitchen, and returned with a knife that apparently met his standard for sharpness. He started charging toward me with the blade raised. Thankfully, the Indian guy and the other American guy were able to stop him from reaching me and stop him from wanting to stab me to death. Once it felt safe to move, we all left, except for the Japanese guy and the girl he had nearly killed me for. I haven't kept in touch, but I have to assume they are now happily married. I'm still friends with the other American guy though, and he did end up getting that job. For several days I kept feeling an odd pain in my right side, and I got x-rays and went to doctors, but none of them could figure out what it was. I had scheduled another appointment with my primary care doctor for Monday. Saturday night I wake up with my heart racing, unable to breathe, spotty vision and immense pain in my lower right backside. I stand up, and I wake up on the floor. My phone is on the ground, and through my tunnel vision I find it. Call an Uber to go to the hospital that's 5 blocks away. Literally paused and thought, ambulance, nah fuck that cost. Checks me out, does EKG, says I likely have pneumonia. I've never had pneumonia, but I tell them this doesn't feel like that. Too bad. They give me antibiotics and tell me to go home and rest it off. Next night, the same thing happens. Go to the they tell me it's still likely pneumonia, but they'll do a CT scan up to my mid-back. CT scan comes back fine, tell me to go home. By this point it's like 4 AM Monday, and I'm chatting via text with my second mom of a friend from back in the day. I tell her I'm exhausted, and my primary physician likely isn't going to tell me anything I didn't get told a couple of hours ago, so I'm going to skip it. She tells me hell no, go in. He knows you better. I go to my primary care and he immediately notices my resting heart rate is like 120 or something. Does an EKG and it's abnormal. He tells me to go back to the it's across the street from him, right away. Walking across the street makes me have to pause several times. I get to the and they do a full body CT scan. Next thing I know, nurses are rushing into my room and stabbing my stomach with blood thinners. Turns out I had a pulmonary embolism and was in a very dire situation. That pain I was feeling was part of my lung dying off because it wasn't getting enough oxygen. I was admitted to critical care for a week and on oxygen for several days. Had I not listened to my second mom urging me to go to my primary doctor that morning, I would have likely died alone in my bed at 29 years old. When I was 10 and my brother was 6, we were at a funeral for my great uncle. Across the street was a Burger King. We begged our parents to let us go. They would not oblige our request. A guy at the funeral, who lived 5 houses down from my grandmother, offered to drive us over and allow us to eat and bring us back. My parents again declined our request. After about 20 minutes my brother and I headed across the street without their permission. Made it there, shared some fries and cheeseburger and headed back across the street. The guy who offered to bring us to back was pulling out of the funeral home parking lot and insisted that we get in and he would see that we made it safely back across the street. He said, just get in and I'll get you two back over there before your parents find out. Just get in and I won't tell on you. Immediately I felt fear. And not the kind of fear of being in trouble with my parents, but a hot tingling fear that I'd never experienced before at that point in my life. I grab my brother's hand and make a mad dash across 4 lanes of traffic and back to the funeral home. I immediately tell my grandma, who slightly scolds us for leaving without permission, but lets it slide. Flash forward to the next morning. My aunt calls my parents to let them know that her husband's sister, 15 years old, is missing. She didn't come home the night before. After a day, maybe 2, her body was found in a ditch 45 miles away in a very rural area. After some investigating by the police, it turned out that the same guy who tried to get my brother and I in his car that very same night that she went missing was the one who killed her. He beat her, sexually assaulted her while she was both alive and dead, then ran over with his car. I'm 39 years old and this haunts me to this day. Senior year of high school, I snuck into my girlfriend's house, now wife, in the middle of the night. We did the you know what, and we both ended up falling asleep in her bed. I was half naked with no boxers on under her covers. About a half hour or so passes, and someone knocks on her door. Panic erupts. I spring up immediately. My girlfriend opens up her sliding door closet ever so quietly, and I go to the far left end of it. My upper body was covered by her dresses and jackets that were hanging, and my lower half was covered behind a suitcase. Mind you, I'm literally butt ass naked facing the corner of her closet, hands on my nutsack, eyes closed. Her older sister, senior in college at the time, walks in, turns on the light, goes to the closet and slides it right open to hang some clothes. I'm shook as I hear her rummaging and hanging each item. Her sister is inches away from me on the right side of the closet, while I'm tucked away in the far left corner, literally kissing the wall with my entire body, while holding my damn breath. 5 to 10 seconds pass before she closes the closet, which felt like a damn eternity, and she walks out of the room. A few minutes pass before my girlfriend opens the closet back up. I immediately get dressed and jump out the window to head home. That was the last time I snuck over her house. My wife and I laugh at it from time to time, and we tend to think that her sister knew I was there at the time because of how random it was for her to come in at the middle of the night to hang some clothes in her closet. As of today, we haven't asked her sister about it, but if she brings it up, I will be the first to go in about this story. Edit. Typo. I was broke last year and trying to make some extra cash, and had luck in the past cleaning houses or doing odd jobs for people on Craigslist. That was how my mom and I got a lot of our house cleaning jobs when we had a business a few years ago. Well, I had moved to another state on my own, needing cash, and had posted an ad on Craigslist for house cleaning, and a military guy had answered asking me to come clean his house. I'm very safe when it comes to strangers off the internet. So I had given all my friends and family his name and address, my estimated time of arrival and departure, etc. Did a basic search on his name and address. Nothing. He seemed completely normal. We had set up a time for me to come on a certain day, and he had to cancel. Our next arranged date, I had an emergency and needed to cancel. So he immediately starts texting me asking me for pictures. Tells me he knows more than I think he does about me, says he was afraid I would recognize him, etc. I stopped messaging him back after that. I had a really creepy vibe at that point, obviously, and really started doing some digging on his name and address. Turns out, this dude is a registered violent sex offender. I'm pretty sure he shouldn't be luring people to his house on the internet. And when I've tried to report this to the police station, they wouldn't allow me to make an anonymous statement. Anonymous because I didn't want him to know it was me in case he did somehow know where I lived. To this day, over a year later, he will still randomly message me things like "I see you're still alive." I'm so creeped out by him that he might know where I live or be stalking me. He also owns 7 different vehicles, so it's hard for me to keep an eye out for him. I'm so thankful I cancelled on him and never cleaned his house. Who knows what could have happened. I won't mention the time I ended up on a roof, washing windows, while the guy was on the other side masturbating, and I was stuck on his roof holding on for dear life. Sigh. No more Craigslist for me. TW suicide, mental health, mental hospital etc. As a 15-year-old I was very mentally ill. Basically I almost died, but random things fell into place and I ended up surviving. It's weird to think, if small things happened slightly differently I would be dead. I was sectioned into a UK mental hospital, attempted in that hospital, had a 6-hour surgery, and was then transferred to a much worse mental hospital. The transfer was coming previous to the attempt. As soon as I was there I had a weird feeling about. Some nurses were kind, but the majority of them were not. As time went on I saw worse and worse stuff. Kids being treated badly, left alone to self-harm in various ways for hours on end with nurses knowing but not intervening. I'd see patients with really horrible untreated bruises that were from nurses restraining them in unsafe, not approved ways. I was planning to attempt at the next hospital because I'd heard it was a lot more lax. However, something triggered me to do it earlier. My attempt in the previous hospital was already almost successful due to malpractice. They were supposed to check every 15 minutes but did not, and I was only found because a nurse happened to be walking past and heard a shampoo bottle drop. And then that nurse took action. However, if my attempt had been a few days later, after the transfer, I would not have survived because the nurses in that hospital would have dismissed it. The latter hospital ended up being shut down because multiple girls died as a result of this neglect and improper training. So that's an near miss on top of a near miss on top of a near miss. Lol. I'm doing a lot better now. TLDR, I dodged dying by flesh-eating bacterial infection. I got the infection on my ankle on a Saturday evening unbeknownst to me at a picnic by getting some juice from a trash bag drip there, and by Monday morning I was so sick I passed out in the air. All you could see was this bruise looking thing on my ankle, but I felt terrible, was running a fever, and couldn't barely walk in it, and the pain was intense. The spot where it was at the time looked like a nasty purple bruise maybe the size of a 50-cent piece. All the bad was subsurface. They took me in the back, and the one infectious disease doc who specialized in this particular bug, the one guy in all of New York City, just happened to be in the hospital that day for something and related as he was based in Manhattan and this was Brooklyn. He recognized it immediately and put me on the protocols that just barely saved my life. The ID docs all said later, if they hadn't iced me down and started all the meds even an hour or two later, and they would have lost me. Not only that, but as they were fighting it, they scheduled me for amputation, cause it had spread up to the knee and was very bad, but they argued with each other whether to cut above or below the knee. Prosthetics work better if you have the joint intact, but it was getting rotten just below the joint, and it got late in the day, so they rescheduled for the morning. My fever of 107.7 broke that night, so it was postponed. Yeah, 2 bullets dodged. And yeah, 107.7 was the number. I had these ice draped things laid on and draped over me, ice packs behind knees and in armpits, and a mainline cold blood and plasma going in my neck directly up into the brain and 3/4 draining hot blood out the arms to try to keep my brain cool. I was unconscious during a lot of that, or really hazy dark, went septic, organs started failing. Anyway, I survived, was discharged with all my limbs, so yay. Sure, some brain cells got trimmed, but hey, the prettiest best rose bushes have to be trimmed to get the best look, so I just think of my brain as a rose bush. I did go see that doc down the road to thank him in person. Not my story, but a gaming buddy. He used to deliver oxygen cylinders to various nursing homes, med centers, etc. He did so in a normal Chrysler minivan, which turned out to be a problem. O2 delivery vehicles have to be designed with lots of venting to avoid oxygen leaks saturating the interior. On one of his deliveries, he had just dropped off the cylinders and returned to the van. Turning the key, something sparked in the O2 saturated minivan and the entire interior ignited, including him. He described it as a bright flash, a sudden chilliness, and a clear feeling of bad thing happening. He exited the now burning minivan, dropped/rolled per his military training, and was promptly wrapped in the facility's brand new burn blanket. 3 things contributed to his survival and return to our gaming group. The facility had just completed an entire training series on burn victim care and was fully stocked/trained. He was less than 20 minutes air flight from one of the premier burn care hospitals in our region, and said burn care hospital had just gotten the latest gizmo to expand skin graft samples to larger surface R without stripping additional flesh for the graft. He was one of the earliest uses, and it worked great. He had 3rd-degree burns on 65% of his body, mostly where his shirt ignited and stuck or his hair burned, but looking at him, you'd have to concentrate to see the scarring now. He said he dimly remembers seeing the cylinders in the minivan cook off and rocket over the building while they were waiting on the medevac bird. He is still bitter about having no memory of the only helicopter ride in his life. The kicker. 2 weeks prior, our group debated the actual damage levels of the fireball spell. Upon his return to the group, he insisted we call him Crispy. As a 12/13-year-old very stupid tween girl, I was chatting with someone online. I thought casually as we were both in the X-Files fandom, but it escalated quickly. He commented on my school uniform when I'd never described it, and emailed me poems about loss/death when my grandmother, then my best friend, who developed terminal cancer age 11, died. I was too stupid or distracted to pay attention to these coincidences and basically ignored them. The guy wasn't one of the main people I interacted with. I received a massive bouquet of flowers at home Valentine's Day when I was 13, and after that started getting calls. First it was about a job I'd applied for. Obviously I hadn't. I was at school, then winning a competition. Honestly can't remember much, but I know my parents were pissed off and forbade me giving out the home number. This literally went on 4 years, way after I'd grown bored of that fandom and moved on. Random weird phone calls or letters, and always flowers and gifts on Valentine's Day. When I was about 16, one of my online friends started acting weird. She was telling me about how her parents caught her seeing her boyfriend after school and disapproved. Gradually went on to tell me her boyfriend was self-harming, and she was scared he was suicidal. She asked if they could come and visit me and get advice from my parents, a teacher and police officer, and perhaps spend a night on our sofa. I agreed after she sent me a photo of blood on a floor, saying that was how bad her boyfriend was feeling. She also sent a photo of her boyfriend with a split lip, claiming her dad had hit him. Anyway, I didn't give out my address, despite the increasingly nasty messages from them, and a little while later, not more than a couple of months, I saw a news article where the boyfriend, a man in his late 30s, had murdered a young teen girl who looked very like me. Pretty sure it was the same guy grooming me to be the victim. The name in the article, Peter, was also the same as the boyfriend. Thinking about it, it's not the drunk with the SUV I managed to get my head out the way of, it wasn't the city destroying earthquake, it was an ex point in the years since we split. I caught her cheating, while pregnant with her ex who was of course just a friend. She's tried to say my kid wasn't mine, right till the DNA test, used my race as a reason why I shouldn't see my kid, keeps insulting my disabled sisters. Stole over 10k from my tax account, stole tens of thousands from her best friend, who now won't have anything to do with her. Cheated on literally every single partner since I've known her, slept with our kid's best friend's parent, tried to break up her next best friend's parents' marriage, stole from her old workplace, hit a guy with her car, and left the scene, and even tried to accuse me of being violent to her while we were in court with the lawyers as witnesses. All that happened was she was told to shut up and stop being stupid. To top it all off, she tried to stab our daughter for playing the board game Operation Too Loud, and was only stopped mid-swing by her current boyfriend after she chased the bloody kid around the house and cornered her in her room. I have to say, I never thought I'd hate anyone. I don't hate the drunk idiot with the SUV that split me in two. I don't hate the racist cops that tried to stitch me up when I was 16, nor even the assholes who broke into my place after the quakes and trashed everything I built up since I was 14. I do hate her. I disliked her after she cheated. I disliked her after her race cheating caught, and I thoroughly disliked her when she made fun of my sisters for being born slow or with epilepsy. But after she attacked our kid, I hate that person. You have to be a special kind of sheet to attack a child. Even more a piece of human rubbish to try to stab your own kid for playing a board game. Never knew hate was an actual emotion until I found out what she did. Okie, got a good one for you. I was in a bar in Bali at night, and there were two 14-year-old white girls sitting there completely drunk. The local boys were hovering and trying to get the girls out and wrap them. The girls were daughters of expat parents and had both told their respective mothers that they were staying at the others that night, and off they went with a whole lot of teens who dumped them in that bar. Long story short is that I stopped the boys having their fun and was warned by white guys in the bar not to interfere. Tense moments when they semi-attacked me from behind to take a bottle I kept once I finished the drink. They knew it was a weapon I planned to use. Anyway, the girls' friends showed up and took them away. Those girls will probably be 33-year-old mothers themselves now and have no idea how close they came to being wrapped. But it gets better. The boys were waiting outside the bar to kill me. They actually do that in Bali, and as they appeared from the shadows with knives, a motorbike pulled up next to me. The driver patted the seat. I got on and off we went. Well, he or she, I will never know which, pulled into a dark alley right next to my hotel and asked me to pay them $5 for a blue job. Sadly I was out of money and went to my hotel. The girls had the closest shave ever, and to this day will never know I had a really close shave and always now carry an extra $5. That motorbike rider helped me dodge a literal bullet. My father, sister and I went on a camping trip with my dad's best friend Leo and his wife and son. This is in the 90s, so nobody had cell phones, so during the weekend us kids spent the entire time together playing and having the time of our lives. And when it came time to pack up and go home, I begged my father to let me ride home with Leo and his family so I could hang out with his son in the backseat and play with his Gamma Boy. I didn't have one, although did eventually get a Gamma Boy color with Pokemon yellow and then later on gold, which I loved. But anyway, my dad said no, I had to ride with him and my sister. On the way home we were driving through New Hampshire down a highway that has trees on it on both sides the whole way. Well, my dad all of a sudden says, "Hey, look at that," and pointed to the sky, and I looked up and saw a small Cessna style plane flying really low, and then it kept going until it was out of sight, which didn't take long to not be able to see it anymore because of the trees. So we were like, that was weird, and didn't think much of it. A short while later we hear a tremendous boom. Turns out the plane was malfunctioning and the pilot had looped around to try and landed on the highway we were driving on, because that was his only shot, because everything else besides the road is just woods in that area. Well, the boom was that plane landing on top of Leo and his family's car. Everyone in the car died except Leo. He wound up very hurt and with a ton of staples in his head. His wife and son passed away instantly. He was left alone and started heavily drinking and doing coke/smoking crack. He drank himself to death within a few years. It's one of the saddest things that I've personally known. Leo was a really upbeat and funny guy before all of this happened. The kind of guy who would toss a football around with us for a few hours or take us fishing and joke around with us a ton. Just really sad that happened to him. Really sucks a lot. So that was probably the biggest thing I dodged that I know about. Had my dad let me ride with them, then who knows what would have happened, but it definition wouldn't have been good. There was another time a bunch of friends of mine were at my house and we were all drinking, and then we were gonna leave to go to my friend Andy's house to watch the new episode of Lost. I didn't have cable at my apartment. This was in my early 20s. Just as we are about to leave, my mom calls me and asks if she can stop by, so she did, and my friends all left to go to Andy's, and I told them I'd meet them there shortly. They wound up getting in a horrible crash OTW to his apartment. No one died, but all of them were seriously injured. So that was another time. What makes it crazy was my mom, when leaving my apartment that night, she fell asleep at the wheel and drifted into the oncoming lane and hit her father and his son head on. The boy was 10 years old and in the front seat with no seat belt on, and he got very badly permanently injured. My mother has never driven since and still hasn't emotionally recovered fully from what happened that night. There is a yearly fundraiser for the boy who was in the accident. I anonymously donate every year. What a faked up night that turned out to be. I wound up at the hospital where my friends and mother were for the next few days from 2 separate crashes that happened on the same night, in which I somehow ended up in neither car. So that's probably the biggest things. I've somehow been lucky enough to not be in any of those cars. It's a long story and a bunch of shit happened, but I'll mention the important stuff that I can at least summarize. I was in an abusive relationship when I was 18. Verbal, emotional, and psychological. A bunch of shit, he said, and it were red flags before that point, but with rose-colored glasses I ignored them. One time, he made me end a friendship with my best friend because he was a Jude and said if I didn't he'd beat the shit out of him. So fearing for his safety I dropped him. That point was when I finally became truly scared to leave. Shit happened before that I tried to brush off. A bunch of crazy shit happened. It almost turned into physical abuse one night, and no doubt, if he didn't break up with me, things would have led there at some point. At 18 I still had some fire in me and would call people out on their bullshit or defend myself, despite my fear of him. When he called me names, made me feel crazy, screamed in my face, or was just a general faking asshole, he was racist, homophobic, transphobic, etc., I'd call him out. Well, thanks to that, he ended up breaking up with me. He didn't like being called out for his bullshit. He didn't like that I defended myself when he'd go off on me, so he texted me and asked to meet for coffee. I instantly knew he was breaking up with me and said no. He didn't like that, so he went off the rails, and I was like, holy shit, I'm so glad I chose to do this over text. Thank you 18-year-old me for not taking people's shit. I wish I was still like that. I'm assuming this will get massively buried since it's already on the front page, but my tire blew out on I-95 in the USA in a 70 miles per hour zone where I was going 80 miles per hour, typical speed. I had 2 to 3 seconds before I lost control of my car. I spun out almost instantly, despite trying to not make any sudden movements, and instead of spinning into the tractor trailer to my right, I went 20 to 30 yards into the tree line. hitting trees at every angle, and finally coming to stop when a tree hit my driver's side window on the support beam. I had just taken a deep breath and fully expected to die. I was okay with it. I knew it was beyond my control. Then, it just didn't happen. My car was so warped the keys were curved into the ignition, and it had basically crumpled around me. My dog, Noodle, was with me, and I watched him hit the ceiling when we flipped. There was a hill going down into the tree line. Since I couldn't turn my car off, and I was worried it would catch fire, I immediately grabbed Noodle, my backpack, wallet, and phone and scrambled out the passenger side. Mine was blocked, and up the hill before the people behind me could even stop their cars and get down to me. Shut down all 4 lanes of I-95. Had to get my car cut out, and all I had was a few abrasions on the back of my arm. And PTSD that spurred CPTSD to kick in. But, I'm here. The CPTSD is related to multiple sexual assaults, unrelated, an abusive boyfriend, familial abuse, being held up at gunpoint, being threatened with a gun, separate occasion and person, living through an F5 tornado, and growing up in DC during the sniper attacks, anthrax, and 9/11. My dad worked in the Pentagon. I slept over there on occasion. To be honest, it's a bit faked, because I don't know why I feel like I've cheated death so frequently. I feel like I'm living on borrowed time, though, and now I'm just trying to figure out how to make the most of it. December 14th, 2018. I had a 12-hour drive ahead, so I left at 4 AM with my cat in the passenger seat, in his crate. About 4 hours in, I was driving 100 km/h on a highway, where it had just snowed. There were the 2 clear tar lines and slush in the middle of the lane. I drifted a little too far on the right and my back end started going side to side, and with my little knowledge of snow driving, my first year, I was 18. I stepped on the brakes, which caused the car to turn 180 degrees, so I was in the opposite lane, backwards, going towards oncoming traffic. I hit the snowbank on the passenger side, which flipped the car onto the roof, my poor cat going flying, and landed on the driver's side. Both side mirrors were gone, windshield was cracked, roof caved in, driver's window smashed, long scratches on both sides of the car. Cat crate was in front of me facing the ground with broken glass everywhere. I panicked, hit my steering wheel out of anger, and started crying. Then I calmed down, checked myself if I was hurting anywhere, then got my cat through the passenger window, where I saw people stopped, and coming to help. Someone grabbed my cat. I grabbed my boot, since I took it off, to put my foot on the dash, and climbed out of the car. Paramedics and police arrived shortly, and I had to write a report on what happened. The paramedics checked me and everything was fine, other than shock. The dodge bullet was that, if oncoming traffic was a little closer, the accident could been much worse. And thank God I put Fred's litter box in the trunk. When I was about 11, I lived in San Francisco. I was waiting at the streetcar stop to take me home. It was just getting dark. A white van pulled up next to me, and I remember seeing 2 African American men in the front seats, and they both made eye contact with me at the same time. What happened next I cannot explain, and it has not happened since. I suddenly got an nauseous feeling in my gut, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and this put me into instant alert that something was wrong. I didn't know what, but I knew I had to go. I looked around and noticed that there was a small Asian market about a half block away, so I began walking quickly towards the store and the van followed me. I darted in and they waited. I can remember looking out the window of the store from behind a candy rack, because I didn't want them to know I was aware of them. Eventually they drove away, but I did not know if they were lurking waiting for me to leave. I saw the streetcar about a block away. Problem was now I was between stops, because I left my stop for the store. Muni drivers and SF are especially strict about stopping between stops to pick up passengers, but this driver may have saved my life. Perhaps he saw the look in my eyes when I tried to flag him down, but for whatever reason he stopped and let me on. When I described the situation to my parents, all the blood drained out of their faces. There was a group of Muslim radicals who were driving around in white vans killing young white males. They were known as the Zebra Killers, and I think I was almost a victim. In basic training I had fireguard duty from 2 AM to 3 AM. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's a 1-hour shift through the night that everyone has to do. It's just to ensure someone isn't pulling a goma pile in the bathrooms and stuff like that. So there I am, sitting at the little desk in the squad bay just counting the minutes until I go back to bed for a glorious 1 hour and 30 minutes. My battle buddy was on the other side of the bay sweeping the floors. For some reason the sound of the broom sweeping the floors gave me this random and unwanted ASMR effect on me, which actually ended up making me knock the fuck out. You guess what happened next? The old drill sergeant busts open the doors and there I was, head hung down onto my chest. The sound of the huge and heavy double doors woke me up, but the sound of very fast and erratic footsteps made my reaction 10x faster. Was extremely slow. I obviously whipped around, got up, stood at parade rest, and said at ease, "Good evening, drill sergeant." He looks at me strangely. I look back at him and realize his kill hat is crooked and messed up. He was breathing heavy too. His words exactly, "Trainee, what the actual fuck?" Thinking I was about to get the entire bay pulled outside for sleeping on fire guard, I started to get super nervous. But I just so happened to be reading our warrior skills book. I decided to lie. "Drill sergeant, I was reading the warrior skills level 1 handbook." He gave me this stare that made me know for sure I was going to be faking destroyed. He says this, "I shit you not, trainee, I just about had a heart attack, because when I walked through the door the first thing I saw was the back of a headless body. Carry on." He leaves the squad bay. The erratic shuffling and heavy breathing was because the drill sergeant thought he saw a headless body sitting in a chair. To this day I still laugh my ass off at this and think about what would have happened if I did the right thing and told him that I was sleeping. I probably would have been jumped every night in the showers because of that. When I was 15 or 16, my parents and I moved to a new house. Was home alone one day and started snooping through boxes in the garage and found a rusty old revolver. I had never seen a real gun before and didn't even know my dad had one. It was my great-grandfather's from the early 1900s. I stupidly pointed it at a box of magazines and pulled the trigger because I assumed it was not loaded. Sure enough, just a click. So then I pulled the trigger several more times pretending I was shooting stuff. Then I pointed it at my head and pulled the trigger, again just acting out a movie scene or something stupid, basically treating this real gun like it was just a toy. Then I thought it would be cool to pretend to be a cop and clear the house of bad guys. Went room to room and pretended to shoot a bad guy in my room, except this time, when I pulled the trigger the gun actually fired a live round. The gun was loaded the entire time, but it was so old, the bullets were corroded enough that none of them fired the first couple dozen times I pulled the trigger. The bullet went through sheetrock into my closet where it embedded into a comforter in a moving box. Found some putty, patched the hole, and repainted it. House was a new construction, so they had several small samples of paint left in the house for any touch-up work. Nobody ever found out what happened, and I still frequently think about that time I pulled the trigger of a loaded gun with it pointed at my head. Worst part for me was when I realized my parents would have found me and never had any understanding of how/why I did what I did. Years later, Dad had the gun restored and put in a display case with some other stuff he had from my great grandfather, and it now sits next to the TV in his living room. My mother at times gets feelings of something bad about to happen just seconds before it does, so there's usually no time to do anything. Some years ago on our shop, an old service station built circa 1950, Dad and I had cranked up the tension on the coil springs for the heavy wood and glass roll-up doors that are, 16 feet wide and 13 feet tall. I was standing under the door when Mom just calmly said, "Greg, step back." I took one step back, and bang, the spring came loose and the door slammed down pretty much instantly. I would have been badly injured or killed. We put up the scaffolding again, and cranked the springs back up, this time making sure the set screws were extra tight. That's been nearly 30 years ago, and the springs haven't been touched since. Mom definitely has some sort of gift. She can go to places she's never been, and tell when some object she hasn't seen yet isn't where it used to be. When Mom and Dad went to a car club meet in some eastern state, they toured an old mansion that had been made into a museum. First thing she said upon walking in the front door was, "Where's the clock? There's supposed to be a grandfather clock right there." pointing to a spot near the door in the vestibule. A museum staff member heard and said we just moved it into this room, and showed it to them. Not a highly useful talent, except the one time it saved me, with just a 2 or 3 second lead time. Now if it showed her where a stash of lost gold coins is instead of out of place clocks and stuff, like she's going to crash the car followed immediately by my sister, back in 1967 or 68, throwing her empty bottle at mom, making her swerve and hit a mailbox. Hung a U-turn, where I shouldn't have. Didn't see a cop cruiser hiding in the plaza parking lot right across from me. Saw his lights turn on, and he quickly backed out of the parking spot to chase me down. I floored it, while looking in the rear view mirrors, then noticed a small road to my right between 2 car dealerships, but I was in the middle lane. I quickly tore right, in front of an unexpected car. He honked. I quickly tore another right into the Toyota dealership. I used to work with 2 guys that worked there. I parked in the first spot I found, killed the engine and ducked down. The cop never put his siren on. When I couldn't see his cherries flashing I got out and brisk walked to the dealership door, where 2 salesmen were giving me the look. I asked for my salesman friend. They said he's right there, and pointed to him. He was happy to see me, so I shook his hand and sat at his desk, all fidgety. He asked why I was breathing so hard, and if I was running. I told him to give me a minute and I would tell him. Just then someone busts in behind me, cussing and swearing at the top of his lungs busted. I looked back, and it was this middle-aged Jamaican dude marching right at me. Never heard so many bumbleclut and mudder contests in my life. I was the guy I cut off. He followed me. I smiled and apologized and explained to him what happened. Jamaican money have no love Fardy Poled it. Why not just pull over you ask? No insurance? Around July last year I finally got just sick enough to get on a liver transplant list. It's been years waiting for that day. Anyway, this was a big event, since the particular disease that I had would leave you with a really low melt, sickness, score right up, until you ended up with end-stage liver failure. So you never really knew when everything would fall apart, just that your chance of survival was better the earlier you were listed. The doctors at my transplant interview estimated I had about 30% of my liver left, so 12 to 18 months before I'd be too sick for a living donor and potentially risk not getting a traditional donor in time. A living donor was a real plus, as most people spend years on the waiting list for a traditional donor, and about 25% don't make it long enough to get an organ. A really close friend of mine from college turned out to be a perfect match. And so, 6 months later we were in the air. Everything went well, and I left the hospital about a week later. I was given orders to return to the clinic every week for a checkup. A couple weeks after the surgery, and I'm sitting there talking to one of the nurses. She goes, "Wow, you really are one lucky guy. I can't believe how well things went considering." I of course inquired, "Considering what?" She looked at me and got real uncomfortable. "Well, I thought someone would have told you about your pathology results." I knew they examined the organ for cancer and other things, but no one had really told me anything. As it turned out, their estimates were wrong. My liver was so severely damaged I had weeks, at most, before I would have been too sick to survive transplant. TLDR, liver transplant saved my life by weeks, not months. I'm now 36, but when I was 18 I worked in a metal fabricating shop. I did the opposite of dodging something when I dropped 2 5x 10 feet 1/2 inch thick steel sheets weighing over 2000 lbs onto myself. I used a crane to lower them onto my forklift and the teeth on the clamp were dull. I wasn't trained to look for the warning signs of something like that. As soon as the plates touched the forks the clamp released, and they fell 6 feet right on top of me and pushed the forklift back 20 feet. All I remember of the plates falling was me putting my arm up in the air to protect myself. I had an out-of-body experience that was really peaceful until I woke up with my entire body underneath the steel plates. My head was the only thing sticking out. I saw a large pool of blood coming from it, so I thought I'm dead. I felt a literal ton of pressure pushing something out of me. Now here is where the dodged bullet comes in. I was in a secluded area of a pretty loud shop and the closest person ran an extremely noisy laser cutter all day. He almost never turned it off. but he did at the perfect time, and I was able to just squeak the quietest help out. I can still hear him muttering help to himself a few times, and then cluing in and screaming help. It still took a bit for him to find me, and apparently they couldn't even fit a 2x for the 1.5-inch way to keep the pressure off of me. He jumped in the forklift and lifted the plates off of my body while some others pulled me out. He was told he didn't follow proper protocol and the metal should have been left alone so family could come say goodbye if I died. When they lifted it off, an ambulance showed up, and the first thing they did was pull down my pants in front of all my coworkers. All I could think was, why are they looking at my bonus? It makes sense now that they were checking for a prolapse, but at the time I was so confused. My family would always have a devotional time in the morning, and in the middle of praying for my safety, they got a call that I was in an accident. My parents rushed to the hospital, and we found out together that I had no broken or fractured bones. Everything was fine other than a small cut on my head, a really nasty friction burn / cut across my chest, and some poopy pants. The cold I had was also gone. This will probably get buried, but here goes. 25 years ago, before cable internet, smartphones with 5G, social media, and Netflix, you either had to go to Blockbuster and rent a movie, or go to the theater to see a production. Enter the 1996 screenplay, Romeo and Juliet, starring Claire Danes and Leo DiCaprio. For context, these events occurred in Melbourne, Florida. The movie theater was near NASA Boulevard, I believe. So my buddy Alan and me were dating these two girls, Megan and Krista, or maybe it was Chrissy, and these ladies wanted to see this movie. I was with sweet Megan, and Alan had his girl. The movie was totally not the guy's idea, but us dudes did what any guys in our situation, at 17 years old, would have done, and so we went. Needless to say, we spent more time sucking face with these girls in a dark theater than actually watching the movie. Their moms were picking them up in a few hours, so we spent most of the time in the theater, and after, went to a TCBY in the nearby strip mall to eat some frozen yogurt with the girls. After their moms had picked them up, Alan and I decided to walk home. It was only a couple of miles and we walked around this area all the time. I remember it was pretty warm out, and about 9 PM, with dark clouds in the sky, but no wind or rain, and no breeze either. So about a mile into our walk, we start getting hot. Alan comes up with the idea to cut through some woods near his house to save time. During the day he would ride his BMX bike through these wooded trails sometimes, along with other kids in the area, but it wasn't my thing, and I didn't know the area. So we turned down a side street headed for the woods. It's important to note that this side street dead ends at the woods. The street is lined with houses on one side, with nearly no street lights. With the overcast, darkened sky, it's hard to see at night. So we just keep ourselves busy by talking about our ladies. Alan says he's pretty serious about Krista, and I say to him with a chuckle, yeah, I really like Megan too. Our minds were completely preoccupied, and we were totally unaware that we were being followed. Out of nowhere, an incredibly intense bright light appears from behind us. You're doing it all wrong, man. You're doing it all wrong. Hup, hup. A creepy man's voice rang out, deep and very aggressive, from behind us. He had a very powerful flashlight trained on us, and we couldn't make out his face. I don't know how long he had been behind us. Excuse you? Alan said. The man again repeated, now angry, you're doing it all wrong, man. Hup, hup. I was trying to think, what had we done? I'm a pretty quick thinker when I have to be, but I honestly, to this day, had no clue what had pissed this guy off. I looked back again. Hup, the man would utter. I caught the silhouette of a canine that was with him, and it was leashed. This dude is crazy, I thought, which made me real afraid. Plus, if we run, his dog might catch us. Where do you live? The man asked. Alan, getting angry himself, and not really thinking clearly, responded, I live at 1020 Griffin Street, and I've lived there my whole life. Hup, hup, the man replied. I realized his canine was trained to hear this hup sound, and from that point, I knew we had to exit this situation immediately. We walked about 10 more steps, and in that time I thought, Alan knows the woods better than anyone. Dog's still leashed. If we run now, we make it. As if on cue, I heard a distinct clanking of metal on metal behind me. I immediately knew it was a weapon of some kind, like a knife, or a metal baton, not a gun cocking, but a metal weapon of some kind. He's got a switchblade. Run. I shouted, and we headed straight for the wooded trails. The last sound from behind us was the man to his dog, hup, hup hup. Alan got us through the trails in a matter of minutes, and we jogged/ran all the way to his house. His dad gave me a ride home, and I called Megan on our house phone to tell her what happened. I'm fairly certain, to this day, that man would have harmed us. Everything he had prepared, from the bright powered flashlight, to his dog, to whatever weapon he had, was so he could not confront, but ambush someone, off guard. In this case, his prey was a couple of unsuspecting teenage boys, who only managed to give him the slip, because we had the forehand knowledge that the dead end was actually an escape route. Who knows who else this man has cornered at the end of his dark street. Used to spend the summers with my grandparents down in Mexico when I was a kid. Very rural area out in the mountains. No law, heart of the drug war. I had some of my best times there when I was a teenager. I didn't look for trouble. I just liked partying and hanging out with friends that I made over the years. In the later years, 2008 now, things got really rough. In 2010 I had just graduated college and the economy was rough due to the crisis. I decided to spend that summer with grandma and just relax before starting a job. Anyway, one day a bunch of us were at my grandma's ranch just drinking and smoking weed. We were looking for a party and were debating where to go. Pretty much nobody could agree where to go, and the girls just wanted to chill, so we just stayed put. Very disappointed since it was a Friday night. We should have been partying. Over the next few days news spread that on that Friday night some guys had set up a roadblock on the main road. They were looking for hitmen from a rival drug cartel. They were pulling people out of cars at gunpoint and executing them on the side of the road. These moffers were beheading people on the side of the road. Some of the heads got thrown into the small police station of the town, and they left sprayed painted messages on blankets. Don't come into our turf or this will be your fate. Pretty much if they didn't recognize the people driving through they would hack them to pieces. When I heard about it, I nearly shit myself. Not me, but my daughter, who is 2. But kind of me, because it would have killed me too, just a different way. I had just showered and was brushing and fixing my hair while sitting on the bedroom floor where our dressing mirror is. My daughters, 5 and 2, were playing on / around the bed and watching TV. I was keeping them in the room with me so my husband could go about his interview with a potential new employee on Zoom in another part of the house. Anyway, I'm just using a straightener to help dry my hair faster and listening to the rhythmic sound of the 2-year-old pulling drawers open and shutting them on our very substantial and hard to move dresser when I hear a whooshing sound, and before my brain even registers what is happening, I've basically rolled around and caught the dresser, which, all drawers completely out, has come down on my kid. She was trapped in the dressers which, had my body not stopped the momentum, would have shut from the weight and certainly crushed her. Everything else in the house is anchored down, but we can barely move it and never thought it could be tipped. I had my 5-year-old pull her sister out of harm's way and run to tell my husband to help us get it off us, but it was a bad game of telephone, so he had no idea that he needed to come help us. 10 minutes later, my whole body shaking from the shock and holding the damn thing up, he comes in to see what my oldest meant about the dresser and finally helped me get it back in place. I still can't think about it without anxiety rearing its ugly head about what would have happened if I had been anywhere else in the room. It was the only place I could have been that I could have gotten to her in time. Point anyway, the next day I went and bought an anchor. Anchor everything, parents. Even if you can't imagine it would tip over, your kid will find a way. When I was a teenager, I sold a lot of weed. I was always doing deals, stupidly, with pretty shady people. If I heard someone had good bud for a good price, I'd show up more or less at some point. One day I was buying a quarter pound from a new dealer. As was the usual, it was several black people and my friend and I were the only white people. We walked down a hallway past a couple guys on stairs, who of course turned and blocked that way behind us. Up ahead was the dealer with the bag and 2 other guys. I had been in this situation many times before and really didn't even feel uncomfortable at this point. I noticed the bag had a lot of shake in it and said, "Damn, that's quite a bit of shake in there." Dude pulled out a pistol immediately and pointed it right at my forehead and just stared at me. I just looked back at him like, really? I think he was just trying to intimidate me, but I turned and walked away and said, "Sorry man, that's just too much shit for me to sort through there." I guess the next week he shot and killed a guy in that same hallway for doing something similar. That's actually one of 4 times I've had guns pointed at me. Another one in a similar situation. Then 2 other ones where I actually got shot at. I'm pretty sure I should be dead. Just started a new job. A few days in a car walker that we'll call Sally starts casually flirting with me. I was 22 at the time, not really experienced at, well, anything, but especially not in flirting with an older girl. So I continue my usual awkward routine until one night when we decided to go for drinks after work. The evening out was pretty normal until we got back to a friend's place. We were all pretty drunk, but Sally was the worst out of all, and that's when things started getting weird. She started off with a few very explicit whispers, just enough to get me to start overthinking. Am I going to be able to, well, perform after that many drinks? I'm thinking to myself, I'll just play it slow. Well, what do I know? She likes it, and things get progressively worse to a point where she's literally dry humping me in a room with 5 of our colleagues sitting around awkwardly. Keep in mind we've all been working together for just a few weeks. Even though I'm enjoying the action, I realize that the whole room is staring at us, and I push her to the side and explain how uncomfortable this is. That pretty much ended the night, though Sally did make one last attempt. I walked her home as she was pretty drunk. She made sure to let me know that the option of doing anything that I want was still on the table. Well, thank God I was too anxious that night. Just a few weeks later she hooked up with our boss's driver, lied about being on the pill, and would you look at that, she's divorced and getting alimony and child support checks from the poor bastard who ain't much older than me. My wife worked as an orthopedic nurse. She used to be a blood cancer nurse, but when we started trying to have a baby, she didn't want to be around chemotherapy patients for her and our future baby's health. Great news, she got pregnant. Bad news, her floor manager and the hospital administration were awful about accommodating her needs, mostly as a result of staffing making it hard to have a good eating and drinking schedule. One day, she nearly passed out. She could feel herself start to faint and immediately sat down on the floor. The hospital refused to accommodate her in any way, even though it would have been really easy, and insisted she immediately go on disability. No maternity leave. Everyone who has a baby just goes on disability. This was in February. 1 month later, coronavirus hits. My wife is working freelance as part of a response unit that practices safe protocols in a non-hospital setting. She could do this because she wasn't violating the terms of her disability, as she was sitting down and answering phone calls and emails all day. It was a 2-hour drive away, but they provide free hotel stays, gas money, and a food stipend so generous that it was enough for both of us. Her long-term disability finished at the exact same time her contract was up, so she doesn't have to return any of her signing bonus if she leaves. And now she's working full-time making better money doing COVID response in a non-hospital setting with social distance protocols setting in our hometown. It's a sweet gig that a lot of nurses applied for, but my wife was uniquely qualified because of the work she'd done before out of town. All because the hospital she worked at treated her like shit. Thank God they did. My ex called me up one day asking for a lot of money. He said he needed it to cover the cost of a cocaine deal gone bad, and if he didn't get the money, the guy would kill him. I told him that sucked and to call someone else. He was pretty upset and started yelling at me that I was going to get him murdered. I hung up on him. Sometime later I got a letter from some State Department. It was a transcript of the phone conversation I had with my ex. He was working with cops as a CI and was trying to wrap me into some sting operation or something where, if I had given him the money he wanted, I would have been charged with a felony and gone to prison. If at the end of the first paragraph you were thinking I was a shitty person for hanging up on this guy instead of giving him the money, now you know. This was over 15 years ago. He's still kicking it. A couple of years before that interaction, a friend came over to my house and threw a bag of meth onto my coffee table. He told me he knew I needed money, so he was giving me this sheet to sell to make some quick cash. I didn't touch it, told him to take it and get the hell out of my house, which he did. I find out later this guy was audio recording the whole thing and planned to give to the cops as a sort of get out of jail free tactic the next time he was busted. He did it to a lot of people. Apparently I was the only one who refused. Dodged another felony charge and possible prison time then. 2-point addiction and substance abuse suck. Staying away from the hard stuff is always the best bet. I had a freak accident about 10 years ago when I was chefing. One night after work I had my main knife wrapped up in my shoulder bag to take home. The changing rooms were on the second floor, and as I walked down the stairs, the guy behind me tripped up, and in the process, swept my legs out from under me. I fell down half a flight of stairs, sort of scooting on my ass. I thought I'd whacked my side on the banister on the way down, but when I pressed my hand to my side, it came away bloody. Turns out the tip of my knife had gone through the wrapping, through the bag, through my leather jacket, and between two of my ribs. When I got to the hosp, after having to calm down and direct my panicking co-workers LMAO, they said that apparently you could see my lungs through the gash. For the record, the knife went in on the side of my torso right through where my bra strap goes. The reason it didn't cause as much damage? The edge of the knife kept hitting my underside as I bounced down the stairs. I didn't realize I could have died until a week later when I watched the movie Tangled. When a certain character gets stabbed, the first thing I thought was that's not what it feels like, and the second was, oh, well shit. To be fair to my powers of comprehension though, I was on so very many painkillers that week. So yeah, no permanent damage, just a scar that's about 15 centimeters long. I can post pics if people are interested. My mum took them at the hosp. Meanwhile, my cousin once was walking while drunk, tripped, and got the neck of a beer bottle jammed into his own neck. It missed his jugular by less than an inch. Here is one big bullet I was lucky to dodge. I was staying at a hotel in this very industrial area. It was mostly woods and a few big companies here and there. Well, I didn't have a car and knew there was a mall that wasn't too much more than a mile, so I figured I could walk there and get some Chinese takeout. As I was walking, I noticed this van pass me a few times and just figured someone was lost. That was the only vehicle I had seen on this back road that was basically all trees. Well, the van came by again, and this time the guy stops and asks if I know where some company is. I say no, I'm sorry, I'm not from around here. He drives off, but had turned around, drove back down the hill, and stopped his van at a slight angle in front of me, but I quickly walked off the side of the road around it, and he shouted to me asking where I was going. I told him I was meeting my husband just down the road even though I wasn't. He got out of the van and said, hey, wait a minute. I kept walking a bit, then stopped and looked back. He was like, are you an athlete? You look like you're in good shape. I was like, no, UHH. I better go. I'm gonna be late. And started to turn as he said, hey wait, make a muscle. And I was like, what? He said, AWW, come on, make a muscle. As he started walking towards me, I flexed my bicep and then he started coming at me. So I said, sorry, I have to go, and started running down the hill. I could hear him shouting after me, but I kept running and made it to the mall. But you know, that feeling when it feels like someone is following you. I turned around on the sidewalk at the mall to see the guy in the van as he pulled up beside me and started to talk. I just ran into Jmax and waited there, watching from behind clothes as he circled the parking lot like a shark circling its prey. My heart was pounding, so I stayed for a long time until I calmed down and didn't see him anymore. I finally walked down to the restaurant and made my order and was ready to go when I stepped out the door and the van pulled up and I just ran back inside. I waited for a few minutes, then asked the guy at the desk if he had a phone book so I could call a cab. I picked one and called and they said they wouldn't be there for 30 to 40 minutes, so I said forget it. I looked outside and didn't see the van, so decided I would wait another 10 minutes then take a chance and walk up the hill to my hotel. As I walked I felt a little creeped out since there were no cars on this back road. I had a bad feeling and said a little prayer saying, if something bad was going to happen to me, send me a sign, and if a car comes along I will ask for a ride. I literally walked another minute when a car came up beside me and stopped. I didn't have a hand out, it just stopped. It was a really big old car and there was a little older lady driving. She asked if I needed a ride, and I said yes, and jumped in her car. I thanked her and told her I was just at the hotel at the top of the hill, and she was nice and said it was no trouble. I told her about the guy in the van and suddenly her voice got really weird and she said God told me to stop. We didn't want what happened to little Becky happen to you. He told me I had to stop so I did. Poor little Becky She kept talking, but I was getting freaked out and she was driving past where I needed to stop, so I kept saying you can stop here. It's okay, I'm fine, you can stop here, okay you can stop. Please stop here. And suddenly she slammed on the brakes and I quickly started to get out. I thanked her for the ride. Her voice went back to normal and she said oh that's okay dear, have a good night. I freaking ran back down the road to the hotel and ran right up to my room, heart pounding. I was pretty freaked out at the whole day. So I put on some fun cartoons and just tried to chill out so I could finally eat my very cold Chinese food. I will always remember that really weird close call. I dodged a literal bullet, but I didn't dodge it in the usual sense. I simply got lucky by not being present when it was fired. To elaborate, I was living with my mom at the time. We had an office space in the front corner of the house where my computer was set up. I'm a big PC gamer, so I was usually sitting at my PC if I wasn't busy with anything else. I came home from school one day, and when I sat down at my desk, I noticed a bunch of white powder everywhere. I looked behind my monitor, which was also covered in white powder, and noticed a small hole in the wall about an inch above the top of my monitor. Didn't really think much about it, and just cleaned the powder up, assuming someone was moving stuff around on my desk, and jabbed the wall or something. I lived in a pretty quiet suburban neighborhood where crime wasn't common, so the thought of someone shooting at our house just didn't even register in my head. Later on, I got up to get something to drink and was walking through the dining room which was adjacent to the office. I saw a small black spot on the wall to my right out of the corner of my eye. Another hole around the same size, and it was on the wall opposite from the one with the other hole, albeit at a steep angle. I checked and realized that there was nothing obstructing either hole, and immediately put 2 and 2 together. I went outside and checked the exterior of the office wall to confirm my suspicions, and saw that the hole behind my monitor bored all the way to the outside, through the vinyl paneling, and the bullet must have lodged itself in the interior wall of the dining room. I told my mom and stepdad that I was pretty sure someone shot at our house while we were away and the police were called. They removed a .45 slug, I think, from the wall in the dining room. The police said that had I been sitting at my PC when our house was shot at, the bullet would have most likely hit me right in the fucking face and killed me. Fortunately, it happened while I was at school and everyone else was at work, so nobody got hurt. But it spooked the hell out of my parents for sure. When I was maybe 9 or 10 I had just started using the internet and things like MSN and Yahoo Messenger. Through one of the chat rooms I met a man who was constantly wanting to talk to me and be friends. As an only child to a single mom, I spent a lot of time unsupervised on the internet. Even at that young age I knew the man was weird, but I craved the attention from literally anyone, because I was so chronically lonely. After months of talking daily, the man told me his real age was 42. I was weirded out, but continued talking to him, because he was practically the only consistent person in my life at that point. When I didn't get angry with him lying about his age, he expressed that he wanted to meet me in real life, and that he was going to mail me plane tickets to Maryland. I gave him my address. Luckily we had a PO box, and the tickets arrived the next week. Once I had the tickets in hand, I continued talking to him and pretending that I would get on the flight, even though I knew I wouldn't. I hid the tickets under my bed and went on with life. A few days before the scheduled flight, my mom and I had some huge fight that left me so devastated that I decided I would run away and fly to Maryland because it was the only place I could think to go. When my mom left for work, I packed a bag, and when I went to retrieve my hidden tickets, I found that my dog had literally ripped them to shreds. When I missed the flight, the man sent me hundreds of threatening messages and unsolicited dick pics, and a special thanks to my angel dog Petty for saving me from a filthy as child groomer lol. At 12 years old, my friend and I were riding our mini bikes. We left his house and pulled between two parked cars to cross the street. Residential neighborhood, mostly older immigrant Italians from the same town in Italy as my dad came from. Everyone knew everyone. Instead of looking to see if the street was clear, I decided to depend on my buddy. Full of adrenaline, not thinking straight, I looked down and saw his chain tightened. I pulled a wheelie into the side of a big old Lincoln that was cruising down the street at maybe 25 to 35 miles per hour. That's not fast until it's 4,000 pounds coming at you head on. It just pulled my front end down and I sort of half landed on my side. The poor old woman driving the car locked up the brakes, laid some serious skid, and backed up. All the neighbors came out on their porches. She was scared as a split second earlier she would have bailed my right side head on, no brakes, just asking if I was okay a few times. There was a pretty good set of gouges down the better portion of her driver's side. She never mentioned it. I guess she was just happy she didn't just kill this stupid kid. The whole time I'm thinking my dad is gonna sell this thing on me. One of the neighbors will surely say something to him, or my grandparents who both lived a block away. She leaves, we ride off, and it starts to hit me. If I took off a split second earlier I'd be deaf not conscious. We stop. I start feeling sick. I tell my buddy I gotta go, I can't ride, I'm sick. I ride home and park the bike for maybe 3 days. The longest I'd ever voluntarily not used my bike. My dad never said a word. 50 years later I still haven't asked him if he knew. I don't sweat when I think about it anymore, but it did make me realize how 1 second of pure stupidity can change or end my life. A friend of mine was trying to raise a boat that had sunk in a river and my father and several other friends were helping. Part of his plan involved using several 55-gallon drums as floats. For whatever reason he was trying to chisel the lid off one of them, but he wasn't having much success. Well, one of the tools we had with us was a concrete saw. Think of a chainsaw, but with a big 14 inches circular blade on it instead of the chain, and his grandfather grabbed it and tried to use that to cut open the drum's top. I was standing nearby in the river and the saw was kicking up a huge spray of sparks right at me, so I turned and moved out of the way. As I'm doing so I hear a huge boom and turn back to see my friend's grandfather lying on the ground holding only half the concrete saw. The drum is gone, and in its place is a concave dish of metal driven into the riverbank. After a few seconds of taking this in I hear a splash in the river behind me. Apparently the drums had previously held paint and were full of fumes. The sparks from the saw ignited said fumes, causing an explosion and turning the 55-gallon drum into a short-lived rocket that splashed down in the river. As noted, my friend's grandfather was only holding half the engine part of the concrete saw. The explosion had ripped the saw in two and sent the blade half flying into the river. Since the saw was a rental, my dad and some others went walking in the river to try to recover the other half. My dad found it, and when I realized where he was I had him stand there. I then went to where the explosion happened and figured out the line between there and where my dad found the blade half. Said line intersected exactly where I had been standing just before I moved from the sparks. Had I not moved, the blade part of the saw would have gone right through my chest. This might be what you are after, but might not be. It's not an EMS, time and collateral damage and all of that point. When I was 21 I was informed I was going to be a father by my ex-girlfriend whom I continued to see for the benefits. I let my dick do a lot of the driving back then. She told me there was no chance it was anyone else's. The child was born and the experience messed my head up for a while. Got me thinking I should get back together with her. That didn't happen some months after the babe was born, even though she had a new fella, so I did the weekend only dad things. swimming lessons, Christmas and all that. Started a savings account. My mum was overjoyed to be a grandmother. I never really felt that click/attachment that was described to me. I put it down to being a dumb kid and didn't think much of it. 3 years later, at the urging of my then girlfriend, I got a DNA test. Nope, not mine. Another test. Same result. After the result was given to my ex, it came out that she had another guy at the time. My mother was heartbroken, but still she loved her granddaughter. Still, I tried to do the adoptive dad thing, which didn't work. Eventually separated myself from the whole situation and I didn't see my ex or the child again. My mum continued to love/see the child. She would break her back over doing anything to continue to see her. Eventually though, it got to a point where my ex was blatantly using my mother as a free babysitter service, usually last minute at night when she'd show up dressed to go out partying. Any arranged thing during the day and on weekends would be cancelled more often than not. My mother started cancelling her arranged stuff to free up last minute times to see/have the child. Cause fact notes, when the chance would happen again after being cancelled on again, my mother cracked it with my ex. My ex responded to something to the effect, "You'll see her when I want you to see her. It's your son's fault this has all happened anyway." Apparently this snapped my mother out of loving grandmother mode into protective mother mode and used some uncharacteristic language to remind her whose fault the situation was and to go away. My mother never spoke or saw my ex or the child again, apart from running into them public, which made my mother cry when she got home. They eventually moved away. So, while the DNA test helped me dodge being responsible for a child that wasn't mine and everything that goes along with it for the rest of my life, or finding out the fact much later in life, it wasn't something that just happened just like that. I did put my mother into a position where she got her heart broken and exploited repeatedly, and the experience probably turned me off thinking about wanting children again. Since my mother's become a grandmother again, which is great, and I've enjoyed a lifestyle I may not have had otherwise. Spent part of my life working for a shitty construction company as a telemarketer. Shitty equals expensive medical coverage that is worthless, non-existent PTO, number 401k, and a toxic work environment that makes you want to vomit on your way to work in the morning. But the pay was 4k plus a month, so I did it for 2 years. One day the straw broke the camel's back and I quit for reals. Not just like came home and said fuck my job and then went back the next day again. For real quit. Desperate to make sure I didn't fall behind on bills, I immediately started applying for other equally shitty telemarketing jobs at other equally toxic and shitty construction companies. Finally got an interview at one and went in. The conversation started off with what would be expected of me, while this skinny, unbathed, narcissistic, 25-ish years old of a middle manager had his feet on his desk and his hands behind his head. Being told that I would start from the bottom, and if I had the hunter mentality they were looking for, I might be able to work my way up to calling off the inbound call list scraps from internet leads so cold they were probably on a floppy disk. And who knows, maybe one day, when they expand, I might be able to be just like him, if I'm as good as I say I am. What took the cake was the referral policy. Taking PTO, which was an absolute joke, of 1 hour for every consecutive full pay period worked, i.e. 25.5 hours a year, if you work every single day and never get sick or need a mental break during the month, excludes you from being able to collect your bonus commission hidden under a shady term that can be taken away. And when you work crappy telemarketing jobs, you don't work for the peanuts that are the base pay. You work for the bonus. This was a rule to encourage you to be at work. He offered me $12 an hour to start, and I would be working in a corner cube in a dimly lit basement on a computer so old it probably had Minesweeper installed on it. I walked away and now have a job that I love. Just got a large Christmas bonus and feel massively appreciated. Dodge that bullet. Marrying an abusive, toxic, manipulative, lying, cheating ex-girlfriend. Met in 2014 and quickly moved in, and as she was my first girlfriend I was too blinded by love to notice the red flags. Eventually my mom kicked her out, and me wanting to not be alone again, I went with her and we moved back to her grandma's. house in another state, and things were good, but eventually the fighting and manipulating returned, and I often feared for my safety, because a lot of her family did not like me for whatever reason. So I was in a new state, by myself far away from my family, and lived in a house where I was disliked and often sheet talked, combined with being lied to, manipulated, and abused physically, mentally, verbally, and sexually by the one person who should been supportive, caring, and a source of protection and comfort for me. From there her grandma kicked us out, and we moved back in with my mom who lived in another state, and again things were still bad, fights often. And my mom saw a lot of the red flags that I was blind to and would try to warn me and tell me, but again I was blinded by love and didn't want to be all alone again. Well, we eventually got our own place at a extended stay motel and things got a bit better, but she often left me all alone at the room and would stay very late for work. She worked at a fast food restaurant and eventually one day caught her cheating on me with one of her coworkers. And that was the moment where the veil was lifted, and I saw how shitty of a person she was. We were engaged, but after catching her with the other guy I broke down, and lost it, and ran off into the night angry, broken hearted, and emotional, and eventually my mom was called, and she picked me up, and my stuff up, and I stayed with her, where I fell into a deep depression, and grew very suicidal. To the point that my mom and grandma had paid for a plane ticket, but up to Minnesota, my home state, so I could be with the rest of the family and just get away from the pain and memories. And I'm happy to say that I dodged that bullet, and I'm now in a committed, happy, supportive relationship with a woman who accepts me for me and does an amazing job loving me and taking care of me when needed. Probably late and not sure if this counts, but 19 years old. Had totaled my car and was driving one of those SWEET scooters around. You know, the ones that just scream I have a DUI and this is the only thing I can drive. Yeah, pretty sick. Anyway, it's the night of the Destiny release on Xbox, and I leave my girlfriend's house to head to the midnight release. It's raining and nighttime, but I didn't care. It was Destiny, man. About a mile away, and I was the only guy on the road. A car pulls up on a side street facing my way, 4-lane road, and he's sitting there waiting for me to pass. Suddenly he just goes. I was going to hit him, so I kicked on my brakes, but ended up sliding through the rain and oil slick pavement. I hit his car and snapped my left leg in half. He speeds off. I'm lying there, dazed, and try to stand up, to find my leg is dislocated, and my femur has a compound fracture. I can see the bones. I start screaming in the middle of this empty 4-lane road at midnight, realizing I'm going to die. Phone is smashed, no houses in sight, just empty road and me bleeding out on the ground. Not 10 seconds later a fire truck and an ambulance pull around the corner. I think, oh god, somebody called this in. I'm saved. Then I realize their lights aren't on. They aren't slowing down. It's dark. I'm in dark clothing. They can't see me. The fire truck is coming right for me, and I'm frozen with fear, unable to move out of shock. Then at the last second they notice me. Fire truck swerves out of the way and goes up on the right 2 wheels slightly, and the ambulance skids to a halt. They hop out bewildered and just look at me, and me, being in complete shock, just says, "Right on time." They just stare at me, stare at my leg bone, then flip on their lights and get me into their ambulance. My story: I was just a freshman in high school, so I was only 15, as was my sister. We had friend A, who I'll call Amy, and friend B, who I'll call Debbie. Me, my sister, Amy, and Debbie, we all met in chorus. Amy was going to be turning 16, so we planned a girls' sleepover. My sister and I never got involved with drugs, alcohol, or any kind of partying, so we assumed it was going to be a harmless sleepover. We go out, buy presents, and all of a sudden I get this awful pit in my stomach. My dad asked if I was excited when I mentioned I didn't feel well about it, and I said, no, not excited. I feel nervous. I kept the thought in my head because it was quite strange. We make it to the house, meet Amy and Debbie there. She explains to my dad that her mom is going to pick up a cake from the store because she was working long hours. My dad said he wanted to meet her because I gave him the look to not leave us, and things felt shady. Amy and Debbie were wearing Ugh. Entice outfits. An hour passes, and Amy is trying to usher my dad out of the house, but he insisted on staying. Sure enough, boys roll in. Seniors, one of them, I even knew that was 18. He had a backpack, and in it was definitely weed and alcohol. They beelined into Amy's room. I said I was quite hungry, so we were going to grab dinner and come back. We never came back. The next day, that I was in chorus with my sister, I asked how the party went. They said the boys slept in the same room with them. They got high and drunk, classic crossfade, and dared to do lap dances, which they did. The seniors cuddled and spooned them, making some sexual advances and definitely some making out, and possible setch point bullets seriously dodged. I'm going to add one more. In 2016 I had just moved in with a girl I barely knew, that I went to high school with. She was always having people over that I didn't know. One night she has this guy over who I assume she's friends with, who I've never met, but was just talking with him to be nice. She says that he can stay the night on our couch, but she had to go somewhere, and she would be back later that night. Well, she ended up not coming back. Meanwhile the guy and I are smoking weed, and I'm getting weird vibes, but I think I'm just paranoid from the weed, because I never smoke, and my roommate knows him right. So I must just be being crazy. I'm in the bathroom getting ready for bed, and I keep trying to watch from the mirror, because I'm paranoid he's going to go in my room when I'm not looking. I don't know. Finally I go in my room, and I'm like, okay, I'll just lock my door. Well, there's no lock on my door. So I lay in bed and I'm thinking, what can I do just in case I'm not just being paranoid? I didn't feel comfortable enough to kick him out, just because I'm having a bad high, and it's her friend. So I start piling as much noisy things as I can in front of the door just in case, so I can hear someone come in, glass bottles, etc. I don't really know what my plan was, but yeah. I have my phone next to me just in case, and I'm trying to stay awake. Eventually I convince myself it's just the weed, and almost fall asleep. All of a sudden I hear the door, no knocking at all, being opened quietly, but then the door hits the bottles, and makes a ton of noise. I jump out of bed, my heart is racing, but instead of being scared I'm just really angry, and I slam open the door, and I scream at the guy to get out of my apartment and practically shove him out of the front door. The next day my roommate gets home and tells me that she's only met the guy like once and doesn't actually know him at all. He's just some drug dealer she met. I swear to God, my intuition and paranoia from the weed saved me. I was on the way to pick up some drugs from an old coworker of my mom's. She was a nurse that my sister was going to use since she was sick. The closest place for me to be able to get to my sister's was on the other side of a very busy road that had 4 lanes and no nearby bridge at all. So, tired from the commute and tired from walking to and from the hospital, I had no choice but to jaywalk. I got through the first and second lane when I found a wide opening, but the last 2 lanes were too crowded and the cars were not giving any signs of slowing down. While I was looking for an opening, a jeepney and a bunch of motorcycles were too close to each other and were closing in on me. Then my brain did that thing where it would like shut down entirely if we knew we are going to die, but my body positioned itself by instinct in between the 2 vehicles. Even if the distance between them is extremely small, the motorcycles reacted just in time to give my body some room to fit between them and the jeep, the side mirror hitting my shoulder painfully. Right after that near-death experience, I immediately walked off the road and got onto a jeepney to get to my sister. I would've said that getting to my sick sister's apartment was worth delivering the meds, but I found her boyfriend there just chilling, and her being able to walk and talk and looking fine. Not me in particular, but I'm still a rookie EMT. I began working in covered wards and I never knew how strong my intuition was until then. Saw a patient with a nasal cannula on with about 1.5 L of oxygen. Their O2 saturation was about 92%, below normal but pretty common in covered patients. I kept rechecking her O2 sat every 5 minutes, and it didn't improve. I even checked her nasal cannula. Nothing abnormal. But I also didn't want to keep alarming her. I finally decided to leave no stone unturned, and turns out her O2 tank was off. Someone put her on oxygen and didn't turn it on. Turned it on, and then her O2 sat went to around 95%. Another night, it's 2 a.m. and we have a dementia patient. We're all sitting around writing reports or playing cards since everyone is zonked out. I did not feel comfortable being there and not keeping an eye on the dementia patient. I told the others I will grab a chair and just sit in her room with an iPad to keep me busy while I watch her in case she tries to get up. I walked to the door and her head popped out. She got out of bed. I was able to gently lead her back to bed. We then had someone sit there throughout the night and would rotate. I never doubt my intuition after those two incidents. Not the biggest bullet I've ever dodged, but the sheer luck of this never fails to astound me. Over lockdown, I worked from home and looked like complete and utter trash every day for weeks. I had daily phone conferences with my manager and a colleague or two first thing in the morning. I never brushed my hair, was in PJs, or had no pants on most days anyway. One day I decided that enough was enough, and I felt like showering and dressing up. First time in maybe 4 weeks. Brushed my hair, makeup, proper pantsuit. Your girl was back in the game. I was waiting for the conference phone call from my team leader to pop up, which it did. I answered it, and it turned out to be a video call with some of the other teams, senior managers, etc. Almost the whole office. I had no idea it was even a video call, much less with everyone, until I answered it, and my face was on the screen with a million others. The day before, I had finished early and taken a half day off, so I didn't get the memo. The whole office had received a message to say that the morning phone conference for teams was gonna be a video conference with most of the office instead, just in case people needed more socialization than just within their small groups. Literally the day before, I'd taken that same call while wearing nothing but a towel. Nah, never risk that again. 4 or 5 years ago I was on holiday with my mom. We are from Germany and were staying in Belgium. My dad had just left and my mom's mom had died a few days later, so she really needed the vacation after the funeral. On the day before we were going home, I felt like I was going to get very ill with a cold. I have this feeling every time I get feverish that tells me I'll be ill the next few days. So I went to bed early. During the night, I was feeling so cold that my mom piled 2 blankets, 2 wool blankets and our warm coats on me, and I still shivered. Then, I had the worst diarrhea and puking I've ever had up to that point. My mom gave me aspirin to lower the fever, got me in the car first thing in the morning, checked out somehow. We were in the French-speaking part of Belgium, and she knows no French whatsoever. I always translated everything, and drove home with me. We thought it was just some stomach bug. That was on Saturday. On Sunday, I had over 40 deg.C, still with diarrhea and puking. On Monday, she somehow carried me to our doctor. The doctor called an ambulance right away and gave them a note saying she suspected a sepsis. I went to the hospital. They thought maybe my appendix broke, but that wasn't the case. They took blood and gave me paracetamol to lower the fever. Then, they didn't do much more until Saturday. They just told me I was simulating. I got 4 paracetamol every day to lower the fever, but it never went below 40 deg.C. I didn't eat or drink, just shat and puked. On Saturday, my mom told the nurses that I had pneumonia. My mom has a bit of experience with that as her dad died from it, and her mom had it a few times. The nurses didn't believe her. Finally, they called a doctor. Since it was late in the evening, it was a substitute doctor who hadn't seen me before. He looked in my file and suddenly everything went really out of hand. Apparently they had just ignored the lab reports on my blood stating that I had a huge salmonella infection in my blood leading to a sepsis, and that I needed to be treated with antibiotics immediately. That report had come in on Tuesday. I had indeed gotten pneumonia on top, and was mere minutes away from multiple organ failure. I got antibiotics then, and was well on Sunday morning. I could have died that night had my mom not been so adamant about me having pneumonia. As a nice souvenir from hospital, my stomach is to this day faked up due to the overdose of paracetamol they gave me, which completely stripped my stomach of its protective lining. When I was pregnant with my son, I went to the local clinic because my hands and feet were so itchy that I wanted to tear them apart. Doctor waved me off more than once, telling me it was a common problem during pregnancy, so I carry on suffering for weeks. Wake up in the middle of the night very uncomfortable and did not realize until about 8 am that I was bleeding, and that uncomfortable feeling was contractions. My body has seriously screwed up pain signals. Rush to the local hospital. This hospital is not equipped for delivery and all local pregnant women are instructed to go to the big city 2 weeks ahead of their due date to wait things out. I'm about 3.5 weeks away from my due date. My blood pressure is high, and it turns out my liver enzyme levels are also through the roof. I get rushed by ambulance to the nearest hospital that can safely handle a premature infant. When I get there they look me over, see that my blood pressure has stabilized, and say I can go home and just wait out my contractions till I'm in active labor. Already exhausted by this point. Not sure why they aren't more concerned with me going into labor 3.5 weeks early. So we went to a hotel for 2 full hours and came back again to be told I didn't really need an epidural, I'd be just fine. After a lot of inadequate care, there was a large number of people present to scoop up my 5-pound premature son and were ready to intubate him if need be. He was teeny, but surprisingly tough, and did not need any breathing support at all, and he was not jaundiced or anything. Here's the kicker. There was never any real mention of my liver numbers, and they stayed high off and on for over a year. Talking with a specialist years later, his best guess is that I had something called obstetric cholestasis. It is a liver issue that can prove fatal to a full-term fetus, meaning if I had not gone into premature labor, my son most likely would have died. I have definitely been thanking God for watching out for my kiddo during that time. In a lot of these types of stories someone's rushing here or trying to beat the train there and almost gets themselves killed. But in my case it was exactly the opposite point. Now I don't want to name any particular names, but let's just say that small town Maryland isn't all it's cut out to be. I was returning from an appointment with a therapist whose office was on the town's main street, and on my way back I had reached a sort of Y-shaped intersection where a second diagonal road splits off from Main Street. Since my destination was also on Main Street, I'd have to cross Diagonal Road and keep walking along the main road. There was, of course, a crosswalk just after the Y-shaped intersection, and so I stopped there and waited. I had been looking both ways this whole time, and I could see that there were 2 sedans coming up from either side. The one on my left had all but stopped, and the one on the right was a bit further away and would be stopped soon. It was broad daylight, and I could see that they had both seen me and were clearly slowing down with the intent to let me cross. I could either wait a few extra seconds, or I could start crossing right away. Now this is the part of the story where the guy usually says, turns out one of them didn't see me, and they almost ran me over, before warning you not to do what they did, because saving a few seconds isn't worth dying, or whatever. In this story, however, it was my expediency that saved me. You see, I had gotten most of the way across the street, though I'm still far enough into the road that, if some jackass comes speeding through the lane, I get hit. Suddenly, I hear honking. I look to my left, and there's this big white pickup truck with a chrome grille all up in my face that says Dodge. Ironic, I know. This truck had crossed the double yellow line and went around the sedan to my left. This put them in an oncoming lane which they were not supposed to be in, and since there was another sedan in that same lane it then had to swerve around them and through the crosswalk to get back into its own lane and avoid a head-on collision. If I had waited an extra second to cross, then I would have been right in its path, and the truck would have flattened me like a goddamn pancake. I was dazed and confused for several seconds, and by the time I thought to try and get a pic or memorize the license plate, it was already too late. Jackass broke several traffic laws, almost ran me over, and sped away. TLDR, I'm only alive now because I was hasty enough to narrowly dodge an impatient asshole in a pickup truck. Obligatory not me, and also I've told this story before. The bullet dodgers in this story are my great aunt and my great cousins. I'll tell the full story as I know it. This is from the point of view of my mum and grandfather. It happened in the late 1980s. My mum's uncle went to my granddad's, his brother, house and stole his gun. My granddad only saw the back of someone's head in the gun when he was walking down the driveway, so he called the police. The police came and found a beer can in the shed, so they took it back to test the fingerprints. While this was happening, my great uncle drove to his ex-wife's house and got in the bathtub to hide. He left a suicide tape, and in it, he talked about why he was going to kill them and why he had to do it. It was long and rambling, but mostly he talked about them being in the middle of a divorce and she was taking half his things, along with many other things. We are not 100% sure how they knew when he left the house and how long he was there, but my mum vaguely remembers it was because of a neighbor seeing him. He drove back to his own house and killed himself on the back step. Police identified his fingerprints, drove to his home, and found him 1 to 2 hours after his death. That's all my mum really knows about it. I thought they did, but the family didn't want to keep the tape, so they gave it to my granddad, and when he died my aunt apparently took the tape. Unfortunately, this isn't a story where it ends with his family being so grateful to be alive. For some reason, my great aunt let her kids hear the suicide tape. All of them became severely mentally unstable now. His daughter the worst, because it was later revealed that the main motivation beyond his attempted murder was that his daughter was preparing to report him for sexually assaulting her multiple times. It's a very tragic tale that is unfortunately common in my mum's Jehovah's Witness community. I was in junior high and my parents and I were going to take a trip to the Dominican Republic to go to an uncle's wedding. My parents were taking me, but my brothers were staying with my grandmother. My mom has been looking forward to it because that uncle was her favorite cousin and he had lived with my grandparents and her for a while growing up. That morning we wake up at about 4 AM and my mother is pale and she tells my father that she had a bad dream about the flight and didn't want to go today. Her grandmother, who passed away a couple of years before this trip, I don't remember how long ago, but I still remember visiting her, was in her dream telling her not to go today because it wasn't her time yet. Now this was soon after 9/11 and my dad tells her that security is going to be tight. The airlines are going to be super cautious about maintenance and there is nothing to worry about. My dad is pretty adamant about not wanting to spend money on changing the ticket, so we take off to drop off my brothers at grandma's. We get there, and grandma tells my mother that her mother was a dream telling her to keep my mother from going today. So now my mom is panicked, and honestly I'm scared, because mom is scared. My mom tells my dad there is no faking way she is leaving today, in Spanish, and my mother never curses, and that we are leaving tomorrow. My dad is pissed, and we all go back home. I'm pissed because I was going to skip school for a week and my parents make me go that day. I go to school, and about 11 o'clock I'm called to the office. My dad is in the office, and he signs me out telling me my mom wants all of the kids home. I get home and my mom, grandma and a bunch of family members are there freaking the hell out. I find out the plane we would have been on crashed after taking off, and they think there were no survivors. My parents end up going to the wedding a couple of days later without me. I remember being nervous as hell on the day they left and came back. I don't believe in ghosts, but I still don't know what occurred. It was 2019. I worked in an absolute shithole and the stress of the situation, plus that of a horrendous 2018, had led me to psychological distress, and my physical health was suffering. I reckoned that was a physical manifestation of the stress, and would clear up when I got out of the current job. I realized I had two choices, jump off a bridge, or get a new job. I chose the latter. I had been trying to get out of customer service, but I realized it was more important to just get the hell out of my current job, so I bit the bullet and applied for the same kind of job. After months of no luck in the job hunt, I got all sorts of takers. I was starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I went to my first interview. The job didn't sound half bad as far as customer service jobs go, except for one glaring problem: no benefits for hourly employees. I almost took it, just for the sake of getting a new job, but the lack of benefits was a big red flag for me, so I told them I'd think about it. A couple of days later I had another job interview. This job was similar to the first one I interviewed for in most respects, except this one came with benefits. The choice was clear. I went with the second job. Remember the physical symptoms I mentioned earlier? Turns out that wasn't just a manifestation of stress after all. It was Crohn's disease. Crohn's disease does not just clear up on its own. Crohn's disease is also very expensive. I live in the United States and thus have to deal with the infamous US healthcare system. I'm struggling financially as it is, but I would have been absolutely faked had I taken the job without benefits. Funnily enough, the first job I interviewed for is very close to the second job, where I still work. I can see it from there. Every time I do, I thank my lucky stars I had the good sense to hold out for a job with benefits. So I was a virgin up to senior my year. It was 2 to 3 weeks before graduation. I was 18 already and well OFC I'm a horny MF, so I'm on Instagram and some girl follows me. I follow her back, and she was cute, so I liked one of her pics. She liked mine, and before we knew it, we were messaging each other. She eventually told me come over let's hang out. So later that night I went over. Keep in mind she was a freshman. And while I went over, she came outside, and we were talking in my car. We jumped in the back seat, and started making out. Then we saw a cop driving towards us. We ducked down. He looked at the vehicle and just left. He then went behind us and eventually got tired of waiting for one of us to come out. So he left. She then proceeded to say, let's go to my room. So we went in and we had to sneak in through her window. We then started making out again. And she asks me if I had a condom and I said no. So she got up and got one that she had, and well I put it on, and holy shit, that MF was right as hell. And we well proceeded to have sex, and when we finished I pulled my dick out, and the condom had ripped. All I had around my dick was the ring at the end. So till this day don't know what happened to rest of it, or if I came inside her. And well I threw whatever was left of it away and we cuddled. As we are cuddling I just decided to put my clothes on, and then we cuddled again. We then hear her mom get up and start turning the doorknob. I freaked out and tried to jump out the window and she pulled me back and told me not to do so. So then I came back in, and the moment her mom started opening the door I ran behind it and tried hiding from her. She closed the window and then turned around and saw me. She yelled for the dad and holy fuck at this point I'm sheeting bricks. He then comes running it, and when I tell you I've never seen somebody scarier in my life, I mean it. He then is yelling at me and asked me how old I am, and I lied and said I'm 16 and went to her school. He then told me to get the F out of their house, and so I ran out, jumped in my car and drove off. I got scared this MF was gonna shoot me because he ran outside after me. As I'm hauling ass, speeding, I see that cop from earlier. He was busy with somebody else he pulled over, so he didn't even bother going after me. He just flashed his flashlight at me. Then, I'm freaking out and turn into traffic that's going the opposite way of me, so I'm like what the fuck is going on? And then I turn around and stop somewhere and immediately blocked the girl from everything. And got home, and my dad was up and was like so what the fuck happened, why do you look scared? And I just told him to not even worry about it and went to bed. So much shit happened, but the biggest bullet I dodged was impregnating a girl 3 years younger than getting shot, getting arrested and then crashing lol. My family and I got to go to my favorite country in the world, Italy, and we stayed in an Airbnb in my favorite city in the world, Rome. Just last December I saw everything: the Sistine Chapel, St. Peter's Basilica, the Colosseum, Il Duomo, the Pantheon, while on tours for each one. The tour company we used had an agreement with every museum and landmark we saw to let that specific tour company in an hour early before it opened to the public. I saw the Trevi Fountain, Basilica Santa Maria ad Martis, Piazza il Michelangelo, the Chapel of Santa Maria della Concisione dei Capuccini and the Capuchin crypts underneath it. Also the Aventine Keyhole, the Spanish Steps, Navona Square, and on our last day Pompeii Point and the Chapel of San Maria della Concisione dei Capuccini. I saw the Baroque painting, the Archangel Michael defeating Satan, in person. I had done a master study on this very painting, and the painting was enormous and gorgeous, more so than I could ever imagine. We spent 11 days there, and on the last day, Christmas Day, my Roman Catholic mother got to see and hear the Pope deliver the speech for Christmas, even though it was in Italian and we don't know Italian. The Vatican was where we walked to every night, walking through St. Peter's Square, watching the beautiful fountains and gigantic Christmas tree. My mother cried the first time she walked around St. Peter's Square. It was truly beautiful. We went to an amazing village called Montepulciano, where we had a wine tasting and 3-course lunch at a famous winery, Pulcino. On the way to and back, we also saw another village called Pinza Point. The entire vacation was like a dream. Then COVID happened. Rome was crowded. I had to hold hands with my family everywhere because you could easily get swept up in the crowd. Everyone walked everywhere. The metro system was always crowded. It was loud with street vendors and even a restaurant crier or two. People talked casually, footsteps echoed from cobblestone, and bells were all over from the hundreds of churches they had. Romans are so friendly, so excited and so encouraging even when hearing a tourist say Buongiorno or Grazie. I have never met so many kind people in one city in my life. But then seeing the news, just a few weeks after visiting, it was surreal. Rome suddenly empty, mayors yelling for people to stay in quarantine, and the deaths skyrocketing. It was like Rome fell all over again, but in a terrifying way no one could have ever imagined. 10 years ago I was on probation for assault. Close to the end of my 3-year probation I had to take a polygraph test to prove I complied with my probation. I took the test, failed every question, because I was still living the thug life. Joke. About a week later after the polygraph test my probation officer calls me back to his office to arrest me for failing the polygraph. So that day, before going to his office I said goodbye to my brother and sister, kissed my parents goodbye, and most importantly apologize and reassure my then girlfriend, now wife, that I won't miss the birth of our firstborn, and I'll be out before she goes into labor. I lied to her. I knew I was going to be gone a very long time. Part of my probation was to not be around or possess firearms. I still kept my firearms and used them. Big no when on probation for a violent crime. Once I got to his office there was a police officer waiting for me so he could arrest me and take me to get booked. I sat down and noticed my PO was having trouble opening my case on his computer. He was silent for a few minutes. It felt like an eternity had gone by watching him click around almost frantically. He then proceeds to tell me that in his 20-something years of being a PO he's never made this mistake. He let my case expire. He should have extended it so I can do my polygraph, but somehow forgot to check the actual date of when my probation was going to end. Turns out I was off probation a few days before I even took the polygraph. I was in disbelief. He told me I'm free to go. I didn't believe him. He pretty much had to convince me that he's not lying to me. He asked me to tell him why I failed my polygraph. I was still very hesitant after almost 10 minutes of him repeatedly telling me that he can't do anything to me, and whatever I say nothing can be held against me. I sang like a canary. I told him every which way I broke my probation. I was definitely bragging. This all happened when I was 19. 10 years later I haven't been arrested again. I have 3 kids and still married to the same woman. I have a great job and life has treated me well since. It was late summer the year I graduated high school. A few classmates and myself had a mutual friend. He was a few years older as we all met him as an upperclassman. For the purposes of this story let's call him Dave. Dave's family had a sizable boat they stored at a lake a few hours north of us. Now Dave had spent the whole summer bugging us to go up to the lake with him, but for a variety of reasons we never seemed to have the time. I remember this week in particular he had made a big stink about it, and I felt I had finally secured the time to make it out there for the weekend. As Thursday came around, my boss informs me I have to work the weekend. This is my first job out of high school, so wanting to make a good impression I reluctantly accept the extra shift. Naturally Dave was not thrilled about my cancellation, but we agreed that next weekend we'd make it up there for sure. The weekend comes and goes and Dave is on his way home. As Have rounds a corner on the interstate his vehicle is struck in the rear, causing it to roll and catch fire. Dave is killed on impact. The driver and passenger in the other vehicle escape with only minor injuries. During later police interviews, the passenger in the car admitted the driver, her boyfriend, had stolen her keys. She chased after him when we left the house and managed to hop in the car before he could take off. This apparently led to several minutes of high-speed irrational driving. She went on to explain how as they began to exceed 100 miles per hour on the interstate, her boyfriend uttered something to the effect of "You're going to die today, beach." before attempting to unbuckle her seatbelt and plowing into Dave. The driver failed a field sobriety test. A blood test at the station later confirmed he was under the influence of methamphetamine. TLDR narrowly avoided a fatal car accident because my shitty minimum wage job made me work a weekend. TDLR, because I mean, damn, this is long. I dated a manipulative woman who kept promising she wouldn't behave that way anymore, breaking that promise, and then somehow almost talked me into marrying her. After I left my now ex-wife, I met a woman who I ended up moving in with after about 4 or 5 months. She seemed great, and she was my type, but also everything my ex wasn't. I lived with her for 2 years, and in that time, I left her twice. But she always begged me to come back, that she would work on her behavior eventually. She managed not to do anything crazy for about a year. Then she started up about how I must not love her because my divorce wasn't finalized yet, as if I had any control. Sometime after, it was finally settled. Okay, but now she can stop panicking over it. And she did. She calmed way down. Cool. Then, within a couple of months she said I must not love her because I hadn't given her a ring. So, I drop a couple grand on a ring and set up an awesome night for proposing. She's swept off her feet, and she calms the fuck back down. Cool. A few months go by, and she says I must not love her because I haven't set a date. Okay, so I organize a big trip out to Vegas for a couple of weeks, with the idea that we are going there to get married, and it's scheduled at one of the places out there. Cool. A month or 2 goes by, we are only a few days away from going on that trip, and she says I must not love her because, you know, I can't remember exactly what it was, but was something really minor. But, whatever it was, it finally hits me. Nothing is ever going to be good enough, and, if I marry this chick, I'm going to have to deal with this manipulative bullshit forever. It's just always going to be something else, then empty promises that she'll change, and then something else, ad nauseam. So, right before we leave, like literally the day before, I tell her that we will not be getting married in Vegas. She gets upset, crying and shit, but no yelling. I have a certain tone when I'm really mad that clues people in that this would be a bad time to start yelling at me. It's just that I sound so serious, which is highly unusual for me, so this superpower only works on people who really know me and virtually no one else. Anyway, I tell her that I'm still going on the trip. I mean, it's already paid for. I also tell her that she's welcome to come along on one condition. If she starts crying or brings up anything about us getting married, I'll drive her straight to the airport and buy her a one-way ticket home, and then I'll enjoy the rest of the trip by myself. She agrees to those conditions. For the first week, she's great. We have a good time. It's going well. Then, one day, I catch her crying in the bathroom. She's trying to be quiet, but I can hear her through the door. I realize that today was the day we were scheduled to get married. I knock on the door and ask her if I need to have the car brought up for a trip to the airport. Immediately she's like, no, it's fine. I'm fine. Ah, you sure? Yeah, it's okay. I can tell she's doing her best to stop. When she finally comes out, she's barely sniffling. We finish out the second week with no further incidents and then return home. Now, I know I might have made her seem very sympathetic, so a few things you should know. Over the course of the 2 years we were together, she had attacked me in a drunken rage. I had to have her arrested because she was out of control, and I had a 3-year-old sleeping in the bedroom. I was babysitting my nephew. She went off on my mother in a vitriolic letter that no one, least of all my mom, deserved. And I discovered she was a racist when she went off on a waiter and called him the N-word, to which I profusely apologized, canceling our food order and hauling her out of there. She then made it 1,000 times worse when she argued that she'd done nothing wrong and that they're all like that. The guy had done nothing wrong. He was just a little slow with our drink order, but he had about 8 tables and the place was packed, so not his fault. This was the final straw, and I left her right after this. I was amazed that she had managed to hide her racism for so long, but once it came out, holy shit, after I left her, she stole my identity. Twice. And I had to take out a restraining order to stop her from stalking me. Anyway, there's way more, but this is already a novel, so that's the biggest bullet I have dodged thus far. I was on scuba diving trip in the Whitsundays in Australia a few years back and got paired with a guy I had just met and who was a similar skill level to me. We were both advanced open water divers with around 20 or so dives, so the dive master was confident we didn't need to be babbies. At point we were about 15 minutes into a dive and were hanging out at around 10-20 meters, 33-66 feet, so air consumption was pretty low. I did an air check on my buddy and we were both all good. About 3 minutes later I felt a tug on my fin, turned around, and my buddy was giving me the back quote "I'm out of air" signal. I grabbed his BCD and gave him my backup reg so he could breathe. I still had heaps of air left in my tank. Once he was breathing I looked at his gauges and he had sucked his tank dry like a true air pig. Point we stated to ascend, did a safety stop as we still had a good amount of air and made it to the surface. Once he was able to manually inflate his BCD we started the swim back to the boat. Point once we got back on the boat my dive buddy just brushed the whole thing off like it was no big deal. I told the dive master I wouldn't dive with someone who was willing to put my life at risk again, and I got a new dive buddy for the rest of the trip. Point TLDR, went scuba diving and dive buddy ran out of air. I gave him my emergency supply so he wouldn't die and everyone survived. Got semi-kidnapped in Romania. Got off the train at like 5 AM in the morning after a 14-hour train ride. Left the station to find an ATM because people told me that the ones in the station would steal your card or are rigged in some way. As I left the station, some random dude comes up to me and starts talking to me in English like a friend, which I felt was weird. Tried to walk away and then suddenly a cab pulled up and felt the guy's hands grab my shoulders and throw me into the car. Just sat there and tried to not freak the fuck out. Told them I'm from China, actually I'm Canadian, but didn't want them to take my passport, and they muttered something in Romanian between the two of them. Ended up being taken to some random ATM in the middle of nowhere, forced to take out money. Luckily there's a cap for how much you can take out from an account in one day. As the money was coming out, I grabbed the card and just ran for it. They didn't follow me, but I had no idea where I was, too scared to ask for directions. Luckily, I knew the People's Palace was a huge building close to downtown, so if I went in a direct line to there, I should be able to find my way to the hostel. Took me 45 minutes to walk to the palace and another 15 minutes to the city center before I could go to an info desk and tell them what happened. I'm just glad I wasn't actually kidnapped and only money got taken from me. I was later told by the hostel receptionist that I'm lucky that I got away because usually, if that happens, most people aren't heard from again. Well, that scared the shit out of me. But either way, I actually really enjoyed my time there other than the initial shock. People were nice, the city was beautiful, everything was quite cheap, and the hostel workers were angels who helped me out a lot the first day with food and cash to get around and take my mind off things. Let me stay the first night without paying. I paid them all back, but it was a real lifesaver in a situation where I felt super lost. My emotionally abusive ex-girlfriend. I'm a trans dude, but I'd lesbian back then. Didn't believe in bisexuality or anything really besides lesbian/gay, and constantly pushed for marriage right after college, while simultaneously making me cry/have meltdowns every day. I broke up with her, and she said the next girl you date is so lucky, I had to work so hard to fix you. It was so satisfying watching her cry for the first time ever. She never cried when I cried, just scolded me. Instantly I felt free. I still don't know what gave me the impulse to break up right then after 2 years of being told I'm garbage, but I almost believed in God that day. A couple years later I realized I was trans. She would probably fucking hit me for the first time if she knew I was like that. That same year that I met the beautiful, amazing woman who is now my wife. We met online and she moved to America to marry me for our life together. She's so kind and loving, and every disagreement we have is solved with love. She encouraged me to start hormones to become myself. I could have ruined my life if I didn't randomly break up with that demon. She would have ruined my life. I'd be forced to play a woman forever, crying every day, being told I must be autistic or something whenever I reacted strongly to her abuse. Aha. I am. Thinking back, what probably broke me is when she told me, after making me cry in a grocery store, you're just addicted to drama because your family is so messed up. My alcoholic father abused me and my mother and siblings for 10 years before we got him arrested. Holy fuck man. And now I'm happy and loved. I'm so thankful. This is a stretch, in that I don't want to make it sound like I was a victim, but it really sits heavy on my mind. One of the most exciting and fascinating music festivals I have ever been to is the Life is Beautiful festival in Las Vegas. The festival closes down a large section of the old downtown Las Vegas to have a music festival surrounded by the Vegas lights, and it's incredibly unique. I have a distinct memory of the last time I attended that festival. We were at the stage for the headliner and sitting in the back after a long day, and I was just looking around and taking in the moment. We were surrounded by tall buildings at that stage, and I was looking up at all of them thinking how surreal this concert experience was to be happening where it was happening. 1 week later, the Vegas shooting happened at another music festival in another part of town. Immediately, I had some holy shit, we were just there thoughts, but then more information came out about the shooter. It turns out, that same moment I was relaxing and enjoying the atmosphere of the show, and looking up at all the buildings surrounding us, the Las Vegas shooter was in one of the rooms overlooking us, with his guns he used a week later to kill 61 people. Nobody seems to know what their motive was, so who knows why they didn't fire down at the festival we were at. Maybe it was a practice run. Maybe something happened that caused him to back down that night. Either way, knowing that he was looking down at me as I looked up just twists my insides and has truly blackened that memory. It was such a positive moment, but there was such a dark force sharing it with me. As I said, it feels disingenuous to make it seem like I was in any particular danger that night, because nothing happened to us, but I honestly do feel like we dodged a bullet that night. So, my girlfriend was over. We were cuddling on my bed. My brother had a basketball game that morning, and we had probably about an hour before we'd have to leave. She was coming with. We were gonna hang out other places afterwards. Teenagers alone in a bedroom. You know how it goes. Cuddling to making out to grabbing. You'll know the drill. Literally the instant she pulls my dick out, we hear my dad coming downstairs. She walks over and stands in the doorway. I turn around and shove my cock back in my pants and hastily rebutton them. Right as I'm pulling my shirt over my head, my dad sees us. His natural assumption is that we were having sex, obviously, and we almost were. He drags me upstairs, leaving my girlfriend to stew in her anxiety while my parents chew me out. Now, notice my dad didn't see my dick out. I hid it well enough he couldn't see that I had a boner. My girlfriend was fully dressed and not in the room. Here's how I spin it. I wanted to get changed to go to the game. She needed to go to the bathroom. I said I'd get dressed while she went to the bathroom, and I left the door open, assuming I'd have enough time. I didn't. That's what you saw. She turned around when she saw I wasn't dressed yet and was waiting by the doorway. I know you guys don't trust me, but you need to stop holding things that I did in middle school against me. I'm the rebellious one of my brothers. I've done some dumb shit. My parents used to really hold it against me. Please trust me. I've grown as a person. It's literally been years. What have I done recently that you might not trust me? Every time something happens you don't listen to my side of the story. Really, I feel like what I say doesn't matter because you'll believe what you believe. But please trust me this time. Okay, they believed it. Speech 100 moment. Fast forward a year or so, and my ex, then girlfriend, is my best friend and the most supportive and emotionally healthy person in my life. My relationship with my parents is much better. Had I not dodged that metaphorical bullet, they probably wouldn't have let me hang out with my then girlfriend anymore. They still wouldn't trust me and would keep holding that instance against me. I wouldn't have felt comfortable telling them I'm not Christian. I wouldn't have been honest with them about my sexuality, and I wouldn't have felt comfortable asking them to get me a therapist. Not as severe as a lot of the other ones on here, but that's my personal biggest bullet dodged story. My uni is in Pittsburgh. They have some batshit insane monument to car first mentality 5-lane road running through the middle of campus. They time all the lights on this road to trigger by speed limit, which leads to long stop and go times for any pedestrian having to cross the torrent of 4,000-pound vehicles completely inexplicably. They have a single 6th lane that runs opposite traffic that carries buses. So it's finals week. I'm on 4 hours of sleep across 3 days. I have an 8 AM neurophysiology final. I see that traffic is not bad today, and I'm late, so doing the light jog across campus. I check one way, see there's no cars coming, and head out when VROSH, a giant bus going the opposite direction to all other traffic across 5 lanes, comes literally inches from my outstretched face. I can feel the wind coming off the cold aluminum siding of the bus exterior. And now all I can think about is how the fuck am I supposed to focus on a final after a near-death experience? Point of course this exact thing has happened to other students, and has killed quite a few over the years. Pittsburgh refuses to change this. Out of heaven forbid people may have to drive a block out of their usual way or not enjoy a faking highway through the middle of the busiest part of town with the most out of it pedestrians imaginable. Point. So people will continue to die and near die here so that other people can go vroom vroom just a little faster. Something like A223 Remington. A couple friends and I took a road trip to go camping in the Mendocino National Forest in California. Where we set up camp, it turns out, was at the end of a dirt runway locals would use for small planes. This runway also doubled as a firing range, where targets were set up at the base of said hill. Point. Our second morning there, we woke up to gunfire and realized people were probably shooting targets downhill, but didn't think we would have to worry about anything coming so high. Not but an hour later, while 2 of us were cooking breakfast, we heard a whiz and then a small impact. Immediately we knew how bad we faked up and how lucky we were we haven't been shot yet. Point. We dumped breakfast on the fire and booked it into the woods where we all took cover behind a fallen redwood. Then every time the gunfire stopped we'd sprint down the adjacent side of the hill and take cover again when it started back up. Eventually we ended up to the left of the group on the other side of a bunch of brush. Hey, don't shoot, we shouted. Come on out, we won't shoot ya. One chuckled. We came out to a group of guys smiling asking if they spooked us while we were hiking. We explained that we were dumb enough to camp right above the spot they were shooting at. They laughed, offered us beer and a joint, and invited us to shoot off the last of the ammo before they helped us pack up camp. One of them was an old vet, and when he shot more than a few shots we could see the recoil and impacts going uphill all the way to camp. I've never heard a bullet whiz before, and I never want to again. Story #1, back in quote 02 I was walking out of the tire room / shop area of a garage I used to work at. Just as I was about to step out onto the front lot, I noticed a penny and bent down to get it. Point. Where this penny was 1 step inside of the front wall of the garage. While I was bent down, a car from up the road ran down the side of the building and hit a Coke machine that was launched past me, but outside of the shop area, about 1 foot in front of me. Basically, a penny kept me from getting demolished by a flying Coke machine. Point. The guy was having a diabetic episode and passed out at the wheel. He ended up hitting an ATM, 4 or 5 cars, our building, and a Coke machine. Point. I jumped into his car to check on him before I could really think about what just happened. He ended up being okay. I took the rest of the day off once reality set in. I still have that penny. Point. Story #2. Myself and another cop are out with a suspected drunk driver one morning about 3 o'clock. Point. Like an idiot I had my back to the traffic in our lane. Point. All of a sudden the other officer grabs me and pulls me onto her in the middle of the road just as drunk driver #2 crashes down the entire driver's side of the vehicle that we had pulled over where I had been standing was about center line of an F-150 that would have hit me at about 40 miles per hour. Point. She and I are still friends. Was in a poly relationship with a girl and a guy when I was 20. Guy was a B-male who posed for gay porn. Girl was a nice girl next door type who worked as a waitress. But the guy, he seemed nice enough, even though I didn't care for porn back then, but that seemed to be his only hang up, and seemed like an overall good guy who could date 2 women and treat us equally. Over the course of 2 weeks his facade spiraled out of control. I dropped out of contact with them both, until girl messaged me asking for help. He had raped her and deliberately impregnated her, which we found out about 4 weeks after the sexual assault. I take her to the abortion clinic about 2 weeks after we find out and drop contact again after taking her to start college in another town. Well, because frankly, I was scared of him coming back and doing something to both of us. Fast forward a year down the road, I'm getting gas and grab a newspaper for my pappy. Sit down in my car and glanced over at the paper. Dude's face is plastered on the front with headline of suspect captured in sexual assault/attempted murder case. He had met a random hookup on Tinder or a similar app, blackmailed her with a hostage situation to traffic cocaine over the course of a week while rapping her. On day 5 she escaped with a gnarly neck wound from where he attempted to cut her throat with a dull kitchen knife. He assumed she was dead from blood loss and went to shower, so she ran as soon as she heard him turn the shower on. I know it was just an experimental thing for me, and the ex-girlfriend has a really nice life now and has gotten 1 degree and going for another. I'm a parent of 3 and married 5 years ago and have a normal life. I still block him on things like social media as soon as I make an account. Even though I know he is still in prison, I'm just scared he will get out and target me or her again. Lol. So I guess that's the biggest bullet I dodged. Okay, so basically here we are, freshman year of high school after summer, and all of our friend group's lives were essentially plummeting. So long story short, we pull up to my friend's house and one of the other kids there is high out of his mind and asks my other friend if he has alcohol and was like dying for it. So the guy he asked was like, "Dude, I got you, I'll get you drunk, don't worry about it." We didn't have anything though. So we get on Snap Maps and the closest person that was in the hood was this kid who was previously in our friend group but basically got kicked out for not going to anything anymore. Nonetheless, we knew where his house was and what it looked like. Then, me, the kid who promised the homie ALC, and another kid took our shirts off and ran a mile in like 50-degree freezing rain with only shorts on. So we sprinted like 3/10 of a mile, and here we are at our old buddy's house. How it's laid out is the house has a huge hill on the left side and it flattens out towards the right, but they have a fence line across their left side of the backyard and it was covered with trees. So the kid who promised it hops the gate as well as the other kid and go across to the basement doors. Mind you, these people are rich. He broke in and stole this huge thing of liquor and hopped the fence back, and we run back to the house. This is a suburban neighborhood too, lots of cars and people, but it was like maybe 10 PM. But we run back and cars pass with blinding front lights and see us carrying a whole giant thing of liquor, and then we make it home with the homies crowding the garage door asking, "What the hell are you doing?" Regardless, we emptied maybe a pint out of there and ran it back. We get inside and get the man drunk, and then the guy who promised it was saying yeah, his house has been robbed like 6 times. We all stopped. What? He was like, yeah, don't worry though, they won't check the cameras. Even if they did, I wasn't anywhere near the cameras because I was on the fence line and in sheer darkness. The only footage I got was probably from the people in the car or some other pervert's GoPro. But none of us got caught, but I was scared shitless for my friends. Cops pull us over one night. Stoner's worst nightmare was smoke clearing out the windows as the cop walks up. Immediately gets us out of the car and separates me and the girl I was dating at the time, whose car it was. I had hastily crammed the weed and pipe in my shoe, but the real problem was the 5 Xanax I had on me. Stupid. Cops give us the full shakedown because we are clearly guilty as hell. She is blaming me, I'm blaming her. We have 2 different stories and the cops smell bud and blood point. When it comes time to do my shoes, I was sure I was done. But I somehow managed to pull my shoe and sock off at the same time, holding the sock in the mouth of the shoe so he can shine his light in both. In doing so, I inadvertently dumped the stash down into the toe of the shoe, preventing the cop from seeing it. I didn't think there was any way, but then he said alright, now the other one. Managed to do the same with the shoe that had the pipe and weed in it. Crammed my foot back in my shoe pipe and all. Cops were pissed they couldn't figure out how we had stashed it, but couldn't find it. So cut us loose. Chick and I never really talked after that, which was best. Edit. To be clear, the weed charge welder sucked, but the pills were a felony that would have sent my life in a completely different direction. Dodging that bullet left. Me indelibly changed. 4 years ago I lost my £26k per year job. Not a great wage. It took 6 months to find a new job which was crappy and only paying £18k plus commission, which was less than £2k. The owner wasn't the nicest of people. Anyway, I applied for a job that seemed too good to be true in terms of pay, out £50k. Everyone, and I mean everyone including my partner, told me I was being lied to, that only the top 1% in that company will achieve that wage. Even my existing boss chipped away at me whilst working my notice. I heard horror stories from everyone about the new company I was going to, so naturally I started getting serious doubts, so much so that I decided to withdraw my resignation. Before I could, I had a run-in with my manager over something petty, so in the afternoon, when I asked about withdrawing my resignation, he firmly said back, quote, "No, we don't need you." That's where I dodged the bullet. I went to the new job and I love it. Year 1 I made £49.8k, year 2 £56.3k, and this year I'm on £50k already with 4 months to go. I'm tracking to £70k. I'm not bragging, I'm hoping this may give some encouragement to anyone who ever finds themselves in a similar position, surrounded by doubters and naysayers. Cherry on top is I stole my old manager's top guy away after my first 2 years to come and join me, and he's doing just as well. That manager also ended up in prison for fraud. My first engagement. I had dated a girl right after high school, and things were okay for a bit, but the relationship just kind of died, and she was moving across the country for a new job as a band teacher, so it was a natural time to end the relationship. A few years later, we reconnected while I was in the army and she'd moved back home. It was a long distance relationship, but it was going really well. We got engaged, and about 10 days before the wedding, we start talking finances. We had obviously talked a little about it before, but this was us planning budgets for after we lived together, and she says all I'm paying right now is my car, rent and cell phone bills, and then we figured out how much money we could save each month, and she's getting progressively drunker. Then she asks if we could use some of the leftover money to pay her other bills. I ask what bills she means, because an hour ago she said she was only paying the 3. She hits me with a row. I owe more. I just only pay those 3. Come to find out, she was over $250,000 in debt because she took out student loans for 2 graduate degrees and didn't finish either of them. If we paid the minimum on her debt, we'd be short $500 every month. I tell her that I can't make that much extra every month, and she, now absolutely wasted, tells me, oh, I've made that in a night, and then reveals that she'd been working as a sex worker on Craigslist for the past 4 years. I told her that if I married her I'd lose my job, at the very least my security clearance, and ended the relationship. So, thank God we had that talk, even if it was 10 days before the wedding. Saved Mars a world of troubles. I've got a couple. In 1997, my dad and I were going to an event in Denver for the weekend. My dad had promised a friend of his a ride up to the event. The day after doing so, my dad gets a call from a wealthy friend of his who offered to take us to the event on his plane. My dad declined, noting that he had promised someone a ride, but said we'd see him there and talk about a flight back or something maybe. We get to the event, and the friend misses our planned meetup. No big deal, we think. Must just be delayed. We'll catch up later. Found out later that day that he had flown the plane into the side of a mountain, killing everyone on board. The second is really a series of bullets, starting in late 2019. I left a job that I had been at for 7 years and had ascended to the top of to take a job in Colorado. I'm from NM. Huge pay increase, new industry that's rapidly growing, etc. Sounded amazing. Well, it sucked. My boss was the equivalent of someone who had lied on their resume and gotten the job. A lot of buzzwords backed only by buck passing, excuses and gaslighting. The company culture was toxic, and the C-suite didn't even think they needed my department, marketing. Outside of the job, things were okay, so we thought we'd try and settle down into a place we owned and try pursuing other avenues. We put a bid on a house and were in the phase of negotiating repairs when the seller backed out. I was also having no luck finding work anywhere else. Shortly thereafter, my wife said she was depressed, said she couldn't try and make it work anymore, and insisted we try and find some way out of Denver. After some searching, I was able to find work back home, and so we moved back. That was 3 weeks before COVID became a pandemic. I was feeling pretty defeated. The week I left my job in Co, my boss and 3 other members of the team were fired 2 weeks into quarantine and the rest of the team was let go. Meanwhile, I was hired on full time at my new job and have been busy with work since then. I could have been in a state with no family to help, having just bought a very expensive house because they are all pretty expensive in Denver, with no income and no job prospects, with a family to feed. Glad that's not the case. A few years ago, I was driving home from work. It was extremely dark out. I hop on the interstate, set my cruise for 70 miles per hour, the limit, and zone out on autopilot, doing the usual scan for deer. A few minutes into my commute, I see a semi and a car pulled over on the curb with their hazards on. So I disengage the cruise, move over to the left lane, and start watching for people. Out of the darkness, directly ahead of my car, looms a giant chunk of metal. I manage to swerve to the right of it, slamming on the brakes. Another chunk looms on my right, and I swerve back to the left. A third, smaller, flatter chunk is directly in front of me. No time to swerve. I run it over. By now my speed has dropped to residential speeds. I'm able to navigate the remaining debris field to pull over on the median side. I put my car in park and slap my hazards button, then look around. The car that was behind me sails past, streaming fire and sparks from its front left wheel well. A large chunk of metal goes rolling past, tumbling into the median ditch in front of me. Another car flies through, brakes squealing, and comes to a stop. A third car slowly picks its way through the debris and keeps going. As they're driving past, I dial 911. They're aware of the crash, and first responders are already on the way. As it turned out, the first looming chunk I saw was an overturned van that had been towing a trailer with 2 refrigerators full of venison, which had apparently been improperly loaded. They lost control and wrecked. The tumbling chunk of metal I saw was a fridge. The fire department was able to extinguish the car that hit it, and thanks to crumple zones and a hefty dose of divine providence and or luck, no one was seriously injured. Several other vehicles were damaged. The one that hit the fridge and burst into flames was obviously totaled, as was the initiating van. My car escaped with minor cosmetic damage and a single destroyed tire on a set of tires that needed replacing anyway, and the tow driver was so pleased I was patient with them and let them tow me back to the shop to put on the spare that they waived the tow itself. Bullet 1. 15 years old, working as lifeguard, tired. Too many hours working, divorced parents and mom likes pills, paying too many bills. Never see dad. 15-year-old too stressed. Kill myself. I will go to bathroom and take off lifeguard gear, on a warm bath, and cut my left wrist with serrated steak knife. Am very emotionally hurt and overwhelmed, able to cut wrist deep and wide and not be bothered by physical pain of it. Get in bathtub, but water isn't warm. Water heater is broken. Cry and try to sleep to bleed out. Mom finds me and end up in hospital. Doctor says speak softly. Big stick is too dehydrated to bleed out like normal. Still have scars 20 years later on wrist as reminder. Bullet 2. 23 years old, have 2-year-old daughter with girlfriend who has been cheating on me in her hometown, so I have no friends. She leaves with daughter from out apartment and leaves me with dog, TV, and bed. Nothing else. Become depressed after stomach surgery. Can't eat normal food. Liquid only for 6 weeks. No friends, no family, no girlfriend, no daughter, no purpose. Only dog. Trade TV on Craigslist for S&W model 36 and box of new ammo. Guy brings pistol and ammo. Ammo in Walmart bag with receipt. Guy leaves with TV. I take pain pills from surgery and load the gun with new bullets. Take 2 shots of whiskey and spin cylinder on gun. Take 2 more shots and cork hammer. Take 1 more shot. Put gun in my mouth and pull the trigger. Gun click. Bullet is dud. Bullet is dud. Very scared. Scared myself. Dog is upset and whining. Took gun next morning to Mississippi River. Test fired next round in cylinder and fired perfectly. Removed dud round. Threw gun in Mississippi and went back home. to empty apartment and dog, got rid of girlfriend. Still have dog. Still have daughter. Still have dud bullet. Have greatest life I could ever hope for with loving wife and 2 more kids. This girl I was friends with in high school had a major crush on me, but I wasn't interested, mostly because I'm shallow AF, and I wasn't attracted to her physically. She tried to use my friends to trick me into going to prom with her. I rebuked her. We went to college, the same college, but we were fine just being friends. At the very least, I was fine just being friends. Then she started going out with my best friend. Dude was just the best guy. We grew up together, and he and I were brothers all the way from elementary to high school. Anyway, homeboy took a gap year, and when he got to campus we were roomed together. Well, I got a backstage view at the relationship. It was toxic as fuck. She would emotionally manipulate and abuse him at every turn, and him being a kind and genuine soul just sorta took it without a second thought. It all collapsed when we started talking about how we were each doing mentally, and I offhandedly mentioned that it seemed to me that he was only really depressed while he was hanging out with his lady. Something must have clicked for him because they broke up later that day. Then she went really nuts. Roomie and I were walking back from the on-campus diner around midnight through a small wooded area in the middle of campus, 2 days after the breakup. She was waiting there for us. She asked me to move along so they could speak privately. Obviously, I'm not stupid, and I'm not leaving an unstable person alone in the woods at midnight with someone that's just slighted them. So I refused, and heard her talk about her poor behavior as the spirit of my dead mother, who I believe is in hell, using our connection to make me a worse person. Then she said she found God, cleansed herself of her mother's influence, and is better now. My jaw dropped at the level of insane bullshit I just heard. Like, how the fuck you finding God in 2 days? Moses took 40 years. Anyway, homeboy gives her one last chance with the caveat that if she pulls the same shit she already had throughout their entire 6 months together, it would be over immediately. She lasted just under a week, and then she snuck into our building and sat outside our dorm for 6 hours begging him to give her a third chance. After that debacle, we went home for winter break and she kidnapped him. She showed up at his house, asked to talk in her car. He wasn't about to let her into his home, so he said yes. Then she drove around for 3 hours begging him to take her back. He kept refusing and asking to be taken home. She made some excuse about being hungry, so he told her to pull over, and he walked home. It was after that story that I realized I was so lucky to have rejected her all those times in high school, because that could have been me. TLDR, girl has crush on me in high school. I said no. She turned out to be insane, but I only learned this after she emotionally manipulated my best friend and kidnapped him. About 2 years ago, I was living with my boyfriend's now husband, mom in Mexico Beach, Florida, while I went to college. They had a small business of plants and pottery, and it was closer than where my mom lived, so I went to school and worked at their shop. I come home from school one day and my boyfriend proposed to me, and after the celebration, we went to his parents' shop to help out. On the way, we get a call from his mom to immediately come help lock up the store because there was a hurricane coming. No one of us thought anything of it really, since we grew up in Florida and so far, there were never and big hurricanes that had hit the panhandle. The Tuesday night, we all finished locking up the store and was told that the hurricane went from a Cat 2 to a Cat 3, and so we all decided to board up windows. We finished the store and then proceeded to board up the house as well. My fiancé and I went up to Atlanta to evacuate, and his mom stayed somewhat close by just in case. We watched the Weather Channel the entire time, and in less than 24 hours, it went from a Category 3 to a Category 5 hurricane and completely destroyed Mexico Beach. After the storm, we all regrouped and traveled back down and nothing was standing. It looked like something out of a horror movie. All the plants and pottery was gone, and our house was barely standing. The roads were torn apart, and some roads were blocked by houses that were picked up and carried by the water. My husband and I moved to Atlanta for good, and his mom thankfully was able to find a big house to restart the store from scratch an hour away from the original store. We still go down and help out in Mexico Beach, but even 2 years later, it still looks like a wasteland. I have never evacuated from a hurricane before, but now, I definitely won't hesitate to. Well, I figured out that my father was cooperating with a bunch of snakes who were trying their hardest to get me locked up in jail or put in a psychiatric facility. One night I overheard them discussing their plan to perform a wellness check during which I would be placed under a 5150, no matter what I said or how I responded. Point upon hearing them conspiring to basically medically kidnap me and give me a false diagnosis of schizophrenia to discredit me, I barricaded myself in my bedroom and called the only relative I had who wasn't involved with these lowlifes. At that time he assumed I was hallucinating, as my sociopathic father had already ran a smear campaign to make everyone think I'm mentally ill. He told me I should go out there and confront them, which would have got me taken and possibly killed. So I waited. When morning came, these people were still in my apartment waiting to ambush me. As soon as I opened my door, I yelled out that what they were trying to do constitutes police harassment, as they never bothered knocking and announcing themselves as police, at which point they walked out the door and then knocked and announced themselves. That's when my piece of shit scum sucking lowlife maggot of a father came back to my room and attempted to force the door open, which he couldn't do. I responded by saying, "Let me guess, the pigs are here to take me out of here using the cover of a wellness check, huh?" He stammered and said, "Yeah." That's when I called my older sister, who at the time I thought was actually on my side. She spoke with the cops and got them to leave me alone for the day, but they would try several more times, going as far as illegally searching my room to look for drugs, to have me locked away. The life of a targeted individual sucks. You can't trust a goddamn person in this world, because the moment you do is when you're going to end up walking right into a trap and you'll have your freedom and possibly your life snatched away from you.